Good morning and welcome to the world famous Robin Hood Raceway, where we are live for round 3 of the full drive British National Series, presented by TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher, and X-Ray. Big thank you to our sponsors for enabling us to bring you this live stream, and a big thank you to the BRCA for putting on this great event. So today we have 2 rounds of practice, group number 10 just finishing up now. We'll go into groups number 11 and 12. This is round 1 of practice. We then move into round 2 of practice, and then we will have 4 rounds of qualifying for all drivers, and then we go into finals. It's a 3-legged A final system and single leg mains for everybody else. And at the end of the day, we will be crowning our national winner, part of a 6-round series here in the UK. And yesterday saw 2 all-drive action, and the winner was decided in the last, 3 metres of track? So Ben Smith.
We were having this conversation before, and it's always, who do you want to win?
I want to race.
Who do you want to win? So leg 1, Tommy Hull smashed it, brilliant. Leg 2, you're thinking like, it'd be great if Tommy did win it. It'd be great because you could wrap it up, and it'd just still be brilliant. But in that back of your head as a media guy, and you're like, what do the viewers want? What do people want to see?
I'm biased to a leg 3 showdown.
Always a leg 3.
Always.
And what a leg 3 we had yesterday.
Absolutely brilliant. Tommy and Ben are just at it for, over 5 minutes. And then drag race to the line, came together. Josh Holdsworth sailed on through and took the win of leg 3. And a time 3 tenths quicker than Ben Smith, which meant he was the overall winner yesterday. So absolutely beautiful for Josh, not so beautiful for Ben and Tommy. But yeah, so we've got some fast and frantic racing today. Track layout has changed, so significant changes to the layout. I'm going to say it's probably a more normal Robin Hood layout, I would say. Quite fast, frantic, flowing, and will be insanely difficult. We saw yesterday the tracks are quite bumpy, and as the sand moved off, the grip changed quite a lot. So the early rounds were certainly harder. So I think we might see some of the same today with just where the sand placement is from yesterday's layout. So yeah, looking forward to today. And I'm sure we will have some fantastic racing to bring you through the day. Group number 11 of practice are just out there now. We'll get follow cam going for qualifying practice. We'll just stick with the static cam for now. You can just see the cars gridding up on the main straightaway just before the start-finish line. Where those cars are gridding up is about where Josh Holdsworth took the lead for the first time all day yesterday, but he took the lead at the right time and made the most of it. So Lee Martin will lead off practice group number 11. Guys here are automatically seeded based on championship position, with the top 20 drivers spread over the top two heats, I believe. So alternated, just so we're not racing the same people all day, every day. So Lee Martin in the orange, white and blue X-ray machine is going to be the first that opens up. 24.2. I'm going to predict by the end of the day we'll be down in the 22s.
I thought so.
Based on his first lap of this track.
It is a lot cooler today. It is supposed to get warmer, but there is a potential for a little bit of rain. And if we look over our left-hand shoulder,
that is a big dark cloud.
It is very dark.
And you can see the flags are fluttering. So there's a bit more wind today. It was a very still day yesterday. Josh Holdsworth, yesterday's winner, goes second lap of 23.25. So yeah, definitely going to see 22s today. I'm confident of it.
Might see a 22 before the end of practice.
Yeah, maybe 21s then. Whatever it is, I'll be egging on these drivers to do the best that they can. Lap 2, 23.89. So yeah, anyone watching away online, feel free to drop your comments in the YouTube chat and we will pick them up here in Commentary Corner. And if you've got any requests, let us know. We will do our best to enable them. And if you want to become an RC TV hero, hit that join button and you will get a whole host of benefits, including exclusive access to RCTV content, such as, someone's just nailed the cone of doom. Nicely done, that man. Exclusive content, such as exclusive Mark Reinhardt interview for his kind of show-stopping move to X-Ray over the summer season, which is unusual. Silly season we all thought had ended, but RCTV getting a scoop on that one. The 25 years of touring car, super special series that's been ongoing. If touring car is your thing, that's been super interesting. I've loved that series. And I believe some of the, and I don't know the name of it, the Dr. Lee Martin stuff.
The RC Autopsy.
RC Autopsy.
Even better that the most recent ones that we've put out have been X-ray based, and we filmed them at the Hood Arena.
Yeah.
Back at the Euros last year, and most recent one, Dr. Lee Martin.
Dr. Martin and Martin
Hoodie. Talking about Alex Hadberg's.
I think they're Bruno's
and
first
Bruno's
World's
stuff.
win.
Yeah, it's been a lot, and previously Martin Bayers.
He's won an awful lot as well, yeah.
Euros winning cars. There's a lot of content, and don't forget you can.
And I think some of the cool stuff on that is because they're unearthing cars from, 10 years ago? Maybe 8 years ago when Bruno won the Touring Car Worlds. They can happily show those cars off now and tell us what was the secrets at the time that's now common knowledge. So, yeah, fantastic series. So, as we were saying, hit that join button, become an RCTV hero. Looking at the times, 22.99, Josh Holdsworth, fastest lap. So I'm going to suggest we should be seeing 21s by the end of the day, because that is just practice one for these guys. And Josh Holdsworth quick, very quick in that one, yesterday's winner. So next up we go to group number 12, and group 12 will have the two protagonists of Ben Smith and Tommy Hall, who yesterday were the two that came together in what was deemed a racing incident. If you want to see the frame-by-frame slow-mo, go and have a look at that. Unfortunately, as drivers, you don't drive frame-by-frame in slow motion. You'd make a split-second decision, and it just looked like the undulation of the banking kind of put Tommy's car and Ben's car onto the same path, same trajectory as they were racing to the line. And unfortunately, two cars on the same bit of AstroTurf meant Josh Holdsworth took the win quite happily.
But even so, it was very close that he nearly took both of them out.
Yeah, well,
that's how close it was going down the
parting
straight.
of a Red Sea almost. So, mate, it was good entertainment for us, and that's what we at RCTV are here to do: bring you the entertainment of RC scale motorsport, and we're doing that from 3 locations today.
2.
Which one's finished? GT8's finished.
GT8, yeah.
GT8 European Championships were on in Portugal yesterday, which was live on RCTV. We've got the ETS at Apeldoorn. Oh, I don't even know what country Apeldoorn is. Is it? Netherlands. I was going to say Belgium. So close. And obviously you've got ourselves here from the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway.
We're actually into the A-mains number 2s across in Apeldoorn. So
whilst that is great fun and exciting, it is no practice round 2 at Robin Hood Raceway.
To be fair, it has been a fantastic weekend for everybody watching RCTV, because whether you've been here watching the drama unfold on the final lap of A-main number 3, you've also had Mr. Coelho and Mr. Orlowski also tangling in A-main number 1 over in ETS. So whatever.
So what you're telling me is, if you want to know what's happening in RC racing,
just come and watch RCTV.
RCTV
it's where it's all happening this weekend.
Is the place to be. So, and that's what our wonderful sponsors enable us to do, and we thank you all for joining us on RCTV live streams and bringing you the best of the very best of RC racing. So, this is group number 12 on the track, and your protagonists, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pohl. Ben Smith's gone 1 can special for us, so he is the all-white car. Tommy Hall is the orange, black and white. Is it orange? Is it red? I think there's a tint on these windows, or I'm going colourblind in my old age. Either way, It's 23.19 from Tommy Hall on lap 2. 24.19 from Daniel Pole, so 25.1 from Jamie Hall. So Tommy Hall's laying down the individual quick laps. Obviously, individual quick lap is kind of meaningless. And I will say yesterday, come leg number 2, lap times dropped by about half a second a lap on fastest lap. So the drivers yesterday, once we got into the A finals, really laid it down. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of that in qualifying today. We can get those guys pushing on. So what have we got? Quick laps that we're seeing 23.19, 23.2 Daniel Pole, 23.4 for Ben Smith. So it looks like it was heat number 11 and Josh Holdsworth who had his quickest individual lap. I've already nailed my flag to the pole for today and gone with Johnny Skidmore as winner. Cam, you're going for...
I think it's going to be tight between...
It's Cam sat on the fence,
I think
getting splinters.
It's going to be Schumacher versus X-Ray.
Put a name on it.
Oh. I think it's hard to count against Josh Holdsworth.
Ah, so you're following yesterday's winner.
The Cat PB is something different, so...
It is. It's a shaft drive Schumacher.
It is.
Which is very different
fast
compared
car.
to their history. So we've got Josh Holdsworth, though. I've got Johnny Skidmore, which is a little bit left field. And then spoke to me, said he's suffering from hay fever.
Oh, brilliant.
I said, well, go and stand in a field in the middle of summer. That'll help. And unfortunately for him, there's no nitro fumes today to blow it away. So, yeah, I think he's suffering. But, hey-ho. So, welcome to all those that join us online. And we will get... Well, we're underway with practice. Practice round 1 is coming to a conclusion. Fastest lap. Going to go to Ben Smith with a 22.5 and Tommy Hall a 22.7. So 3 drivers, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth into the 22s, and they are your top 3 drivers from yesterday. This of course is just practice round number 1, so almost completely meaningless, although starting fast is better than starting slow. But lots of time for things to change as we go through the day. So that is practice round number 1 done and dusted. Practice round number 2 is starting imminently. So your drivers for group number 1 are Robert Tyus, Kenan Miller, Zach Whittleston, Arthur Griggs, David Anderson, David Milford, Richard Hipkiss, Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall and Bruce Lee. Just making some slight track changes, should we say. Just moving to Marshall Post now we've had round 1 of practice. Seeing where everyone crashes and nailing down some of the pipes a little better. So we'll get going with practice number 1. Well, heat number 1, round number 2 of practice very, very shortly. So this is group number 1 getting underway. So these guys starting their second round of practice. And we'll see what these guys can do as they get into it. So this is group number 1, rocking and rolling. Zach Whittleston is he's quickest on time, but we'll just look at best laps. He is the only one in the 25-second lap times in this practice group. Robert Tyson is a 26.77, 26.5 for Kenan Miller, 26.84 for Arthur Griggs, and we've got a couple in the 27s and a handful in the 29s. So these guys and girls just getting used to this difficult Robin Hood track as they explore around for the second and final practice before they will go and tune their cars for qualifying. So as we come into 3 minutes complete, we've got Kenan Miller into the 25s as well with a 25.93. Robert Tyus 26.5 best lap. Arthur Griggs 26.3. Bruce Lee 26.6. And then David Milford, Richard Hipkiss going to go 27s. And then Russell, Anderson and Hall all into the 28s. So that is practice group number 1 coming to a conclusion. And it will be group number 2 on track next. So group 1 done and dusted. Robert Tyus was quickest with 7 laps in 3 minutes and 8. Doesn't mean anything, but he might take a little bit of pride and confidence into qualifying, knowing he was quickest in that group for practice. So, just resetting as group number 2 go up onto the rostrum. Cold cam.
It's a bit chilly.
Ah, come on.
I mean, I'd have took yesterday's heat over this. It's just shorts and t-shirt.
Close the windows, close the door, stop the wind, it'll be perfect.
Door doesn't want to stay shut, though.
We're in a little greenhouse. What can go wrong?
Exactly.
So, sat here with group number 2 heading out for practice. And for those that are interested, as much as I'd recommend you watch practice here at Hood Raceway, ETS round 1 has a final leg number 2 going off shortly. Well, I'll say shortly, but in leg A2s, the Formula A final is just about to hit go. And off and away they go. I shouldn't really commentate the ETS final, should I? We've got RCTV has a live stream for that.
Yeah, if you want to go and join Scotty in the gang. But
who is the commentator on the live stream?
Scotty.
Is it Scotty?
Yeah.
RC's doing double duties as well.
ETS, he does both.
Yeah.
Refereeing and
referee, track commentary, and stream commentary.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, he's a busy boy.
He is.
That's why he's the best in the business.
Yes. But yeah, it's good.
So we've got practice group number 2 rocking and rolling. They might have Scotty Ernst. We've got Craig Gibson.
Oh, give
the
out.
legend, the man, the myth, the legend. Craig Gibson is that.
Track can't hear us at the moment.
I know. That's okay. I don't think he's made it to the rostrum. Oh no, there he is.
He's up there.
He's just not got a transponder in his car.
Oh, is he not?
No.
Oh,
so drivers for practice group number 2: Colin McCaffrey, Simon Hudspeth, Mike Temple, Scott Martin, Ollie Carberry, Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Stedman, Simon Preston, and Craig the Legend Gibson. Pardon? No, that's Scott's.
Is there a Lee Martin-esque body shell?
There is a Lee Martin-esque body shell going around. Yeah, so there's a Lee Martin body shell going around. I'm guessing that's Scott. In fact, that might be Lee's car. Caution on mark. Gibbo's on the straightaway. That's broke.
Something not right about it.
Yeah, drive shaft. Rear right drive shaft hanging out of it.
Oh,
which I can assure you does not make for a fun car to drive. I blame Lee for that one.
I blame Lee.
Lee clearly broke it. So, Colin McCaffrey quickest in this one, 26.4, 26.1 for Simon Hudspeth. Mike Temple, 27.5. Scott Martin, 26.6. A good lap for Scott. Shame he only got 2. We blame the mechanic. Gibbo is now counting laps, so he's just got a part-time transponder. So Craig Gibson flying the Union Jack wing down the straight, comes into view now. So you can just see on the straightaway the checkered flag next to the timing box. That is the timing and scoring line. And lap times are, we've got Simon Hudspeth into the 25s with 25.75 as their race time expires. And they will conclude their practice as they cross the line. And that is their practice done and dusted. They will now move on to qualifying. So qualifying will get underway at about 10:15-ish. And then we've got 4 rounds qualifying. It's about an hour and a half a round. And then we'll start finals around 4:30-ish, 4:45. 3 leg A finals, single leg for everyone else. And that will determine our full drive national winner. So that's a wrap of group number 2. And it was Simon Hudspeth with the quickest lap, 25.75. Mike Temple, 26.03. Colin McCaffrey, 26.34. And Scott Martin, 26.62. So group number 3 will be up next. Just get our marshals changed over and let drivers onto the rostrum. Stuart, who's your money on today? We've got a Josh Holdsworth vote. We've got a Josh Holdsworth for Cam. We've got Johnny Skidmore for me. And we've got a Lee Martin. Not a lot of love for Tommy and Ben. Is that because they're just going to smash each other off? The repeat from yesterday was a racing incident, may I add. So if you want to go and watch yesterday's incident, the last lap of A-Leg 3, the drag race to the line, they just kind of merged onto the same bit of AstroTurf due to the undulations of the track.
The only thing about this last corner at Robin Hood, because of the banking and the bumps, it really draws you in. If you get the line wrong, you're...
it's not even getting the line wrong. If you get the line right, you slingshot on such a tight line, you can be alongside before. Yeah. So it's not necessarily Tommy got it wrong as such. Ben got it really right. And it does, if you get it right, it's like a slingshot. And they were side by side, and that was that. And the line was just a couple of metres too far away. Very dramatic. Brilliant entertainment for all those watching.
If you want to go and watch that back, it's in the last 3 minutes of our live stream yesterday.
I think I was chatting for longer than that.
It might have been the last 5 minutes then.
It was the last 12 seconds of racing, but I think
yeah.
we had a few minutes of chit-chat at the end. Right, practice number 3 is rocking and rolling, round number 2, and your drivers for this one, James Gibbs, Miklas Sabadas, Joshua Anderson, Jason Bing, Philip Hitchman, Trevor Follington in Headlam, Tommy Clark, Paul Griggs, and Jonathan Pluke. Sorry if I missed it. Oh, Ian Headlam. Sorry if I missed any. Moved around as they were coming through to complete lap number 1. So we have ETS round number 1. Pro Stock A-Leg 2 is about to start. If you're interested in touring car. If you're interested in off-road racing, and we are here at the world-famous Robin Hood Raceway. Custodian of James Helliwell and the York RC Off-Road Car Club, I think. Don't know if Robin Hood's a club in its own right now. Who knows?
Both, I think.
Don't know. Anyway, it's a great team of people.
I know it was the Robin Hood Raceway Classic last weekend. Bit of vintage racing.
Vintage racing. Well, it was all rear motors, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily vintage.
Well, yeah.
Just rear motor.
More vintage than...
Yeah. Was that on the carpet track?
Yes.
Yeah.
For those that have not been here for a while, the old dirt track has been...
But it was a 2015 Euros track where Mikael Olowski made his statement to be a top driver.
14-year-old, was
Something
it?
like
Something
that,
yeah. Yeah, that's been completely relayed into into
carpet track.
I think it's Prima Felt GT carpet. So
and they run on the honeycomb tyre?
Honeycombs, yes.
So it's still got that dirt-esque feel. It's a fantastic track to race, to be fair. As is the AstroTurf track. I think we should do 2 rounds of qualifying on AstroTurf, 2 rounds of qualifying on carpet.
Nah, I've been informed that they are
planning to do that.
They are planning to do something along those sort of lines. Honeycombs on both.
Yeah.
Running honeycombs on AstroTurf.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
We used to. So back in the day, it was Teesside Indoor Club. This might be before your time.
Oh, definitely.
So that was in a warehouse in Middlesbrough, and they had a on-road track and an off-road track that raced at the same time. So they both went on. The timer for both races started at the same time, and they would regularly run meetings.
Well, that's cool.
And the best meeting we did there. This is a bit of history. It is only practice, so I'll chat away. They used to have a 6-hour endurance race. So this is back in the days of old batteries and brush motors. You all raced your own car. but you had one transponder. Because it was back in the day before PT, so you'd come in and change transponder from one car to the other, fine. And they were fantastic events. But the best bit of it was there were no marshals. So you marshalled your own team. So you could have one guy out there, you could have 6 guys out there. It's entirely up to you. And we used to play head games with people. So someone would crash in the middle, and you'd sprint across the track to the car. So everyone just assumed it was, and you get there and just walk past it because it's not your car. And then whoever's team it was so they were fantastic events. That was fantastic. Yeah, those endurance events. York Indoor Club, they did a 24-hour race.
I think endurance races need to make a comeback in the UK.
Yeah.
West Bridgeford used to do one.
That was 24 hours with single car.
Jeez.
So that was hard work.
I think it's a great idea. So if somebody in the UK that's got an indoor track...
Why indoors? There's floodlights. Oh, there used to be floodlights here.
There are some floodlights, but to be fair, this would be perfect location.
We could rent in some lights for a night.
Yeah, I was thinking, potentially Endor with they've got floodlights now, and it's actually on the national calendar. They're doing the juniors and vets.
Yeah. Comment on the chat from Little Murphy. We need a national on the carpet track. I think they could definitely do it.
One because last year for I think it was
end of seasons.
No, I think it was Northeast Regionals.
Right.
It was either Northeast or Southeast Regionals. The weather was that bad that they ran a regional as a carpet.
Indoor carpet.
And then outdoor for the Astro on the Sunday. Because the weather was just going to be that bad.
Yeah. The carpet track could do a national. I'm not sure what the lap time is now it's carpet. I know at the Euros it was quite a short lap on clay.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Ideally you need a mid-20s lap time. But carpet on honeycomb, I think you'd be all right. But then the National Series, I think, is one tyre for all 6 tracks now, which kind of restricts
mezzos and cut stagger.
Yeah,
mezzos do work on carpet.
Yeah,
not brilliantly, but
it would make it too quick and rip the carpet up. Yeah. The honeycomb is what makes it a good track because the car moves around.
Yeah, MKGP used to use mezzos.
Little Murphy, James needs to add an 8V buggy track at RHR as well. Don't tempt him.
He's got the space for it.
So the track we're racing on was an 8th track. So it started off as a 10th off-road club, then went to 8th scale. So it was an 8th track for a long while. And then the York club got involved and kind of rejuvenated it into what it is today. So there's some, I think in the main race control hub, there's some pictures of what it was.
Yeah, there is, yeah.
Yeah, so it was an 8th scale track back in the day at one point. So Group 4 practicing on track. Your drivers, Mark Christopher, Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell, Ben Ellis, Martin Lear, Chris Bowden, Lee Stokes, Roger Mills, Nicholas Harwood and Simon Hall are your drivers. And lap times, 25.4 for Luxford, 25.8 Mark Christopher, 25.9 Phil Campbell. So these guys getting more of them into the 25s. But still lap times are falling as we move through the heats. Little Murphy's remembers a concrete corner painted in red and white. Yep, that was over near the X-ray banners that you can see on shot, if I remember rightly. We had the bank corner under where the camera was. We had like the straight was always where it is now, but there was like a step off onto it. It was like a tabletop with a kicker at the end of it.
Way before my time.
And then when it became an 8th track, it kind of added an extra lane. So I think this little bank corner in front of us was kind of onto the straight, but the straight is where the marshals were stood. And then the 8th track added an extra lane on. All sorts. But yeah, the venue's certainly changed over the years. Dare I say, for the better. Now got a permanent camera stand. We've got a mobile commentary hut, which I think Cam's a fan of. I think Cam might hook it up to his car and take it to the next national as well.
It's nice being at events and doing whatever, but it's no fun being in a tent sometimes or a gazebo.
It's depends on the weather. I remember the first event I did for RCTV was the Germany e-buggy Euros, and we were in a tent at the end of the straight. It was absolutely fine. It was really good because you were right next to a track, which I like. It builds the adrenaline almost. But we were right next to a speaker, and that was just. It was all, I couldn't hear much because I had my headphones on, but Matt was getting infuriated with noise coming through on the stream. So,
my first RCTV was last August, and it was the EFRA 1/8 IC track Euros at Halifax.
Yeah,
which was really good. Again, we had the same. We had a similar sort of problem as where we'd been put was like onto where the loop is as you come out of the pit exit at Halifax.
Yeah.
Where they put a shipping container there with some scaffolding above, which was great, except we were smack bang next to the smokers area.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't do that.
And the fun thing is, it wasn't too bad when the British drivers were having a smoke, but when the Europeans were, whatever they're
what we're smoking. They were having a good time.
They are having a good time.
So a couple of comments on the track. On the chat. I think the Nitro has noise and smell and all that, but e-buggy is really fun and a great cross. I do agree, e-buggy, commentating the e-buggy events, e-buggy is mega.
It is.
Like, you can have, the cars don't break, the racing is so fun.
It's just fast, direct.
Love the e-buggy stuff. And then a comment from Mark Archer, getting an Armour Vortex 3S brushless temp scale next week.
Oh, nice.
Only ever used Nitro. So you will enjoy the electric. The speed of brushless and LiPo is a bit ridiculous, but fun.
Does it really not make you interested in getting back into racing cars?
Oh, absolutely. But I couldn't do temp scale again because I'd be too slow.
Oh, you can come.
It's all relative. So I've not raced since pre-COVID. So I look at the names in the list, and when I was racing, I would relatively easily beat them. But that was 7 years ago. And the expectations that I carry would be that I should still be beating him, and the reality is, I did the Euros here a couple of years ago, and I was in like the E-final.
Well, it's still an achievement.
It is, but it's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I really enjoy this, giving back to the RC world that I've had the joy of being part of for God knows how long. I think my first RC trophy, I want to say, was 97.
2 years before I was born.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that was an event we used to do at RAF Linton on Ouse, indoor RAF base in somewhere not far from here, I don't think, somewhere in Yorkshire. So yeah, that was my. I've been racing probably 30 years.
Wow.
So yeah, quite a while. What have we got? We've got group number 5 out practicing. So Riley Butler, Will Skidmore, Zach Edwards, Chris Headlam, Jack Mills-White, Michael Halsey, Scott Wyman, Aaron Carberry, Martin Heward. All moves round as you come through to put laps on with your drivers. And modified, ETS modified A-Leg 2 is just going out for warm-up. If anyone's interested in that. JV Goes Racing on the chat. The track looks wild. The track is brilliant. And Brian Preddy, good to see you yesterday, Brian. Essex Carpet Clash doing endurance at their Christmas round. They do, Brian, but I think it was cancelled last year. I was actually supposed to be there. I think it got cancelled.
I'd love to do that, but Essex is a very long way from North Nottinghamshire.
It's not that far.
It's far enough when you don't drive.
You don't drive?
I don't drive.
How do you get around? How do you get here? There isn't a bus to Robin Hood.
I'm very thankful to Aaron Nash for bringing me and taking me home later.
That's wild.
I know.
I didn't consider that.
Friends in many places.
Aaron Nash will be going to the Carpet Clash.
Maybe.
Endurance. Anyway, I think, one-off RC endurance races are brilliant. There's 2 that I'm aware of. One is in Germany. It might be the same race. So I think there's a Germany touring car race where you build the car.
Oh, I've heard about
this. So you start with a sealed kit. It's Tamiya thing. You start with a
That
sealed
is-
box and you build the car and go racing. And that is like, as a one-off event, I think brilliant.
That's awesome.
Mark Archer's asking where he can use his armour. Free cell brushless. Oh, I don't know. I mean,
Whereabouts are you based, firstly?
yeah, where are you based, Mark? I think you can use it on pretty much any temp scale track, if it's a temp scale buggy. So the BRCA site, brca.org, will list all the tracks in the UK and also contacts for all the clubs. But I'm sure there's plenty of places where you can use that. Just make sure to ask the club's permission before you go and do so. So practice number 5 coming to a conclusion. ETS round 1 modified A final leg 2 is go. And Coelho leads away from pole. Orlowski chasing him down.
Oh, so they've just gapped Simon Lauter already.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Has Lauter made an error? I don't know if that's Lauter in third. Lauter is running a brand new car, basically.
I've
'Cause he
seen that he...
Is went home in a dustpan.
it was
The best touring car crash I've ever seen.
So basically, yesterday was brilliant on RCTV because not only you got the last lap drama,
Today's going to be brilliant as
and
well.
it's going to be brilliant today, but you've got all this going off at ETS.
You
as
do.
well.
Mark Archer's in the northwest near Liverpool, so your local club will be Southport. Always sunny in Southport.
Southport, Bury.
Bury has got one. I think there's Formby as well, but that's Liverpool, I think, is the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mark Archer, if you get on brca.org is one place to start, or if you Google Southport Radio Car Club, that'll be another place. Or if you find a guy called Aidan Burke on Facebook, Aidan Burke is kind of like the oracle of Northwest racing these days. Going back, best touring car crash I've ever seen is Gran Canaria ETS. So it was in like a, tennis court fencing that you get. So the track was fenced off of that. And this car down the straight, you heard like a little something scratch the body shell almost. And then the car just did not stop. And the gap at the bottom of the fencing was maybe 3 inches. And this car, the pinion had come off. So he had no brakes. Just ploughed straight under. And they had to dismantle the car to get it back out from under the fence.
To be fair, I think that definitely gives Mr. Coelho's crash at...
that was a big one at TITC, wasn't it? Yeah.
Lost
where the
his
wing
rear
fell
wing.
off. Yeah, that was crazy. Talking of Mr. Coelho, 2 minutes down and 3 to go. He has a 1 second lead over Orlowski. Lauter running third, Reinhard fourth, Volker fifth in ETS, if anyone cares. Brian Preddy says Southport are running today. So Mark Archer, if you want to head off to Southport, sunny Southport, Victoria Park, I believe, is where they race. So
We'll
head
be there later this year.
The National Series will be there. I don't have the date. I'll find the date because it might be of interest to you. So let's have a look. Who told me the dates?
I think it's next month.
Southport National
I think
is
Southport is the next on
20th
the
and 21st of June.
It
So
is.
Mark Archer, if you want to go around Southport on the 20th or 21st of June, not only will RCTV be there, but you'll also see 10th Electric Off-Road National. If you want to go today, I think it's Victoria Park. I'm pretty sure it's Victoria Park in Southport is where they race. You can't miss them. It's right next to the Bowls Club and quite a nice Chinese.
Thank you, Mr. Cockers. That's great news.
Within walking distance.
Oh, it's even better.
Funny Southport story. We were there many years ago, and one of the racers, I'll keep him nameless for now, one of the racers couldn't understand, that they couldn't take card at the bar. It was cash only. He's from London. And then he also couldn't quite comprehend that it was like £10 for a round for like 20 people. Brian Preddy, on Rotten Row, that is true. So the Southport track is Rotten Row. So what's happening? We're on practice group number 6, and it is Cameron Wells, Keith Halsey, Matthew Hodges, Richard Miller, Chris Pattinson, Emily Heward, Dave Burton, Stephen Harley, Ryan Preston and Will Fisher are your drivers. Lap times 25.3 best for Cameron Wells. Brian Preddy, thanks for your comments on the chat. Good to see you yesterday, so we didn't have time to catch up. And ETS is coming into final 50 seconds, and Coelho has a 1.2 second lead over Orlowski. So that must mean Orlowski put a move on Bruno yesterday. Ah, okay. One mistake or two? Oh, they're hideous. As soon as they get into yaw, they're probably losing the aero. All I can tell you is those new touring car shells look hideous. And I can't remember his name. Hot Race, I think it's a Hot Race guy. Bitty Design. They do the LMP shells. I agree they should run LMP shells because they look mega.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're all the same. But yeah, the current shells look hideous.
Give me a 10.
But then again, I saw a body shell, I can't remember what it was now, and I didn't think that was the prettiest either on a 10th off-road car this week. Let me see if I can find it. Not that I am any sort of arbiter of good taste when it comes to body shells.
I don't know if anybody was waiting for us to go live earlier and noticed a very, very pretty looking purple car on the thumbnail. That's my car. I don't think Matt will be listening, but yeah, that's my car.
Is that because you were told to get a picture of a car on the track and
yes.
you didn't quite manage that?
It wasn't even that. I think I could have just picked any car, to be fair. I was just like, it's just the one that was right next to me at the time. And I think it was best just to leave everybody alone yesterday evening and just let everybody just simmer for a little bit and just just relax and
not argue, debate.
Debate, yes. I know.
So that's a wrap of group number 6. I can't seem to. There we go.
Oh, that's, of course it's American. That's interesting. We're not going to name the brand.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of that.
No. But that it'd work. Surely that would work well on dirt.
I don't know. So
in theory.
I'm going to. It looks like. It does kind of look like an old school shell, like a Cat 2000, just with no side pods. Yeah. But from that angle, I'm going to say. Not the prettiest.
No.
But it does have design cues from the past, so you know. Maybe we're just all used to these cab forward nonsense.
It's just a bit egg shapey.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
You look at the difference between what they were running here and what they run at the Worlds. Basically, just run a big dorsal fin.
Yeah.
On the rear of the car.
I've tested all sorts of stuff in the past, and unfortunately, it does make a difference.
Even rear wings make a difference.
Yeah.
Now. Unless your name's Davide Angaro.
He was just on it that day. There was no beating him that day. Mark Archer, any of you run nitros? Can't beat the sound and smell of them. I don't run nitro. RC Racing TV does cover nitro events.
We do cover a lot of nitro,
and they are fantastic. But
stink.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an electric boy myself.
I love them, but at the end of the day, when you're working, you just go home and you just got a headache.
Yeah,
you just stink of nitro. Even better because at the Neo over Easter weekend, if you want to go and watch some of the back, head over to RCTV. On the YouTube and just go and watch bits of that back. There was some drama in that as well.
The Neo is one of the greatest races because it is truly the equaliser. Because brand new track, no one's ever raced on it. Surface that not many people race on, and it develops over a week, and no one really knows how. But
the track, it doesn't. The only thing that track gets is a spray of water.
Yeah.
No tyre juice. No tampering in any sort of way. All they do is flatten the track and water it, and that is it.
And a bit of manure. Over the year.
Maybe.
So, group number 7's on track. Your drivers are James Dixon, Scott Follington, Peter Craig, Andy Manning, Evie Thames, James Pritchard, Manny Panasar, Chris Foster, Graham Lyle, and Craig Lomax. And for those of you watching, joined us online, it's a bit of a chit-chat session at the minute. So if you've got any questions or comments, drop them in the chat and we will respond. I promise you, as we get to qualifying, we will focus more on the racing. I'd just like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for enabling us to bring you this live stream. Those sponsors are TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher, and X-Ray. And if you want the 60-second synopsis of yesterday, you'll have to tune in to RCTV News when it's released. What day? Is it Friday it's released?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. So close.
Even better, if you're an RCTV hero, you get to watch it before anybody else does.
Even better. Exclusive access for our RCTV heroes.
You get a few hours earlier, but still, it's worth it.
Hey.
This,
Next.
Yeah.
Who did it better, Bruno or Ben?
Question of the week. Well, pass of the week will be an interesting one.
Well, yeah, that's a good point, actually.
If you've seen any passes from yesterday's coverage, today's coverage.
Any RC racing.
If you've been watching, or you've got your own footage, if you've been doing anything across the world, head over to shout@rcracingtv.com. Send us the footage. Let us know where you're racing, what your name is, and who was doing the overtake. And you might make it into this week's RCTV News.
Yeah.
We're really trying to push this
pass of a week.
Because it is great, some of the moves that you see from last week.
There was a fantastic move yesterday. I can't remember who it was. Around the end of a straight. There was a brilliant move around the end of a straight, dropping in front of race control. Someone sent it.
I can't remember who it was, but I remember.
See, if my media support... I'm going to sound like a right diva here. If my media support team had given me the tools, I'd have tagged it so that you wouldn't have to go through 8 hours of footage to find it.
I'm just going to turn his microphone off now.
Another option is if you can just analyse the stream of where my voice goes really high-pitched and loud. That's probably where it is. Yeah. But no, I can't remember which main it was, but it was a stellar move. And we've got to cut up Josh Holdsworth's comments from yesterday in our RCTV News section. We showed him a replay, and his response was, I'd have turned left. So we'll add that overlay to our TV News section.
Yeah, let's just keep digging that hole further. Why don't we?
So Group 7 done and dusted. Evie Thames, Manny Panesar and Peter Craig into the 24s. Andy Manning 24.02. Cracking lap from Andy. Scott Follington 24.81. So some quick laps there for Group 7. Group 8 is going up to practice next. Yeah, I think I like the pass of a week section.
It is good.
It's good.
Can you remember any passes from your past career that you think that really sticks out and you remember?
No, don't. No? I remember passing Neil Cragg here down the straight, which gave me the win. I think it was leg 3, as his front wheel fell off.
Just fell off, or you knocked
it off?
No, fell off.
It fell off.
Okay.
That was back in the day when, for whatever reason, the B44s, the front left wheel just fell off all the time. So yeah, I remember that pass. I don't really remember any stellar passes I've done. In fact, there's one, again, not really a pass. It was a crash. But there was Torch National. There was like a double jump. I think it was Bloomers. He'd crashed and he was maybe... no one can see, but maybe like... how big's that? 1.5 foot?
Yeah.
1.5 foot gap on the inside between where Darren had crashed and the corner on the downslope of his jump, and I came over and landed right in the gap, and that was a good move. I've had some good wheel-to-wheel action down straights and come off worse. Well, that's not unusual for me.
I actually, to be fair, I think one of the most... I only remember this because it's most recently. Last year at the final round of the Mid-East Regionals, me and Gibbo had a hell of a battle.
Yeah.
I'd started second on the grid. I'd fluffed it on the first lap, so I was last.
Yeah.
Out of 10. I managed to get it all the way back to second by the third lap.
Oh,
and
that's
then me and
good going.
Gibbo just went back and forth for the rest of the race. And it was brilliant. I just could not get past him. Because the only thing about Endor is it's such a tight track sometimes.
Yeah.
Fantastic facilities and fantastic track, but it was difficult.
It's tight.
As you can see on the cameras, where we're looking at all the features today, they were quite narrow yesterday. They've opened. It's
opened up, yeah.
They've very much opened up today. So where you're looking under the rostrum, where the bottom left corner is of the timing on the screen, that was up onto the tabletop, round that, in and round, and it was quite tight. It was very much that sort of
layout.
So it was quite difficult to actually get an overtake and to make it stick. You were very much hoping just to get somebody on the straight.
Yeah, I think the best RC pass I remember is Leroy on Martin Malanka at EOS. No, it was like the cornered step down. Yeah, Scotty commentated it, and it was, I can't remember his comment. It was something about school. It was fantastic. That was best. But my best overtake would have to be McCaterham's. So when I was Caterham racing and we were down the back straight at Silverstone, coming into, I want to say Stowe Corner, but I can't remember. And Caterham's are amazing because you get a mega toe if you're behind. So like you're all in a long line and then you just fan out. Everyone fanned out in front of me, 4 wide. I had the overspeed from the toe, so I just went to the grass. So there's a brilliant picture. It was a fantastic picture of like 4 wide Caterhams and me on the grass, still flat out holding it. So that's my best ever overtake. But RC wise, I can't remember any. Just can't remember. I'm sure I must have overtaken someone at some point, not because a wheel fell off or because I crashed.
I'd like to think you overtook somebody at some point.
I'd have thought so. So Group 8 coming to a conclusion, and I've got a load of drivers in the 24s in this one. No one in the 23s. So these drivers: Ben Elliott, Harry Saunders, Reece Ward, Charlie Simmons, Roger Tugwood, Alex Pyatt, Ruben Russell, Dylan Richardson, Stanton, Matthew Dodd are all coming to their conclusion. So that's a wrap of group number 8. Ben Elliott with a 24.2, Harry Saunders 24.1. So most of these guys in the 24s. Group number 9 going to be coming up next. Group 9, you are next.
Group 9, just a very quick one just before they go out. Hattie Thames out in this one. A very happy 21st birthday, Hattie.
Oh, happy birthday, Hattie.
She won't hear this, but I'm sure...
Oh, she will later when I sing happy birthday to her.
Oh, yes.
We can't play music over the live stream, can we? Because
Nope.
YouTube kicks us off.
Yep. Please don't. I don't fancy being copyright striked.
No. I remember getting told off for trying to do that.
No. It's just, I mean, technically, I don't think it's copyright. Happy
No, but
birthday.
where you play it from, it'll automatically
Yeah.
tag it.
It's in the public domain, but...
So what you're telling me is I can sing it, but we can't
Yeah.
play it.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. I don't think anybody wants to hear you sing, though. That's a slight thing.
Well, tough.
Maybe later.
So, drivers for practice number 9, James Helliwell, Tristram Neal, Andy Woods, David Scott, Ben Stevenson, Kevin Hodkinson, Hattie Thames, Stephen Brown, Reece Truava, and Callum Truava. That's going to be easy, isn't it? Reece and Callum in the same race. Has Trish got his pink wheels on today? No, thank God.
I know for a fact he will be racing with pink wheels later.
He is.
He was gluing some up last night.
What's that all about? That is one thing I do like about this new tyre rule, is you can get your tyres glued up way before. And you don't need 7 sets in a day.
No. Don't forget it's controlled tyres, front and rear.
Controlled foam, or is foam
As far
open?
as it's still open. But your tyres now, obviously, mezzo on the rear, as it always has been. But your controlled tyre now is cut stagger. Schumacher cut staggers.
Comment from Brian in the chat talking about passes. One of my pass outs must be memorable. It's not. It's just gone 10 a.m. Brian. We'll save that one for later. Oh, there's things you get up to on European RC events.
Oh dear. I've heard many a story about who's probably the worst.
Drescher.
I think I've heard some stories about the Killiches.
It's usually the hire cars that I feel sorry for. No, I've had some fun times abroad. I remember one time coming back to my... this was probably fair cop as well. Coming back to my car on fire on my table.
How did that happen?
Well, can of brake spray, brake cleaner and a lighter. I can't remember what I'd done to deserve it, but I did deserve it.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was cosmetic. It was only the body shell. At the same Euros, I can tell this story because there was no Brits involved. So the big marquee, we had glued Reinhardt's car to the table. So when he picked his car up, to go to the podium, and he dragged the table along with him. Anyway, someone else, I think it was a Spanish lot, had glued someone's car to the roof, which was hilarious because they couldn't find my car until they took it off and left a big hole in the marquee. So yeah, it was just fun times. Fun times. Yeah, gluing tools to tables and all sorts.
I think the worst I've done was somebody had really got on my nerves, and I think I'd moved their entire pitting to their table and chair on top of a shipping container. So right, you've been to Endor?
I've not been there, no.
You've never been, right? So they've got the 8th track. They've now got the 10th Astro track as well. And the 10th Astro track is 2 shipping containers. One running parallel to the track and one running adjacent to the track. And the roster is built on top of it, except you go up one set of steps, down the other side. But one set of steps, you can get onto one of the shipping containers. I just put his chair and table up there. Looking around for ages, where's his table gone? And anybody that's in the Manor Aussie group chat will know exactly what I'm talking about. He was walking around for a good 10 minutes trying to figure out where his table had gone.
Oh, yeah, it's many a good European Championships. I would say to all the Brits watching online, if you ever get a chance to go and race in Europe, do it. It's just fantastic.
If anybody gets a chance to race at Hoodie Arena next year for the Worlds.
Oh, fantastic venue, yeah.
Not only is it going to be brilliant, but just the World's just there.
Yeah. Second time it's hosted Worlds. Is it on clay again? It is,
it's on the date.
Last time it was... Who won? Spencer and Quayle won, didn't they?
Yeah.
Ongaro was like a Nats whisker away in two-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's a sealed dirt. So the only track where you get as such is the just vaporized rubber.
Yeah.
Rubber crumb. So they've got blowers and
Yeah.
brushers and.
Yeah.
There we go. So we've
So Aaron Nash on the chat, took him ages to find it. He clearly knows what he's talking about. Alexis RC. I'm not going to mention names, but wild experiences in a hire car. Oh, the other absolute fan. Everyone's probably heard this story, but I don't know if Cam has. You definitely were, Stu. Back, it must have been 2012 era. The British racers got a little excited post-event. So this was an event where we set a run of tyres, and they were dirt tyres, so they were like big, foamy, soft tyres. And everyone had bagfuls of them at the end of the event. Don't know how it started, but we kind of got into a game of Call of Duty in the hotel. So, like, you know how hotel room doors are set back, so you got like little high alcoves you can hide behind. Lobbing these tyres at each other. Anyway, the hotel, the walls and ceiling are covered in black tyre marks. Someone went back like 4 or 5 years later for an event, stayed in the same hotel, and said, "Yeah, the tyre marks are still there." That one was funny. That was unreal. So yeah, and I came into this era of racing after the real fun stuff happened. Like the late 90s, I think, was a different kettle of fish. So, practice group number 10. We'll probably turn our attention to some track action now. Practice group 10, your drivers, Isaac McFadden, Matthew Thompson made the main yesterday. Good on him. Stuart Marn, Tommy Dale, Johnny Skidmore, my pick for a win today. Ollie Frost, Lewis Hopkins, Matt Druitt, Liam Robinson and Colin May are your drivers. And Johnny Skidmore, 23.56. Matt Thompson, 23.37. Both of them in the A final yesterday. Isaac McFadden was BQ. Don't know whether he won the B final, but he was BQ. Oh, do you guys know about the BQ hat? No. Again, just the youth of today have no fun. So back in the day, I can't remember where it came from, but essentially we started a thing where whoever was in the BQ had to wear the BQ hat, and it was like a safety hat, like a hard hat. And that was like, oh, it's funny, but then so what? So we then changed it so you had to add something to it. So we ended up, and there was a national at Bury Metro just after Triple X4 had come out, and like every Triple X4 snapped on every run, basically, at front shock tower. So this hat ended up with a chassis glued to it with like 20 shock towers. Someone put like 5 cells in it with a fan. So because it's back in the day when we all ran fans, it had like it was nuts, and it was just by the end of it was like this hat was like 2 kilos, 2-3 kilos, and whoever was BQ had to wear it and glue something to it. And then like one of the events was Tiverton, where we used to cut and shut tyres. So you had a load of strip out the middle of the tyre. So it had hair on it and everything. It was brilliant. And then I think Leroy sold it on eBay, but never posted it out. So I don't know where it ended up.
We'll have to get him in and ask.
That was Isaac McFadden, should have been wearing BQ hat yesterday. So we've still not seen any 22s this round of practice. I think we saw one last time.
The track is a lot.
Yeah, 22.5 from Ben
cooler.
Smith. It is cooler here today, and it was sunny earlier. The black cloud is kind of coming over us. I mean, I don't mind if it rains, sat in a nice little commentary cupboard.
I don't mind if it rains.
I think cameraman might. And the racers certainly will. Stuart Marn, 23.7. Isaac McFadden, 23.6. 23.3 for Matt Thompson. 23.3 from Johnny Skidmore. Robinson Dale in the 23s as well, as is Lewis Hopkins. These guys are coming into finishing times. So that's a wrap of group number 10. Group 11, you will be next. Group 11, you are next for practice. And then we'll be going straight into qualifying. The sun makes a break for it.
Hallelujah. Oh, thank you to Rob Swallow in the comments a little bit earlier on.
Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Brian Preddy. There you go.
Oh, wow.
That was one of them.
That's
so
incredible.
Brian Preddy has just sent me a very young Danny McGee with a hat probably over hairy now doesn't have with a BQ hat. That's superb.
I think that shows safe to put it up to the camera and we can. We've got a new interview camera today. If you pull it back a bit. There we go.
Let me turn my brightness up.
That is the BQ hat that we were talking about. That is incredible.
And a very, very young Danny McGee.
Is it a racing tradition that you think should be brought back?
Absolutely. They tried to bring it back with a dress that I was forced to wear at Torch. Don't ask me why there was a dress in the Torch race control, but there was. So I did I think it was four-wheel drive national B final wearing a dress at Torch once upon a time.
I hope and pray there are photos of that somewhere. There has to be.
Brian Preddy will send it through in a minute. It'll be on Oople somewhere.
Oh, what a throwback!
And that's not the worst photo of me on Oople. That's a bad thing. Fun times. So, practice group number 11. Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Aaron Nash, Eugene Galley, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Anthony Jones, William Venables, and Hudson Knight are your drivers. Leroy's probably popped that drive shaft back in on his car. And down the straight he goes. 23.2 opener. Quickest lap we saw in round one was a 22.58 from Ben Smith. So 22.58 is the target. The sun has come out. So sunshine is shining. And it's another 23.2 for Leroy, so he's consistent. 23.6 for Thomas Phipps. For all of them in the 24s or 23s. Holdsworth, Nash, Tumulty, Phipps and Martin all in the 23s. Everyone else in the 24s. And we are about half race distance through this practice. Only 3-minute practice for these guys. 2 lots of 3 minutes is all they get.
That brings back some memories. Oople.
Yeah.
Oople Off-Road Series. It's my first real memory of a big race meet, and I think it was actually here that I actually came to. And we were just... food, alcohol, ring of fire. I remember that. Ring of fire at the end of the straight.
Were you here on the... Yeah, we used to do Ring of Fire there. Did you see the one with Joey Cockhill and the broomstick?
Yes.
I think I had to repair that car because I encouraged the broomstick to come out. Have you seen the photos, Stu? Brilliant photo of someone doing a jump and Joey's there with a broomstick and pats his car, but he snaps the broomstick in half. Oh, fantastic.
Definitely bring back. But Oople was great because it was like a mini national with it wasn't.
It was
just a weekend of just.
It was just fun.
Mucking around.
Racing was fun.
Yeah.
Which is
not saying that this isn't fun, but there was no pressure. Could just do whatever. Oh, who's on the roof? Into finishing times now. Heat number 11. One more heat to go, and then we are into qualifying here on Sunday morning. at the BRCA 110 Off-Road Nationals. Thank you for watching us on RC Racing TV. Don't forget, if you're enjoying the coverage, you can join us as a channel member, become an RCTV hero. You get loads more exclusive content, discounts off of merch. Not only RCTV merch, but we now have EFRA merch, and we also have No Name RC podcast merch as well. Oh, an NRC.
Still don't know who does that because he doesn't have a name. Don't worry, I'm here all day.
Supposedly Lefty gets asked about this all the time, and it genuinely is just like, because I couldn't think of a name.
So, best lap in that practice, Lee Martin, 22.9, 22.98 for Josh Holdsworth as well. So, a couple of guys into 22. Sorry for cutting you off there, Cam. I thought we are here for a race, and I should probably say something about it.
It's only practice, it's fine.
But yeah, Opel Series, those were good days.
Somewhat it's not making a comeback as such, but they're doing a memorial race up at
I think so,
South
yeah.
Lakes.
Unfortunately, we've lost both Jimmy and Damien Whittle, both the key components of the Opel Series back in the day. So yeah, I think nice memorial race. Damien Whittle and Adam Skelding used to have the best races in short course. And unfortunately, I think Damien lost every time. Skelding's short course truck had like 6 number 1s on it from each year. Yeah, good. Just fantastic times. And that is what RC racing is. Fantastic.
No.
Even if you get beat to the line on the last lap of leg 3 of the National A final, it's still fantastic. Too soon?
Just keep poking. It's all right. You'll know about it when Gary Barlow comes get you later.
Did you? How did the Arsenal game go last night?
No, Arsenal lost, so it's brilliant. But
did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it.
Did you manage to predict who was going to miss as well, based on the stupid run-ups?
Oh, I just wanted Arsenal to lose. So.
I mean, I
apologise to Russ Gardner because I know we were watching somewhere, but
why do they do it? Like, just put your foot through it, back of the net, job done. If a good penalty gets saved, you're not a baddie.
Yeah.
If you
on target.
If you spaz up because you're doing a little dance, it's just come on. Anyway.
I am reliably informed in this heat that Ben Smith is running a different type of body shell.
What, white?
Obviously white, but a different shape.
Is that... Well, it's not as... Well,
supposedly, it's off of an old car.
In my subjective opinion, it's not quite as ugly as the one that I've just shown you.
Oh, no. I asked Mr. Galley.
But it is still a cab forward thing.
It is, yeah. But it can't remember what car it's off. It's off a previous Schumacher.
It looks like the K1 body shell.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was the L1, maybe.
K1, K2, L1, F.
So what have we got in terms of lap times? Ben Smith, 22.8, 23.0, Tommy Hall. Maybe the track's got a little slower, or they've just all detuned the cars. 23.5 Harley Eldridge, 23.6 Charlie Saunders, 22.95 for Daniel Pole, and then 24s for Ackroyd Bench, Jamie Hall, Tomlinson, Shillito Everest, and Archie Bowman. We are, 1 minute of practice left, and then we go into qualifying, and I promise you our chat will turn to toy cars.
Ish.
Because I appreciate it's been a bit of a... a bit of a non-toy car stuff.
It's still been toy cars, but it's just been reminiscing.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to reminisce when you're my age.
Now, just because I'm old.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday. It's the fact that when I first started racing, we were just on the way out of Nymph batteries, and we're into LiPo batteries already. I think my first proper racy car was TCO2C, and then I moved to the...
Was that a rear motor?
No, I had the mid motor.
So you've never driven rear motor?
No, I've driven one, which is the LRP Twister, but again, that was a toy compared to...
Brushless was, I think, 06.
Yeah.
06 euros.
I'm trying to think back to what Chris Granger was telling Ollie about in the...
I think the 06 Euros in Austria is where brushless became a thing in off-road. Was it 06?
On road, it was about the same.
Yeah. 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 Lipos, I think, were a little bit later. So, practice 12 and full drive practice coming to a conclusion. Ben Smith, 22.07. So if we don't see a 21 from him today, I'll be disappointed. Tommy Hall and Daniel Pole, 22.6s, 23s across the board for everyone else. And that's a wrap of practice. We're going to plug in, so we go to the track now. So good morning and welcome to all those that can hear us trackside. We are now live on RC Racing TV. Practice has concluded and the benchmark has been set. 22.07 hot lap from Ben Smith. So I'll be expecting 21s throughout the day. But now we turn our attention to qualifying. And heat number 1 is out on warm-up. Your drivers for Heat 1, Robert Tyers, Kenan Miller, Arthur Griggs, David Anderson, Charlie Hall, Zach Whittleston, Jesse Russell, David Milford, Richard Hipkiss and Bruce Lee. Someone's giving my camera a wipe. I don't know where Cam's run off to. Hopefully he can tell me if he can hear. So, Heat 1 gridding up. So, heat number 1, rocking and rolling. Robert Tyers leads off the drivers. And we are following Robert as he comes around the banking and down the straight to complete lap number 1. And he opens up with, it's Kenan Miller, sorry, that we're following. Robert must have had a bit of an error. But 27.75 for Kenan. And he opens up quickest. So cars coming into the soil, dropping down into the step up, jump out of it around the blue cone. So the yellow wheeled car is, they've both got yellow wheels. The first car on track is Robert Tyers, Kenan Miller, second car on track. So we're following Robert as he comes over the front side tabletop. Doesn't drop down, they turn right today, dropping into the bomb hole, opposite direction of yesterday. Through the switchbacks. And then a really, really difficult section as they go up and down the corner tabletop. Then he jumps out the step up, round, and then comes onto the banking and slingshots down the straight. That is lap number 3 on the board for Robert. And it was a 26.2 last time by. That was his best lap. And we've got Grum RC on the live chat. Come on, Charlie Hall. So Charlie Hall getting some support online. Brian Preddy just giving me a education on brushless motors for those that you listened earlier. 2006 first brushless system. 2007 is more modern brushless systems. So we've still got Robert Tyers leading from Kenan Miller and Bruce Lee. So the 10 car is going to be coming through from the back. So try and give him space. Try and pick him up. But the 10 car is running quick. Was running third. Is running third. Just 0.4 of a second separating 6, 1 and 10. So Zach Whittleson is also running very quick. So try and get the 6 car. So the 6 car coming down the straightaway now. The yellow and blue car is your race leader. So 3 cars at the end of the straight. The yellow and blue one is your leader last time by. So let's give him some space as he comes through. Collects a back marker. Going to lose a couple of tenths, but gets away with it. The 10 car of Bruce Lee has got plenty of space. So looking at the front, it's Zach Whittleson now. He's going to take it up by 2 seconds over Robert Tyus and Arva Griggs. So Arva running good as well. So race leader goes down the straightaway in the yellow and blue car. Comes round in front of race control. Jumps up and down. Comes round in front of the rostrum. Onto the tabletop. Hairpin off. Drops down into the bommel and out again. Then coming back to the undulations. Dropping down. And then we'll come into the step up. Down and up past the cone of doom, and then going to come down the straightaway this time by to put 7 laps on the board, and I think that's the 2 car of Kenan Miller in front. So Kenan, just be aware, race leader is behind you on track. You're both running good, and you're running first and third. Robert Tyus, you run in second. Arthur Griggs third. Jesse Russell fifth. And you've got Bruce Lee, David Milford, Charlie Hall, David Anson, and Richard Hipkiss are your drivers. So just getting corrected. Sorry, Arva. I'm a pro at butchering names, and yours is the latest on a long list, so apologies. So Zach Whittleson is leading. Robert Tyers for gap, 3.5 seconds in favour of Zach Whittleson. Kenan Miller, you are running third. You are just 1/10 of a second in front of Arva. We correct it as they come by. That gap extends to 1 second as Kenan Miller puts in a quick lap. So our leader should be in the middle of the track. There he goes, coming down, dropping into the bomb hole. Stepping out. Just rubs a pipe on his way past, and again, flicking a wheel in the air. Down the straight, 10 laps on the board. That time by was a 25.5 for Zach. He extends his lead to just over 5 seconds as we come into the final 15 seconds of heat number 1. Your close down order is going to be 6, 1, 2, 3, 10, 7, 8, 5, 4, and 9. Please listen for your numbers.
Ava, yeah. I'm sure you're saying that, unless it's out of speaker, I don't know.
Might be me. It's definitely me. Ava.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers. Sorry, so Group 1 done under Zach Whittleson, Robert Tyus, Bruce Lee, Kenan Miller, Ava Griggs, David Milford, Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall, David Anderson, and Richard Hipkiss. Your full close down, finishing order. So Zach Whittleson, 12, 5 minutes 18 is the target. As we move on to Group number 2. Group 2, you are next. Neil Lewis correcting me in the chat as well. Apologies, Ava. I've got it now, I promise. So drivers for group number 2, Scott Martin, Colin McCaffrey, Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman, Mike Temple, Simon Hudspeth, Simon Preston, Ollie Carberry, and Craig Gibson. Come on, Gibbo. So all the way and counting. Scott Martin leads away the heat. And Craig Gibson bringing up the rear. So we'll give them just a moment to settle in. Oh, Colin McCaffrey hitting the pipe, the bot dot, sorry. Just going to lose a couple of temps. Mr. Smith, can you hear me on the rostrum? I think we need some blue carpet pegging down after this. So 2 laps will be going on the board as they come round this time by. And 25.5 for our leader, Colin McCaffrey, 26.6. Let's see, Simon Hudspeth was quick in practice. He's gone a 26.4. So 26s and 27s out there. Our leader, though, into the 25s. And down the straight he goes, that time by 26.3. So target time for this round is a 12.518 that Zach Whittleson did in round number 1. And on camera we have the 1 car dropping into the step up, jumps out of it, round the cone, nicely done, and going to switch back onto the straightaway. Down the straight he goes, 4 laps on the board, and that time by was a 26.5. So looking at a 12 lap run, as is Colin McCaffrey and Simon Hudspeth. Mike Temple, you're looking to go 11 laps. Craig Gibson, 11 laps. Craig Gibson running well. He's up to 6th. So look out for the mean green machine coming through from the back of the field with yellow and white wheels on it, because Craig does not conform to usual customs. And a beautiful Union Jack wing. That car cannot be missed. So give out the 6 and the 4 car running around together. So that, I believe, is Nathan Stanmore. Sorry, the 10 and the 4 car. Give out doing well here. And looks like that is the 9 car of Ollie Carberry. You're going to be next for our leader if and when he gets there. So the leader rocking the orange, blue and white. Coming up on the all white of Ollie. And Colin McCaffrey, you still run in 2nd. You're about 1.7 seconds in arrears. And Simon Hudspeth, you run in 3rd, a further 2.5 further back. Mike Temple, you're 4th. Then Jamie Careless, in the 6th spot. So down the straight goes our leader. We are 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Full running order. 1, 2, 7, 6, 10, 3, 5, 8, 4 and 9 is the full running order. So 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go. And Scott Martin and Colin McCaffrey now very close on time. Just 0.2 of a second separating those two. So 0.2 of a second separating Scott Martin and Colin McCaffrey as we come into the final minute. And those leaders dropping into the step up now. Out of it again, so 5 car. Thank you very much. Great driving. Down the straight goes Scott Martin, 10 laps on the board. Still both of these two predicted 12 lap runs. So it's going to be this lap and 1 more for our leaders. Simon Hudspeth and Mike Temple, you are also predicted 12 lap runs. As we come into the final 15 seconds, your closing order is McCaffrey, Martin, Hudspeth, Temple, Careless, Gibson, Stedman, Preston, Carberry and Stanmore. Please listen for your numbers. So with the best lap of the race on the final lap, Scott Martin going to take the win from Colin McCaffrey, Simon Hudspeth, Mike Temple, Craig Gibson, Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry and Nathan Stanmore. Your full finishing order. So Scott Martin going to set the time of a 12 in 5 minute 14 is the target. So drivers for group number 3, Miklos Sabadas, Tommy Clark, Trevor Follington, Jonathan Pluke, James Gibbs, Joshua Anderson, Paul Griggs, Philip Hitchman, Ian Headlam and Jason Bing. Come on, Gibbo, get your vest on. You wouldn't have this at junction 16, mate. You'd have had a penalty by now. So all the way and counting for group number 3, and Miklos going to lead these guys round, running a full set of white wheels today, and he's being chased down by the 2 of Tommy Clark very quickly. I think Tommy's son of Adam Clark, who will be out there watching somewhere. So Phil Hitchman leads after 1, so careful guys. 7, 8, 9 and 10 are your front 4. Not in that order, but the 4 cars coming through from the back are quick. So remember, drivers, give each other space. If someone's caught you up, generally means they're quicker. And we're all racing the clock, not each other. So give each other space out there. As the 10 car just gets it wrong slightly. Sorry, 9 car. So after 2, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 10, 2, 9, 3, 1, 4, and 5. Gaps between you are all minimal, so really, really close racing out there. With 2 laps on the board. Someone's over. It's not Miklos, because it's yellow wheels, I see. That looks like the 3 car, so Trevor Follington, just be aware you've rejoined in amongst the leaders. I feel sorry for Mr. Smith on the rostrum, because this one's difficult to get everyone clear track. So drivers, please drive with care and give each other the space they deserve. So on camera, we are following what looks to be the 2 car. But if we drop back 2 to the all green X-ray machine end of the straight, that is your race leader in the form of Joshua Anderson. So Miklos and Tommy, be aware, the green machine with you is the race leader. And Joshua Anderson's lead is 2.5 seconds. So thank you, Miklos. And, well, not thank you, Tommy. Bad place to crash, but you've done well in your recovery. So Tommy and Miklos work together. Otherwise, you'll just ruin your own times. So 7 car of Paul Griggs is coming through as well. So Paul running well. He's the yellow-wheeled car, just coming around in front of race control now, I believe. No, sorry, white-wheeled car. So Miklos, 2nd place is behind you on track as you come through the switchbacks. Your race leader, though, we are watching, comes out the step up. Thank you, Miklos. Great driving. Very careful of you. Appreciate it. So race leader down the straight, Joshua Anderson, last time by, goes 26.0. He's got a best lap of a 25.1, and he's looking at a 5.07, so 12-lap run in 5.07. Paul Griggs, you're looking to go 5.12, And then Philip Hitchman, you're about 3 seconds behind them on track as it stands. And 26.0 last time by for our leader, Josh. He comes down the straight this time by. What's it going to be? It's a 25.5. So that is a good lap from Josh, bringing his average down ever so slightly. Paul Griggs runs in second, then James Gibbs, Jonathan Pluke, Tommy Clark, Miklos Sabadas, Trevor Follington and Jason Bing. Ian Headlam, you jump up to the 5th spot. Philip Hitchman, you run in 3rd, all changing as you guys cross the line. So race leader drops down in front of race control. He jumps out of that. Nice landing on power, drives away into the tabletop, turns right off that, drops into the bomb hole and out again. Comes through the switchback section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them to go at before dropping into the step up, jumps out round the Cone of Doom, and then he will sweep round onto the straightaway, slingshot off the banking, down the straight. 9 laps on the board. That was a 25.5 last time by for Mr. Anderson. Paul Griggs, I think, is behind him on track. Yep. So Paul comes into the corner tabletop. Our leader's over. He's going to land on the pipe, and Paul Griggs is going to go through. So we'll jump forward 1 car. So the 7 car. So 2 cars down the straight are your leaders. We've got Paul Griggs in front on the track, Joshua Anderson behind him on track. Joshua Anderson, long-time leader, but mistake last time by is going to cost him. And Paul Griggs, fastest lap of the race with a 24.96. Joshua Anderson has a champion's roll over onto his wheel. So we'll stick with these 2 down the straightaway, please, into turn 1. So this is your 2 leaders. So the front one of those 2 is Paul Griggs. And he is currently looking at going 5.09 pace. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 3. Paul Griggs going to take that one, 12.508, closing out with the fastest lap of the race. Joshua Anderson, you're going to finish second and go second with a 5.10. Scott Martin, you remain 3rd. James Gibbs, you go in at 5th. Then we've got Headlam, Hitchman, Bing and Zabados go 7, 8, 9 and 10. Clark, Follington and Pluke go 14, 15 and 16. And that's a wrap of group number 3. So group number 4 is next. Group 4 is next, and the target time is a 12.508.65. I've already been told off for butchering names, Cam.
Shock.
Rightly so.
I mean, RCTV are not known for getting names right.
Luckily, Neil Lewis has corrected me in the chat with phonetic spelling.
Thank you, Neil.
So, drivers for group number 4. Andrew Luxford, Chris Bowden, Lee Stokes, Ben Ellis, Martin Lee, Roger Mills, Phil Campbell, Mark Christopher, Simon Hall, and Nicholas Harwood. 5 seconds, drivers. So, off and away, all counting. We are following Andrew Luxford. Cam, who's Andrew Luxford of Andy's Models? Disappointing, you don't know that. So, Andy Luxford leads on track. And he is the green and orange machine dropping into the step up and out again. And target time for these guys was a 12, 5 minutes and 8, set by Paul Griggs in the last run. We'll give them a couple of laps, and then we'll start to see where they are falling out. Grummer RC in the live chat. Come on, Simon Hall. I don't think it's working, mate. He's running in 10th at the minute. Waiting for him to cross the line. Here comes the 9 car. He opened with a 34, not the best of laps. Backs it up with a 31. And we seem to have lost Chris Bowden, unfortunately. So Bowden has expired. Someone's on the roof. That's going to be a costly Marshall. Marshall's there as quick as possible. So who are we going to pick up? We've got Ben Ellis is our leader in the 4 car. So we'll try and pick the 4 car up. He is coming into the step up now, round the Cone of Doom. And he goes right, left, and comes down the straightaway. Yellow wheels on his wagon. Red and yellow Kyosho car. So he led, and as I say that lap was a 27.2, but we'll stick with him. He is 3/10 of a second off the lead as he comes out the bomb hole. Nicholas Harwood, you are 100th of a second from the lead. So 1:10.4 and 7. Phil Campbell, you're half a second separating 1:10.7 and 4. Mark Christopher, you're a further half second behind. So 1 second separating the top 5 in this one. It's 1:47. 1:48, 7 and 10. 1:48, 7 and 10 is the front 5. And you've got Martin Lee Stokes, Roger Mills and Simon Hall. Just had an error from Ben Ellis, so this isn't going to be a great lap from him. Last time by was a 26.1. This time by for Ben is going to be a 26.8, so good marshalling. Andrew Luxford seems to take the lead. We'll wait for the 10 car for Nicholas Harwood to come through. He goes down the straight now, and Nicholas Harwood puts in a 26.9, so he runs in 5th. So it is Andrew Luxford that leads. He's got a 1.2 second lead now over Ben Ellis. We're picking up on camera, looks to be the 10 car, so we'll stick with him in the form of Nicholas Harwood. He's going to drop into the step up now and jump out of it. So he had a bad lap a couple of laps ago. It dropped him down a little bit, running the Serpent machine. And down the straightaway he goes. And that was a 26.01 for Nicholas Harwood. We've got an estimated, well, all of you, well, top 6 of you all estimated to go 12 laps. So Luxford, Ellis, Campbell, Christopher, Harwood and Stokes are looking at 12 lap runs. Martin Lear, you are a fraction off, a 12 lapper, so a good couple of laps in the remaining 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's likely that you will also get on board with that. So as we come into the final minute, Andrew Luxford now leads by 1.7 over Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Nicholas Harwood and Mark Christopher. So we'll try and pick up our leader on camera. He is coming away from the rostrum now, out the bomb hole. Green and red machine going to hang a left, come through the first of 5 switchbacks. 3, 4 and 5. There he goes. Going to power towards the rostrum, drop into the step up, jump out of it, round the cone. I want to say associated, but my eyesight's not that good. The joy of big stickers on the side of cars. Never appreciated it until I was a commentator. So Andrew Luxford on camera is your leader with 30 seconds remaining. His lead last time by over Phil Campbell now is 1.1. So just 1.1 is the lead for Andrew Luxford. Ben Ellis, you drop to 3rd. Nicholas Harwood, you jump up to 4th. Then we've got Mark Christopher, Lee Stokes, Martin Lear, Roger Mills, Simon Hall and Chris Bowden. Mark Burton-Young, bring back the BQ hat. Let's have some fun. I agree. Mark Burton, if anyone's out there listening, we love a BQ hat. Into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So Cam's waited with bated breath.
There we go.
Let's hear it.
I asked Lee Martin where the BQ hat is, and he doesn't know. Probably in a garage somewhere.
But it's in his possession.
It might be, but it also might not be. So I think
was last seen in his possession. Or Roundy. Roundy could have it. So that's a wrap of heat number 4. Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell, Martin Harwood, Ben Ellis, Mark Christopher, Lee Stokes, Martin Lear, Roger Mills, Simon Hall and Chris Bowden. Your finishing order. Paul Griggs, you stay top of a tree. Andrew Luxford, you go in at 3. Campbell in at 5. Martin Harwood 7. And Ben Ellis in at 9. Mark Christopher, you are the unlucky BQ position as it stands in round currently. Lee Stokes, you go in at 19. Martin Lear, you go in at 22. As group number 5 goes out for warm-up. So drivers for group number 5 are Martin Heward, Scott Wyman, Philip Shannon, Michael Halsey, Aaron Carberry, Will Skidmore, Craig Headlam, Jack Mills-White, Riley Butler and Zach Edwards. 3 seconds, drivers. So, off and racing, heat number 5, all away and counting. And we are following the all-red machine. Not quite all red. Red, black and orange. Of Martin Heward. And he goes down the straight, opens up with 27.2. Wyman, you're going to go 26.88. Quickest we've seen so far with half the cars through. Craig Headlam, 24.83. So 7, 8, 9 and 10 cars coming through from the rear. Please give them room. They are rapid. Headlam, Mills, White, Edwards, Butler is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. All of them opening sub 25.5. Looks like the 8 cars already. So there's traffic already. Just be aware, guys. Give each other space. So 7, 8, 10. 7, 8, 10 and 2 is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Headlam, Butler, Mills, White, Edwards and Wyman. I'm sure Big Si on the rostrum is calling through. Oh, careful, guys. See, 8 car of Jack Mills-White just getting hustled out over there, unfortunately. So 9, 7, 10, 2 and 8 is your 1 through 5. 9, 7, 10, 2 and 8. So let's try and give these guys room, give everyone room so they can do the best possible time. So it is Zach Edwards now to a point. 24.5 last time by for Edwards. Headlam, Butler, Wyman. So 10, 7, 9 and 2. Top 3 separated by 1 second. And then Wyman, you're about 1.5 behind that. So Wyman's got nothing but racetrack. And the back lot are in amongst it. So Will Skidmore, be aware. I know you're quick, but you are in amongst the leaders. So Headlam, Butler and Edwards that time by 7, 9 and 10. Then we've got 2 and 6. So who are we following on camera? I should have been watching this. Looks like we've got Skidmore on camera as he tries to go around the outside of one guy. So 9 and 6 work together. Great move. I think that was 9. Well done, Skidmore up the inside. So Skidmore's now got nothing but racetrack. Had nothing but racetrack. And he's on his roof again. So unlucky Will. So you've 7 cars all together on track. You're all on the same postage stamp. Please give each other space. The running order is 7, 9, 10, 2, 6, 8, 1, 4, 5 and 3. And you lot will need to work together for the fastest possible time. Craig Headlam leads Zach Edwards, Riley Butler and Scott Wyman. 7, 10, 9 and 2. Jack Mills-White not far away. The lead for Headlam is about 3/4 of a second. Then we've got a second back to Zach Edwards. Wyman, you go through your best lap that time by. So Scott Wyman your best lap. And down the straight go on camera. Can't see who it is. Someone's just fired it into the fence. Coming down that hill in front of race control is not easy, especially at the speed of four-wheel drive. I thank the track layout designers for making it nice and fast because it gives us loads of carnage on camera. Just what we love. So here we come down the straight. It looks like the 9 car of Riley Butler. So yeah, Riley and Skidmore are the 2 on camera. Riley, you are running 2nd. Skidmore, you are running 5th. I dare say Skidmore's probably got the pace in the machine. Oh, Riley Butler just endos. So Skidmore's going to go through. We'll stick with Skidmore on camera because he's providing the most entertainment. So he comes out the step up. I think that's... So Skidmore down the straight. He goes. Oh, Wyman's over in the middle. I think that's Wyman. So that's going to cost him a couple of seconds. But we have on-camera Skidmore. Last time by for Skidmore, 25.0. Your best lap, Will, was a 24.1. And you will be coming up on the 1 car of Martin Hewitt. Yeah. Next, so Skidmore jumps up to the 2 spot. So Wyman did lose a couple of seconds. So running order now 7, 10, 6, 2, 8, 1, 3, 9, and 5. Time's expired. Please listen for your numbers. So, quick look over in the chat. Sorry, Fawn Tester, we didn't get to follow Riley. I'll get him next time. I'm Mark Burton Young. I wasn't around during radio race car events, but I've heard a lot about them. They were supposed to be fantastic. Results for heat number 5. Headlam, Skidmore and Edwards, you go 1, 2, 3 overall. Wyman and Mills White, you go 5 and 6. Riley Butler, you go in at 8. Phil Shannon, Martin Hewitt, you go 11 and 12. Aaron Carberry, you go in at 22. And then we had Michael Halsey. New target time for Heat 6 is 12 in a 5:03. 12 in a 5:03 is your new target time. So, drivers for group number 6, Cameron Wells, Matthew Hodges, Stephen Harley, Chris Pattinson, Ryan Preston, Keith Halsey, Richard Miller, David Burton, Emily Hewitt and William Fisher. 3 seconds, drivers. So, group number 6, rocking and rolling. We'll give them just a couple of laps to settle in. So 1 minute down, 2 laps going on the board. Your drivers are Stephen Harley, Emily Hewitt, Richard Miller, David Burton, William Fisher. Oh, it's all changed. Drivers, Stephen Harley, Emily Hewitt, Cameron Wells, Matthew Hodges, Ryan Preston, Keith Halsey, Richard Miller, David Burton, Chris Pattinson and Will Fisher. The 10 car is leading, so 10 and 8 coming through from the back. Please give them space. So that's the 10 and the 8 cars coming through from the back of the field. Please give them space as they are your leaders after 2. Let's see what happens after 3. Will Fisher still leading 1 second in front of Chris Pattinson, and Dave Burton 1/4 of a second behind that. Ryan Preston 1/2 a second behind that, then Miller and Halsey all within 2 tenths. So it is 10, 4, 8 is your running order, 10, 4 and 8, and Will Fisher is on for the first 13-lap run. So Will Fisher is going to be the blue and white car. We'll try and pick him up. He's round the end of the straight somewhere, I think. Sorry, cameraman, I'm not being very helpful. But we will pick up the 10 of Will Fisher shortly. See as they come round in front of us. Cameraman's probably already done it because he's better than I am. And there he is on camera. So Will Fisher coming down the straight. So Dave Burton, be aware, race leader behind you. Dave Burton, you're running in 6th place. Not a great lap last time by, but you know what to do. So Will Fisher last time by 25.82, going to drop you off 13-lap pace, but you've still got a 1.3 second lead over Chris Pattinson. Ryan Preston, you now run 3rd. Then we've got Keith Halsey. So we watch as race leader William Fisher down the straight, 6 laps on the board in 2 minutes 30.4. So you are on for a 12-lap run as it currently stands. Last time by was a 24.8. Chris Patterson went 24.4 last time by to reduce the gap to under a second. And then it's 8 tenths of a second back to Ryan Preston. So Patterson and Preston separated by not a whole lot. Patterson last time by was a 25.2. So it is William Fisher that's leading. Although last time by 27.6, not a good lap for him. So we'll pick up the white car coming onto the straightaway now. Round into turn 1. So of those 3 is the 3rd one on track. That is Chris Pattinson, I believe. And he is now your leader. 2 second lead with a 24.66 last time by for you, Chris. You are looking at a 12.501, so not far off the 13-lap run as they come out the step up. You'll be coming up on the 1 car of Cameron Wells next. So Cameron, be aware the race leader is behind you on track. As your race leader drops down in front of race control, jumps. Oh, he's over. No. Wyman's coming. And that is not a good place to crash. Takes Marshall a while to get there. So that is a disaster for Chris Pattinson. So we'll now pick up, and 2nd place is on his roof as well. So Chris Pattinson just goes past a crashing Ryan Preston. So absolute disaster for everyone in this one. No, that wasn't Ryan Preston. Ryan Preston's down the straightaway now. So the white car, we just jumped forward 1. I think that one coming off the, jumping out in front in race control. That is the 5 car of Ryan Preston. He did have a bad lap though, so Cameron Wells going to take it up. We'll stick with Ryan Preston on screen as we come into the final 20 seconds. Your closing order is 1, 5, 10, 4, 8, 6, 2, 3, 9 and 7. So Cameron Wells is your leader. Last time by for Cameron was a 25.0. So Ryan Preston with a 24.4 going to jump to the point. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap. Oh no, waiting for Emily, sorry. So Emily crosses the line, and that's a wrap of group number 6. Ryan Preston and Cameron Wells going to go 2nd and 3rd overall. Chris Pattinson, Will Fisher going to go 6 and 7. Dave Burton, Keith Halsey going at 11 and 13. Then we had Matthew Hodges, Emily Heward, Richard Miller and Stephen Harley. Full finishing order. Group 7, you are next. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute for group number 7. up next. So, group number 7 rocking and rolling. Your drivers, Manny Panesar, Andy Manning, Evie Thames, Chris Foster, Graham Lyle, Craig Lomax, James Dixon, Scott Follington, James Pritchard and Peter Craig. And it was Manny Panesar opening up quickest in the 7 car. So watch out for the 7 coming through from the back of the field. As he goes down the straight to put 2 on the board, he still leads 24.69 last time by for Manny. He is on 13 lap pace. So try and pick up the 7 car on camera. So cameraman's better than me at it. I can only see the numbers as they come by me. I think he's into the step up now. Purple, pink and white with yellow wheels. Just see as he goes down the straight. No, that wasn't him. 25.2, so it looks like cameraman's got him. White and red. White wheels, so absolutely nothing like I described it. So Manny Panesar is your leader after 3 from Chris Foster and James Dixon in the 10. So James Dixon's coming through from the back, so 9 car, be aware. He is behind you on track if he gets there. Meanwhile, Manny Panesar last time by 24.28, going in the right direction and looking for that crucial 13 lap run. As he comes into the switchbacks, 5 of them to go at. And he's going to drop down now into the step up and come out. So we jump forward a couple of cars to one with yellow wheels coming out the bomb hole. There we go, yeah, that one on camera now. I think that's Manny. So it is Manny Panesar still leading. He's done 6 laps in 2:30, so he is looking for a 13 lap run. And he's going to be coming up on the 3 car of Graham Lyle very shortly. So Graham, be aware, race leader behind you. Manny Panesar now on camera. Oh, he just bounced off the pipe. That's going to cost him a couple of attempts, but gets away with it, not crashing. So coming through the switchbacks is your race leader. It's Manny Panesar from Andy Manning, Evie Thames, James Dixon, Chris Foster, James Pritchard. James recovering well. Graham Lyle, Scott Follington, Peter Craig and Craig Lomax is the running order with 3:30 down and 1:30 to go. We are watching the 7 car on screen, your race leader, and Manny, you've just fallen off a 13 lap run with that last lap. Not the best last lap as we got you on camera. Commentator's curse, I believe it's known as. So it comes around in front of commentary corner now and down the straight. This time by for Manny, it's going to be a 25.2. It's going in the right direction, but you are 1 second off the 13 lap run. Andy Manning, you are 1 second behind Manny. And then Evie Thames a further second behind Matt. James Dixon, you're 2 tenths off that, and James Pritchard, you're about half a second. So Thames, Dixon, Pritchard and Foster, you're separated by 2 seconds. So pretty close this one. Follington and Craig, you're separated by less than a quarter of a second. And then Craig Lomax, unfortunately, further back. Last time by, Manny Panesar making an error again. So he's going to fall further back. Andy Manning going to take it up. So we'll try and pick up the 1 car on track. He should be down the straight soon. So the one car should be coming through the switchbacks now. White car with an orange front coming into the step up now. And then he's going to come round in front of commentary corner. That's it. So we've now got Andy Manning as he finishes. So Andy Manning finishes. And listen for your numbers, drivers. So that's a wrap of group number 7. Andy Manning, Manny Panesar and Evie Thames going to go 1, 2, 3. Separated by just half a second at the end. James Dixon, you're going to go in at 5. James Pritchard, you go in at 7. Graham Lyle, 10. Scott Follerton, 12. Peter Craig, 14. Chris Foster, 16. And then Craig Lomax. So new target time for group number 8 is a 12:5:02.3. Still yet to see the elusive 13-lap run. I'm sure it will come there. So, away and counting. And the drivers for this one: Harry Saunders, Matt Dodd, Ben Elliott, Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton, Reuben Russell, Roger Tugwood, Dylan Richardson, Reese Ward and Alex Pyatt. And we'll wait for them to get 2 on the board. On camera we are following the 1 car of Harry Saunders, and Harry opened up quick with a 24:41. And he backs that one up with a 24:21. So Harry Saunders opening up on 13-lap pace. Behind him, we've got some quick cars coming through from the back, so please give each other space. And Reese Ward, a good lap too, 24:08 in the 9 car. So I'm expecting that to be blue and orange. Coming through from the back of the grid with Dylan Richardson, both of those two looking quick. So 8 and 9 work together. So I think the 3 and 4 car, Ben Elliott and Charlie Simmons, you're in front of them on track. Meanwhile, race leader coming out of the step up, Harry Saunders, last time by 25:1. Going in the wrong direction for that 13-lap run, but that time by 24:4, more like it. And then we are waiting for Reese Ward. So 4 car, thank you. And there's probably another one behind you, 4 car, even when he gets there, in the form of Dylan Richardson. So it is super tight. 3rd, 4th and 5th separated by just 0.2 of a second. 1 and 2, Saunders and Ward, you're separated by 1 second last time by. And Saunders that time by is a 24:3. So the 9 car of Reese Ward runs in 2nd. He goes down the straight and it's 24:5. So Saunders extends his lead to 1.2. And Tugwood, Stanton, Dylan and Richardson, you are still separated by less than half a second for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Matt Dodge, you run in 6th, and we've got Ben Elliott, Alex Pyatt, Charlie Simmons and Reuben Russell. So 2 cars down the straight. Please work together. Dylan Richardson jumping up to the 2 spot this time by. So it looks like Reese Ward waiting for Reese to come through. I think he's gone. I'm getting the international sign for it's broke. So unfortunately we've lost Reese Ward that time by. So it was Dylan Richardson jumping to the 2 spot. Dylan having a good day yesterday, but Harry Saunders out front, 23.92 last time by for Harry. So we'll stick with him on camera, although he backs it up with a 25.05. Still on for 13-lap run pace. And then comes Gareth Stanton, rocking a good run here. 8 car of Dylan Richardson comes round and down the straight. So after 3.5 minutes, it's 1, 5, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 10 and 6. Saunders, Stanton, Tugwood, Richardson, Dodd, Elliott, Simmons. And looks like we've just lost the 10 car of Alex Pyatt, unfortunately. But race leader comes over the tabletop. Last time by for Harry Saunders was another 25.05. Stanton, you go 25.3. You're looking at 5.01 pace. Matt Dodd, you're moving up the order. Roger Tugwood and Dylan Richardson, you're separated by 0.4 of a second. And then that's about a second behind Stanton. So race leader coming around in front of race control. Still got nothing but racetrack in front of him. So it's looking pretty good for Harry Saunders as we come into the final 40 seconds. Although it's going to come up on a back marker. So 4 car, I think it is. Charlie, be aware, race leader is behind you on track. Thank you, Charlie. So Harry Saunders going to cross the line with 30 seconds to go. 3-0 on the master clock. And 11 laps complete. So if he keeps it clean, say that, he's on his roof. I'm going to say if you keep it clean, you're going to get the first 13-lap run. But with that error, it didn't seem to take too long. So I think he's still going to make it. As we come into finishing times, drivers. Close down order. 158, 327, 6 and 4. Listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 8. Harry Saunders going to go 13.5.19.44, new fastest time of the day. And my first 13-lapper. Gareth Stanton, you're going to go into second with a 5.01. Dylan Richardson, you go 9th with a 5.03. Ben Elliott, you go 12. Matt Dodd, 14. Roger Tugwood, 19. Ruben Russell, you go 24th. Then we had Charlie Simmons, Alex Pyatt, and Reese Ward. So, group number 9 warming up. So, group number 9 rocking and rolling. And 2, 4, 6. James Helliwell is going to lead us off with a 24.4 Andy Woods 24.7. 24.99. David Scott, Reece Strava 24.79. And so 4 of them opening up with 13 lap potential. So sub 25 second average is what's required for a 13 lap run. James Helliwell 24.1 second lap on the board. So he has come out swinging. Kev Hodkinson 24.3. Andy Woods 24.6. Stephen Brown 24.6 in there. Hattie Thames 24.5. So some fast laps coming out here. We've got Mr. Helliwell on camera, and he's been chased down by the 2 car. So I don't think it's possibly a good lap for James now. 26.1 for James. Still on 13 lap pace, James. Just lost a little bit of time there. So 1 and 2 work together. You know what to do. You've both been around long enough to know what the crack is with staggered starts. But it is Tristram Neal who's going to lead after 3. His lead is 0.04 of a second over Andy Woods, so it's not a whole lot. So be cautious of the white car, pink wheels coming through from the back of the grid. White car and pink wheels coming through from the back of the grid. So Trish leads, and 1 second separating the first 5 cars, then half a second back. So Neil Woods, Thames, Helliwell and Scott. 1 second separates you 5, and Truarfa and Hodkinson, you are half a second behind that. So your front 7 separated by 1.5 seconds, which is a whole lot of nothing, at 2 minutes and 15 down with 2:45 to go. Lap number 4 on the board, 5 on the board, and it's a 23.65 from David Scott to jump to the front. And that front is getting ever so close now, even closer than it's been. We're sticking with Trish on camera. White car, pink wheels, unmistakable, easy for us to pick up. Comes down the straightaway. This time by for Trish is going to be, where's he gone? 26.01 for Trish, so not ideal. He drops to 1.5 off the lead and 5th position. Someone's over in the middle. That someone is, looks like the 6 car of David Scott. Yeah, it was. So I think 8 car of Reece has just gone by. So Reece and David, be cautious of each other. David was the leader, but he's made a mistake. So Reece, you are ahead on the computer. So all this means James Helliwell with a 24.06 last time by. You run second, 1/4 of a second behind Andy Woods. As I say that, James Helliwell 24.07 to Andy Woods 24.37. The lead changes, half a tenth in it as James Helliwell pops a wheelie. So we'll try and pick up Andy Woods as he comes through the switchback now. So red and white car dropping into the step up, step down. So drop back 1 as he comes onto the straightaway. There we go. That is Andy Woods, the 2 car. So Andy Woods and James Helliwell, not a lot to split them as we come into the final minute. In terms of 13 lap runs, we still have 5 of you predicted. Helliwell, Woods, Reece, Neil, Hodkinson, Thames and David Scott. Scratch that, 7 of you predicted 13 lap runs with 1 minute to go. So absolutely hammering it out there. You lot all very, very, very close on lap times. So barely anything to split you. So let's just pick up as they come round. There's going to be about 30 seconds remaining. And I'm going to throw caution to the wind and say 7 car, be aware the race leader is behind you on track if he gets there in the remaining 2 and a bit laps. Thank you, Steve Brown. That's the race leader in front now. So Helliwell leads Woods by not a lot. Reece Truarva splits them. So 24.04 for Helliwell last time by. He's coming good at the end of this one. So with 10 seconds on the master clock, your closing order, 182, 1063, 975 and 4. Please listen for your numbers. So with a stellar second half of the run, James Helliwell going to go top of the timesheets with a 5:18.9. Then we've got Reece Trafford, Andy Woods, Tristram Neal, David Scott, Hattie Thames go 3 through 8. Kevin Hodgkinson just missing the 13-lap run. Ben Stevenson, Stephen Brown and Callum Trafford round out that heat number 9. Next up, we're going to go to heat number 10. Group 10, you are next. So drivers for heat number 10, Johnny Skidmore, Lewis Hopkins, Matthew Thompson, Isaac McFadden, Matt Druitt, Tommy Dale, Oliver Frost, Colin May, Stuart Mann, Liam Robinson. You have 5 seconds, drivers. So all when counting for group number 10, Johnny Skidmore going to lead us round. I think top X-ray driver yesterday, I think. One of the 3 in the main. So Johnny Skidmore opened up with a 23.5. Isaac McFadden 24.0. Lewis Hopkins, lap number 2, a 23.1. Going to take the lead by, well, what, 300ths of a second separates 2, 1 and 3. Isaac McFadden, you're a whole 10th of a second behind the lead and run in 4th position. Matt Druitt not far behind that. So good openers. Most of you on for 13-lap pace. Unsurprisingly, as carnage at the start of the straight. Didn't see who caused that. But what's that meant? Johnny Skidmore's had a bad lap. So Matt Druitt going to go to the lead. 5.46, 3.28, 1.10.7. All changes as they come free. 5.46, 3.29, 8.10, 1 and 7. Still Skidmore heads it up on track. It's regulation 1 through 5 on track. 1 through 6 as well. So just the gaps have compressed. And it is Matt Druitt that's going to lead. Johnny Skidmore, you're running 6th. 1.4 off the lead. So not a whole lot in it. Stuart Mann, you run 7, a second behind Matt. 2.6 off the lead. And we've got Liam Robinson, Colin May and Oliver Frost. Skidmore last time by 23.7. Thompson 23.5. McFadden 23.5. Druitt 25.0, you're going to drop off the lead, and it's going to be Isaac McFadden that takes it up. Lewis Hopkins 27.0, not a good lap for you. Remember, drivers, give each other space out there. You are racing the clock and not each other. So 1, 3, 4 and 2 is the order on circuit. I'm going to suggest we drop back and pick up the Matt Thompson machine. So I think that's the car running in second. Yeah, so second on track, he's behind Skidmore. So Thompson and Skidmore work together. Thompson is the leader, 23.5 last time by. Johnny Skidmore, your last lap was a 24.9. Your best lap, Johnny, is a 23.5. 23.9 last time by for Thompson, 23.5 for Skidmore. McFadden goes 23.9 as well. Gap between McFadden and Thompson is 0.06 of a second. Skidmore, you're 1.8 behind that. Then comes Druitt and Mann. You two split by 0.02. And then 4/10 behind Matt is Tommy Dale. So absolute close racing here. And it looks like Thompson might have had an error and dropped back. As I look at the screen, I might be making that up. So just wait for these guys to come through. So there goes the 8 car and 7 car. I think Oliver Frost, you've got a leader with you. Nope, Thompson's not had an error. Skidmore's just put in a 23.6. Thompson 23.6. McFadden 23.9. So that closes the gap. 1.6 now is a gap for you, Skidmore. Thompson, you lead. You're 8 tenths in front of McFadden. And then we've got 4, 5 of you, 6, 7, 8 of you looking at 13 lap runs. So just Colin May and Ollie Frost missing out. But Thompson, Skidmore, McFadden is your 1, 2 and 3. 23.3 from Johnny Skidmore brings a gap under a second. 8 tenths of a second now. So Johnny Skidmore 8 tenths behind Matt Thompson. Isaac McFadden running third. Drew at 4. Stuart Marn 5. And we've got Liam Robinson and Lewis Hopkins. Someone's over in front of me. That looks like a Matt Thompson X-ray. Down the straight, there you go. It's a 23.3 for Skidmore. It's a 26.0 for Matt Thompson. So Skidmore back to the point. And your lead, Johnny, is 1.2 over Isaac McFadden. 23.9 last time by for Isaac. Matt Drew at 24.3 last time by. You drop, well, you're about 4.5 off the lead. Then Lewis Hopkins is behind you. Coming in to finishing times, drivers. Look out for 1 car coming through traffic. And please listen for your numbers. So when all is said and done, Matt Thompson going to take the win on the last lap. 3 tenths of a second in front of McFadden. Then Skidmore, Druitt, Hopkins and Robinson. You all go 1 to 6 in round. Tommy Dale, you go in at 9th. Stuart Marn, you go in at 11th. And then Colin May and Ollie Frost round out heat number 10. Next up, heat number 11. Heat 11, you are next. Your drivers for group number 11, Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Luke Holdsworth, Aaron Nash, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Anthony Jones, Hudson Knight, William Venables, Eugene Galley. 3 seconds, drivers. So all away and counting for group number 11. And we're following off Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth. Holdsworth opening with a 23.1, but Luke Holdsworth in the 4 car going to open up 22.96. Quickest car we have seen, quickest lap we have seen here in qualifying. So Josh on the gearbox of the Lee Martin X-ray machine as they go down the straight. We'll continue following them, see what comes. Josh Holdsworth 22.7, Martin 22.8, Luke Holdsworth 23.7, Thomas Phipps 23.3. Gap between all of you is 1.05, and Aaron Nash, you're a second back from that. Hudson Knight, Mark Anthony Jones, Ewan Tumulty, Will Venables and Eugene Galley full running order. And it looks like Josh Holdsworth might have had a poorer lap that time by. 22.9 for Martin, 24.2 for Josh, 23.2 for Luke Holdsworth. And these guys knocking on the door of a 14-lap run. So these guys are absolutely throwing everything at it. So 3 laps on the board. It's Luke, Lee Martin, Josh, Thomas Phipps, Aaron Nash, Eugene Galley, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Anthony Jones and William Venables. Watch out for the 10 car coming through from the back. Yellow and blue car coming through from the back. Lee Martin 23.4. So he's jumped by Josh Holdsworth at 23.1. Luke Holdsworth goes 23.0. And Luke Holdsworth is your leader by about half a second over Josh, then Lee Martin. So Luke, Josh and Lee is your run order. Changes again. It's now 4, 1 and 2. These guys separated by 7/10 of a second between the 3 of them, pulling about 2 seconds on Thomas Phipps, or a second and a half I should say. Then Aaron Nash and Hudson Knight. Ewan Tumulty and Hudson split by 6/10 of a second. And Eugene Galley 2/10 behind Matt. So go down the straight they go. Luke Holdsworth leads Lee Martin by 7/10 of a second. 1/10 behind Matt we have Josh Holdsworth. 1.2 behind Matt we have Thomas Phipps. Then Aaron Nash. Then Hudson Knight. And we are at 2:45 down. 2:15 remains. Luke Holdsworth, you are edging towards, all 3 of you are edging towards a 14-lap run. Josh Holdsworth goes to the point with a 22.6. So 22.6 from Josh. And we've got Lee Martin and Luke Holdsworth is your running order. So down the straight, Josh 22.6, Lee Martin 22.6, Luke Holdsworth that time by 22.9. So you're 6/10 separating the 3 of you, and it is Josh, Lee and Luke. Thomas Phipps, you're about 2 seconds off it, 23.2 last time by for you. Stuart Mann runs out to Marshall. Car just been marshalled, you've got race leader with you. Venables, you've got a race leader with you as well. So cars down the straight, be aware, Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth are in amongst you. And with that 23.1, Lee Martin goes top of the timesheet, 1/2 of a tenth in front of Luke Holdsworth. In front of Josh Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth, you're half a second back. Lee Martin looks to have cleared the traffic. Eugene Galley, you're next. Thank you. So Holdsworth has cleared the traffic. Venables, be aware, 2 quick cars coming. One of them is a leader. So Venables, be aware. The 4 car, white, red and blue Holdsworth coming around the end of the straight. Thank you. Thomas Phipps will be coming as well in the green machine. So Lee, Josh and Luke separated by 6/10 of a second with 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. So Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth have nothing but racetrack. Luke Holdsworth, you're pretty clear. Eugene Galley, you'll be next for Luke Holdsworth if he gets there in the remaining 45 seconds. Down the straight they go. 11 laps on the board of a predicted... you're within a second of a 14-lap run, guys. So you may go 3 more, you may go 2 more. So our leaders, we've got on camera Lee Martin. He is our leader. He's got a 1/4 of a second. Josh Holdsworth, champion's roll. So that's probably going to promote Luke. Luke has got a little bit of traffic. So 7 car, Mark Anthony Jones, be aware. Luke Holdsworth behind you on track. And these guys are pushing for a 14-lap run as we come into the final 10 seconds. Lee's got clear track. Madge, be aware. Quick car behind you. Thank you. And listen for your numbers, drivers. So thank you, drivers in that heat. Great driving, giving our leaders some clear track. And Lee Martin goes top of the timesheets, 8/10 off the 14-lap run. Luke Holdsworth going to bring it home in second. Josh Holdsworth third. Hudson Knight, great run to 4th. Aaron Nash 5. Thomas Phipps 6. You go 1 to 6 in round. Ewan Tumulty, you go in at 9. Eugene Galley, you go in at 15. Mark Anthony Jones, you go in at 20. Will Venables, 22. That's a wrap of group number 11. Group number 12, you are next. Group 12, you are next. So quick check-in with the chat. Mark, Andy Grasson, come on Charlie, pull your finger up. I think that's Charlie Simmons. Dizzy Chizzy cheering on Hattie Thames. Next Torify, best buggy, 10th buggy, Yokomo Associated or X-Saver, all good. I would suggest getting to your local track and see what everyone races.
Yeah. It's not only is it what's accessible to you price-wise, but it's also who's
Spares, who's running it.
Who's running what, so getting support that you need for setups and whatever.
Yeah, and some support from Iago. How guys put the like for this job? Let's go. I agree, let's go. We've just seen a great Heat 11. Now let's see what Heat 12 can do. So, all 10 drivers away and counting. Your drivers for group number 12, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pohl, Jamie Hall, Archie Bowman, Harley Eldridge, Charlie Saunders, Seth Shillito Everest, Jacob Tomlinson and Callum Ackroyd bench. And the sun comes out. Is that going to help or hinder? Who knows? So, the target time is basically a 14-lap run. Lee Martin, 8/10 of a second off it. Ben Smith, you open up with a 22.7. Tommy Hall, 22.9. Charlie Saunders, 23.2. So these guys have come out swinging. Your two protagonists from yesterday, Smith and Hall, are away and flying. So Ben Smith in the all-white car on camera. Tommy Hall in his usual red and grey colours behind. So lap 2 goes on the board. It's 22.9 for Smith. It's a 23.4 for Tommy Hall. So Ben Smith's got that car flying. This time by, it's a 22.6 for Ben, 22.8 for Tommy Hall. Gap between them is just under a second. And you guys are flirting with a 14-lap run. So Ben Smith just having a bit of a wide corner there. It's going to cost him a 10 for 2. Oh, he's over onto his wheels and off he goes. Keeps track position. So Ben Smith down the straight. Disaster lap. That's a 24.05. Tommy Hall goes 22.5. You're both still on for a 14-lap run. Just. Gap between them this time by was half a second in favour of Tommy Hall. Don't know who's just crashed, but you're in amongst the leaders, blue and white car. Thank you very much. So Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, down the straight they go. We'll pick up Tommy Hall on camera. So if we drop back one, let Tommy go through. There we go. So Tommy Hall comes onto camera shot. Gap between you last time by less than a quarter of a second. It's a 22.6 to Smith and a 22.9 to Tommy Hall. Both on for 14-lap runs, but not a huge margin for error. So Smith and Hall coming around in front of commentary corner now. Down the straight they go. And into turn number 1. Tommy Hall that time by 22.3. Ben Smith 22.6. Gap opens to half a second. This is going to ebb and flow through the whole day between Smith and Hall. So they come into the 5th and final switchback, drop down onto the step up, and it's going to be the 10 car off Callum Ackroyd bench for our two leaders shortly. This time by the line, it's a 23.1 for Smith. It's a 23.3 for Tommy Hall, going in the wrong direction for that 14-lap run. Still on it, but not by a whole lot. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go, 7 laps on the board for Tommy Hall and Ben Smith. This time Ben Smith looks to have pulled a bit of a gap. So 10 car, be aware, coming across the line, it's going to be a 22.8 for Ben Smith. It's a 23.8 for Tommy Hall. So the gap is now, 6/10 in favour of Ben Smith with 1 minute and 45 to go. Ben Smith gets by Callum Ackroyd bench. You'll be next for Tommy Hall, Callum, just be aware. And Ben Smith going to come down the straightaway now. Looks like another good lap. And as he crosses the line, it's a 22.6. Tommy Hall, 22.7. Both of you on for 14-lap runs. The only two on for that. Archie Bowman, Jamie Hall, you run 3rd and 4th. Then we've got Charlie Saunders, Harley Eldridge, Seth Shillito Everest, Callum Ackroyd bench, and Jacob Tomlinson. So that is your full run order as we come into the final minute. Ben Smith going to cross the line with a 22.8. Tommy Hall goes through with a 23.0. So the gap is now exactly 1 second between Smith and Hall. And thank you, that man who's just let Ben Smith go. So Ben's going to drop into the step up, jump out of it, round the cone. That's where he made his error earlier. No problems this time. Down the straight he goes. That time by 22.4. Hot lap for Ben. Best lap of the race is a 22.3 for Tommy Hall. These two the only two into the 22-second lap times. It's 22.6 last time by for Tommy. So coming into the final 30 seconds, full run order is going to be Smith, Hall, Tommy, then Jamie, then Bowman, Eldridge, Saunders, Ackroyd, Bench, Shillito, Everest, and Tomlinson. Full running order. So Ben Smith coming around in front of the rostrum. This is lap 13 of a... Oh, he's over, landed on his wheels, going to cost him a couple of attempts. His lead was a second. Will that close down? Still should be an estimated 14. But as we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of heat number 12. Ben Smith going to take that one with a 14-lap run, 5:19.99. Tommy Hall going to take second with a 14-lap run, 5:22.24. So gap at the end was 2.2 seconds. You go 1 and 2 in round. Lee Martin, you are third over in round. Luke Holdsworth 4. Josh Holdsworth 5. Jamie Hall, Archie Bowman, you go 6 and 7. Hudson Knight, you go 8th in round. Harley Eldridge 9th. Aaron Nash in 10th. Charlie Saunders, you go 11th. Callum Ackroyd Bench 16. Seth Shillito Everest, you go in at 18th in round. That's a wrap for round number 1 of qualifying. Round number 2, we start straight away with heat number 1. So off and away, heat number 1, round number 2 of qualifying. Zach Whittleston absolutely dominated this one last time. I'm going to say slightly underseeded as he comes around the end of a straight. So Ashley Patterson requesting on the chat to follow Bruce Lee. So we'll get him up on camera in the 10 car. He is running in second behind Zach Whittleston. Zach, Bruce, David Milford and Richard Hipkiss all on for improved times. And Ava Griggs running in 4th. Robert Tyus, you run in 3rd. You are also improving. So try and pick up the 10 car of Russell Lee. See how good Cam is on the camera. This looks like he's got him, the all-white car. So 1 car, be aware, you've got second place behind you if he gets there. You two running together on track and on the computer. So, Zach Wilson, after 4 laps, you lead by about 1.8 seconds. And you are looking going 5 minutes and 12. Bruce Lee, you're looking at going a 5:17. Robert Tyus a 5:20. So 6:10.1, 2, 3, 8, 5, 9, 4, and 7 is your running order. Every driver pretty much looking to improve. As I say, that Zach Whittleston, 28.82. Disastrous lap for you. So that's going to promote Bruce Lee to the lead. So Robert, be aware, you've got the race leader behind you. So that is the all-white car, is the 10 car, is your race leader. Zach Whittleston, I think, is in front on track. Oh, Robert just spinning out. Bruce Lee nicely avoiding the traffic. Well done. So Zach's got nothing but racetrack in front of him. We've got 1 car in front of Bruce Lee. Bruce makes an error. He's going to have to come back. Oh, it's a disaster for Bruce. It's going to cost him a couple of seconds. So Zach Whittleston's going to be your new leader, is my guess. So we'll pick him up going down the straightaway into turn 1. Nice, smooth camera work, Cam. That's a great bit of AstroTurf that we can't see a car on. Drop back one. We're looking for a blue and green car. There we go, blue and yellow. Sorry, I didn't give you a description. Makes your job a little bit harder. I can hear what you're saying up there from here. So Zach Whittleston is your leader. Last time by is a 3-second lead over Robert Tyson, Kenan Miller, Ava Griggs, Bruce Lee, David Milford, Charlie Hall, David Anson, Richard Hipkiss, and Jesse Russell. Your full running order. So Zach and 9 of you drivers on for improved times. So Zach back on to an improved time despite that earlier error. So Zach's coming up on the orange car. So we'll try and pick up a number on that orange car. It is, oh, he's through now. So Zach is through. Thank you, 5 car of Charlie Hall. So down the straight goes your leader. Best lap of a 25.23. Last time by was a 25.83. Ben Smith, can you hear me? Can you come here when you're done? Thank you. So Zach Smith, Bruce Lee, Robert Tyus is your order. 6:10.1. We've got Ava Griggs, Kenan Miller, David Milford, Charlie Hall, David Anson, Richard Hipkiss, Jesse Russell. 9 of you on to beat your round 1 times, which shows improvement, which is delightful to see. Your race leader is coming to the switchbacks now. 5 of them to get through. 2, 4 done, 5 done. And he drops into the step up with 15 seconds to go. Your closing order is 6:10.1, 3, 2, 8, 5, 4, 9, and 7. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 1. Zach Whittleston going to go 12.5.14. Bruce Lee finished 2nd. Robert Tyus 3rd. Ava Griggs in 4. Kenan Miller 5. David Milford 6. Charlie Hall 7. David Anderson, Richard Hipkiss, and Jesse Russell. Next up is going to be group number 2. Group 2, you are next. So Heat 2 underway, but we've just grabbed Ben for a quick word. Ben, round 1 TQ, how was it out there?
It's pretty hard. It was one of them scrappy runs, I'm sure you know about it. Just constantly clipping stuff and little bobbles, but the pace is there if you can just get the clean laps in.
You had a couple of champions rolls.
I did. It's a very jammy run. I'm sure Trisha will tell me when I go back. It's very jammy. So, yeah, we hope that we don't need the jam next time. Hopefully.
Yeah. So, any changes to the car, or are you just going to improve the driver for round 2?
I kind of stiffened my car then, so I think I'm going to go back to what I was on before. I feel like I went backwards from practice, so I'll probably just go back.
And how are you expecting the track to kind of evolve? Yesterday we saw quite a lot across the day.
Yeah. The line is pretty clean today, actually, which it wasn't yesterday, and it's not as warm, so I don't expect the track to go off too much, I don't think.
Right. And talking of yesterday, what was your take on that? The last 5 metres of the National yesterday.
I didn't think he was going to give me a chance. He had like maybe a 2-second lead going on to the last lap. I guess he just went tight. My opinion, there's a gap. I went for it. I also didn't come well off from it. I didn't win either.
No.
I mean, I think maybe the way that they approached it was a bit far, in my opinion. They just need to we just want to race, you know what I mean? Just let us race, I think. But I think the correct decision came through.
If there's any consolation, I'd have gone for the... Well, it wasn't even going for the gap. It looked like it was just... And it looks like the undulation of a track just put you both into the same...
Yeah, because I think round the corner, the move was nearly there. And then, like you say, just the track falling away, I think just brought us together.
So if we can have a repeat today in Leg 3, that'd be fantastic for me and Cam and everyone watching online.
Yeah,
Maybe not so good for you, but...
Not for me. Yeah, okay.
Well,
that'd be
good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll speak to you soon.
Cheers,
Ben.
Cheers, guys.
So that's Ben Smith just giving us a quick word on round number 1 and commenting on how difficult it is out there. So group number 2 rocking and rolling. Just had a quick intermission whilst we got a quick word with Mr. Smith, round 1 TQ man, telling us how difficult the track is out there. That's why I don't race. It's a lot easier study or watching. So,
because that's the only reason you don't race anymore.
well, I'm not good enough. It's the main reason. We'll go with main reason. So group number 2 on tracks. Mike Temple, Colin McCaffrey and Scott Martin split by not a whole lot. 6/10 is the lead for Mike Temple over Scott Martin. Colin having a bad lap last time by. Simon Hudspeth going to go to the free spot. Then we've got Jamie Careless, Simon Preston, Craig Gibson, the man, the myth, the legend. Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry, then Nathan Stanmore. You guys are 340 down and 120 to go. Think we've got Mike Temple on camera in the green machine, and we will stick with him. Although last time by, Scott Martin, your best lap of the race of 24.88 puts you top of the tree, and you're on for a 12 lap run in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. As we watch Mike Temple come out the step up, step down. And he's going to cross the line. This time by, it's another 27 for Mike. So, disastrous couple of laps. Then he gets tagged by what I can only assume is a back marker. So, be aware, in front of the rostrum, the green car is the leader. I don't know if something's maybe wrong with Mike's car. It seems to have lost a bit of pace. Car's going down the straight. Blue car, you've got the race leader behind you. So, coming around the end of the straight, please be aware. Race leader's with you. Thank you very much. Great driving. And down the straight goes our second group. So Mike Temple still leads Colin McCaffrey and Simon Hudspeth. You three separated by 3 seconds. 1 second between Colin and Mike. So running order as we come into finishing times is 162, 7, 10, 8, 3, 5, 9 and 4. That is your closing order. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So that's a wrap of group number 2. Scott Martin going to take the win and go 2nd overall. Colin McCaffrey, you going at 4th overall. Mike Temple, Simon Hudspeth go 6 and 7. Craig Gibson, you jump into the 10 spot overall. And we had Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry and Nathan Stanmore. That's a wrap of group number 2. Group 3, you are next. Group number 3, you are up next. So 30 seconds, group number 3. So group number 3, rocking and rolling. Your drivers, Paul Griggs, Joshua Anderson, James Gibbs, Ian Headlam, Philip Hitchman, Jason Bing, Miklos Sabadas, Tommy Clark, Trevor Follington and Jonathan Pluke. Those are your drivers. And Joshua Anderson was rapid in the last one with many mistakes, so he's right up on the gearbox of Paul Griggs. So 6 and 7 work together, please. As you come through the middle of the track, drop into the bomb hole and out again. So 2 leaders down the straight. It is Anderson leading Griggs, and then Miklos somewhere in amongst all this in the 1 car is looking pretty good. As I say that, Miklos has a bad second lap. Yeah, 27.2 for Miklos second time round. So Joshua Anderson's got to the front on track. He's on the front. He's at the front on screen. So I'll watch him as he comes down the straightaway. And this time by for Josh Anderson, 25.6. Best lap of a 25.1. He's not far off pushing a 13 lap run if he can get his head in the game. So here's Josh Anderson, then Miklos, Jason Bing and Paul Griggs is your front 3. So four of you coming through the switchbacks, please work together. Miklos leads that group. Don't know where he's at the back on track. So 9 car, you've got a quick car with you. And I think 8 and 5, Hitchman and Gibbs, you're working together. As you go down the straight, you're running together on the computer, so give each other space. Race leaders coming into the step up now, so it looks like 4 car, you'll be next for our leader if and when he gets there. So 4 car is Jonathan Pluke, as we are 2 minutes and 20 down, 2 minutes and 40 to go. So Josh Anderson, Paul Griggs, Jason Bing and Miklos is your running order. Bing and Miklos separated by less than a tenth of a second. Jason Griggs is a second ahead of that. And Paul Anderson, you're about 3 seconds up the road. So your race leader comes round in front of race control in the green X-ray machine, and he is looking nice and comfortable out front. Looks like Miklos has got space. It looks like Jason's got some space. Paul Griggs will try and pick up the 7. Make sure you're not in amongst it. He might be coming up on the 4 car. So yeah, 4 car, be aware, second place is behind you. So if he gets there, Jonathan, just give him a corner. He's not there yet, though. 25.1 for Josh Anderson. Someone's on the roof. And I think that someone was one of our leading trio. It was the 9 car of Ian Headlam. So disaster for Ian. That's going to be a 20... When my screen updates, it's going to be a 31.6. Disaster for Ian, unfortunately. So Anderson, Griggs, Zabados and Bing, your running order. Jason and Miklos, you're still separated by less than a tenth of a second. Let's see the Marshall in the bomb hole, so that's going to be for someone. Race leader is coming through the switchbacks, so be aware. The 2 cars coming into a step up now. The green car is your race leader. So 1's got by, thank you. 2's got by, very well done. Really appreciate it. All about every driver getting their individual best time. Jason Bing, you've got nothing but racetrack. Miklos, you've got Jason in front of you on track. You two are running together. So work together, and then we'll try and get the 7 car through traffic. So Paul Griggs is somewhere. I think he's just come through traffic. Yep, thank you, gents. So 24.99 last time by for Joshua Anderson. And he goes down the straight now. 25.29. Paul Griggs, you are running in second. You're about 5 seconds back. Miklos, you are, we'll wait for you to come across the line. And Jason Bing, bad lap for Jason. That's going to put Miklos way in front. You're about a further 5 seconds behind Paul Griggs, and then Jason Bing drops 3 seconds behind that. So as we come into finishing times, drivers, your close down order is going to be 6, 7, 1, 10, 9, 2, 4, 3, 5, and 8. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of heat number 3. Joshua Anderson going to take that with a brilliant 12 in 5:02 to go top of the timesheet. Paul Griggs, you go in at second. Miklos and Jason Bing go 5 and 6. Ian Headlam, you go in at 11. Jonathan Pluke, 15. Tommy Clark, 16. Trevor Follington, 19. James Gibbs, 23. And then we had Philip Hitchman closing out heat number 3. Heat 4, you are next. Heat 4, you are next. So, Heat 4, rocking and rolling. Your drivers, Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell, Nicholas Harwood, Ben Ellis, Mark Christopher, Lee Stokes, Martin Lee, Roger Mills, Simon Hall and Chris Bowden. Your target time in round is a 12:5:02.01. And carnage on the straightaway. Clear. Yeah, clear. So Lee Stokes opens up quickest, 25.77. On camera we have the 1 car of Andrew Luxford, followed by the 7 of Phil Campbell. Phil Campbell, you are in front of Andrew on the clock. So 1:30 down, and it is Lee Stokes leading after 3. No scratch track. Chris Bowden coming from the back of the field. So caution of, I want to say white and pink machine, but I think it might be the all blue. But Lee Stokes running in second, about half a second behind Matt. So we're looking for the 2 car of Bowden. It is the all blue. So the all blue at the back down the straight is your leader. So the back one of those cars going down the straight is your leader, and he gets up the inside of 1. So other all blue car, you're going to have to let the leader go, I think. And Chris Bowden extends his lead last time by, so it's now 9/10 of a second. And it looks like he's clearing traffic, so we've got Bowden on shot as he drops into the step up and step out. And next we'll try and get Lee Stokes. Lee Stokes has just gone around the end of the straight. He's got literally nothing but racetrack for miles around him. So he's over. So leader's coming behind you, Lee, I believe. So Lee Stokes' excuse book is minimal because there's not many cars around him on track. But it is Chris Bowden behind him on track. So Chris and Lee work together if and when he gets there. Meanwhile, Phil Campbell and Andrew Luxford are on a decent run. You are separated by half a second. Work together. So I know Phil's been behind for the first 3 minutes on track. If he gets there, Andrew, give him a corner. But I suspect you're both running very similar pace as you come down the straightaway now. And you've got the 9 car with you on track. That is Simon Hall. So it looks like Bowden's got past Lee Stokes in the 3. And then they've got Mark Christopher for company behind them in the 8 car. Cam's just put a bag of crisps next to me. I can't really eat them on mic, can I? That'll be delightful for everyone listening. So Chris Bowden leads, Phil Campbell, Andrew Luxford. Chris, your lead is 2.3. And then Andrew Luxford. Oh, Andrew Luxford with that lap. You jump 2 tenths ahead of Phil Campbell. Ashley Patterson asking, can we follow Mark Christopher? So start of the straight, please, cameraman. Red and white car, that's it. That is Mark Christopher, BRCA legend. Ash, you don't really need to say please. As an RCTV hero, you're essentially our pseudo director until the next RCTV hero comes along and makes a request. You've got more power than I do, Ash. For now. Till finals. So, Mark Christopher on camera, BRCA legend at the request of RCTV hero Ash Patterson. But it is Chris Bowden leading this one. And let's try and pick up. Bowden's got nothing but racetrack. Lee Stokes has got his teammate Mark Christopher in front of him. Phil Campbell and Andrew Luxford they've swapped positions on track. So down the straight they go. So Andrew made a move in front of Phil on the clock and then has made an error. That's allowed Phil through. And they're going to pass a crashing car who gets recovered. And I think, I'm going to say 5 car of Martin Lee. You will have second place with you. Or he's behind you on track. I don't think he's going to catch you in the final 15 seconds. Campbell and Luxford work together, please. And as you come into the final 5 seconds, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 4. Chris Bowden going to take the win from Phil Campbell, Andrew Luxford, Lee Stokes, Mark Christopher, Ben Ellis, Martin Lear, Simon Hall and Nicholas Harwood. Roger Mills did not finish. Bowden, you go in at 3rd overall. Phil Campbell, Andrew Luxford, Lee Stokes, you go 7, 8 and 9. Mark Christopher, unlucky 11th once again. And Ben Ellis, you go 21st. That's a wrap of group number 4. Group 5. You are next. Group number 5, you are next. So, group number 5 rocking and rolling. Chris Headlam and Skidmore's already to the front. So we'll follow Skidmore in this. He was rapid last time, and he's opened up with 24.39. So Skidmore, Edwards, Headlam, Mills White also rapid. Riley Butler. We got a request to follow Riley, so we'll catch him later in the race, but we'll start with Skidmore. Skidmore, you've opened up on 13 lap pace, and you were rapid last time. Drivers in this heat are Will Skidmore, Zach Edwards, Jack Mills White, Phil Shannon, Riley Butler, Michael Halsey, Martin Heward, Scott Wyman and Aaron Carberry. So there are your runners and riders. And lap 2 for Skidmore, 23.77. Jack Mills White also on for a 13 lap run, so give the 8 car space. Remember guys, you were racing the clock and not each other. This heat was a bit of carnage last time. Big Si had his head in his hands trying to find people space in this one. But this time by, it's looking a lot cleaner. 23.41 for Skidmore. Zach Edwards, 24.65 for you. So 6.10.87, 6.10.87, 3.12, 4.3.12, 9 and 5. Drivers, you are split by tenths of a second all the way down this order. Apart from Skidmore, who seems to be checking out front. 23.62 last time by Will. So cracking effort from William Skidmore. And caution in the step up. Car just been marshalled. You have the race leader behind you. So race leader is a blue and yellow down the straightaway now into turn number 1. Thank you, 1 car. Greatly appreciate it. So 2 cars coming out of the bomb hole. Be aware, race leaders behind you on track. So again, blue and yellow car coming through the switchbacks is your leader. Thank you. Yellow car, you will be next as you come into the step down. And this is Will Skidmore. Last time by 24.4. This time by for Will is going to be a 24.0. Zach Edwards, you run second. Jack Mills White, you run in third. And then Craig Headlam, you run in fourth. So this run, 2.40 down, 2.40 to go. At the request of the RCTV chat, we'll try and pick up the 9 car. So on the straightaway now, coming to the end of the straight, if we jump forward 1, we'll just follow Riley Butler for a little bit. So Riley, be aware, race leader behind you on track. You are going to have to give way shortly when he gets there. Last time by for you, Will, 23.83. You're on 13.511 pace. Only one on 13 pace. So Riley in here, you're just going to have to give the corner to Skidmore. Thank you. So Will Skidmore down the straight he goes. That time by 23.83 once again. So we'll stick with Riley on camera. Oh, he's made an error. Disaster. We'll stick with Riley on camera. And I'll keep an eye on Skidmore as he's through the switchbacks. I'm going to come down into this drop down. 8 laps on the board for you, Will. This will be lap 9 complete as you come down the straight. That time by is a 23.91, so still on 13.511 pace. Jack Mills White, you're on 12.501, Headlam 502. So really, really close between you guys. Edwards and Shannon, you're separated by half a tenth. Caution on the straightaway, go tight and clear. So let's try and pick our race leader up as he comes out the step up, step down. We'll jump to race leader at the end of the straight now, if we can, please. Come around in front of race control. That's it, race leader on camera with 50 seconds on the master clock. 5-0 on the master clock. So 3 cars coming through the switchbacks, middle of the track. Race leader is a 4th in that train. So please give him space as you come into the step down. Thank you, that one. Next is going to be the 3 car. You've got the race leader behind you as you come down the straightaway. Skidmore with that lap. You are still on 5.11 pace. And you have 30 seconds to go. So it's going to be this one and one more for you, Will Skidmore. Everyone else looking at a 12-lap run. Oh, Skidmore just having a slight error. Going to get away with it. Maybe cost him a second. Caution car rejoining. That's the leader with you. So Skidmore, a little bit of a scrappy lap. 1 unforced error and 1 little bump in traffic. It's a 25.3. That's going to drop you onto 5.12 pace, Will. And this is your final lap. So as you come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 5. And it was Will Skidmore taking a win. 13 in 5:12, Will. Craig Headlam, Will goes top of the timesheets with that. Craig Headlam, Jack Mills White, Phil Shannon, you go 3, 4 and 5 overall. Zach Edwards, Scott Wyman go 8 and 9. Aaron Carberry, Martin Heward go 20 and 21. Then we've got Riley Butler and Michael Halsey. That's your full finishing order. Next up is going to be group number 6. Group 6 up next. Big shout out to all those of you watching and listening along at home. Thank you for joining us. Got any comments or questions, drop them in the YouTube chat and I will do my best to answer them where I can. And a big thank you to our sponsors for making the live stream possible. TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray.
Okay, ladies and gents, please listen up in the pits and everywhere. I cannot accept that RCTV is in here in race control telling me bad language around the track has been heard. My goodness me, that is a no-go. So you are now all put on notice. That is not going to happen again. Please, everybody. Okay, we're just about to restart. So marshals are ready. Best of luck, drivers.
So apologies for any language that's been heard over the poor language heard over the live stream. So heat 6 rocking and rolling. Your drivers: Ryan Preston, David Burton, Cameron Wells, Will Fisher, Chris Pattinson, Emily Hewitt, Keith Halsey, Richard Miller, Matthew Hodges and Stephen Harley are your drivers. So referee reminding all drivers, work together. You're racing the clock, not each other. Racing the clock and not each other. So leader is William Fisher in the 10 car. So he's coming through the middle of the track. And is that Fisher we're following? I don't know if it is. No, we're following the 5 car, which is Ryan Preston. So Will Fisher is in amongst it in the traffic. I think he might have had an error this time by. So Ryan Preston, no, Will Fisher is still the leader. So we'll drop back a couple. The blue and white car in the pack behind is your leader. So Cameron Wells, I think you're next for our leader. Will Fisher is our leader on the computer. And he's in amongst the traffic as we come through the switchbacks. So that is the 10 car, blue and white, into the step down and step up. And he is on the gearbox of the 1 car down the straight. Good work, Cameron. Just gives him a corner and lets Will Fisher go. Will Fisher is looking at a 13-lap run. Dave Burton, Ryan Preston, 13-lap runs. Chris Pattinson, you're looking at a 12.501. So Group 6 still rocking, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Will Fisher is still leading this one. He's got about a 2-second lead over Dave Burton, who's got 4 tenths over Ryan Preston. Then Chris Pattinson. Chris was quick last time. And then there was an absolute freight train of cars coming down into the step down. Unfortunately, Chris Pattinson coming off worse in that one. Can't see what happened, but he needed a marshal. So race leader is coming up. Thank you, blue and orange and white car. I think you've got a freight train of fast cars with you, unfortunately. Cameron Wells is through, and Ryan Preston will be third for free. So race leader is going to come down the straightaway now. Cameron worked together with him. Cameron, you are running quick. I'm guessing you had a bit of a bad lap early doors. So Fisher Burton, 1.5, no, yeah, 2.5 is the gap now from Fisher to Burton. Let's try and pick up the 8 car, see where he is, and get him some clear track. I think Dave's going to be... So Dave Burton is in front of Chris Patterson on the track. So down the straight, there you go. So Chris, be aware, I know you're quick, but Dave is running second in front of you. He's also quick. So don't come together, Dave and Chris, as you come out the bomb hole. Race leader's got clear track. Cameron Wells is with him. Someone's on the roof. I think that might have been Dave Burton. So disaster for Dave. That's probably going to promote Cameron Wells to the 2 spot. So Will Fisher's lead now 4 seconds over Cameron Wells. Ryan Preston, you run third. Chris Patterson 4. Dave Burton going to go run through in the 5 spot. Richard Miller jumping up to a 3 spot. So good run, Richard. With 30 seconds to go, race leader is still glued with Cameron Wells. You two having a cracking race. Will Fisher down the straight. This time by for you, Will. 24.85, 24.42 for Cameron Wells. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 6. Will Fisher going to take that 13.5.21. Cameron Wells going to finish in second. So that's a wrap. Will Fisher going to go second. Wells third. Miller 4. Preston, Patterson, Hasley going to go 6, 7, 8. Dave Burton going to go at 10. Emily Hewitt going to go in at 20. So, group number 7, rocking and rolling. Andy Manning leads away. Manny Panesar, Evie Thames, James Dixon, James Pritchard, Graham Lyle, Scott Follington, Peter Craig, Chris Foster, and Craig Lomax are your drivers for group number 7. So, big shout out to Toby watching along on the live stream. Good morning to you, or good afternoon even to you now. I hope you are enjoying it. So nice to have you watching along from home. I assure you, this is live racing. You are watching it in real time. So over on to group number 7. Graham Lyle going to lead after 2. No, Chris Foster going to lead Graham Lyle. Then James Dixon, Manny Panesar, James Pritchard, Craig Lomax, Scott Follington, Peter Craig, Evie Thames, Andy Manning. So give each other room out there, guys. Absolutely close racing between all of you. Just remember, you're racing a stagger, you're racing a stopwatch, not each other. So James Pritchard and James Dixon. Scratch that. Chris Foster is leading after 3. Then it's Pritchard, then Dixon. So Foster's coming from the back. So let's give him some space. So Foster coming through from the back needs space as he comes through. And try and pick him up. Oh, caution on the straightaway. Caution on the straightaway. Go tight at the end. Tight at the end. And clear. So on camera, I think we've got Manny Panesar, who led us away. So let's try and pick up our leader is now Chris Foster. He's just crossed the straight, so he's in the pack at the end. Purple and orange car. So front of those 3 coming out the bomb hole now, that is Chris Foster. So the 2 car is your race leader coming through the switchbacks. 7 car down the straight. Manny, be aware, you've got the 2nd place man behind you. James Pritchard's got nothing but racetrack in front of him. So that's good for James. So our race leader is coming in front of a rostrum now. He's going to drop into the bomb hole and out again. Last time by, James Dixon 25.1, Manny Panesar 25.7. So down the straight they go this time. It's a 24.5 from Manny and James. So Manny, if you keep up that pace, absolutely no need to yield. Graham Lyle, you're running well in 4th, but it is still Chris Foster, 7/10 of a second in front of James Dixon, who has 4/10 of a second over James Pritchard. So last time I looked, Pritchard and the purple car, I think the 6th car, please be aware. So Evie Thames, that's 3rd place with you on track. So 3rd place with you on track. So James Pritchard having a little bit of a slower lap. Manny Panesar and James Dixon both running at a 25.2, and we've got Chris Foster approaching traffic. So the 2 have just come out with bomb hole into the switchbacks now. That is the leader, the 3rd in line there. So thank you, that car. So car in the bomb, step up now. The orange car, car number 3. The leader is behind you on track if and when he gets there. So if and when he gets there, that is the leader of Chris Foster. So Foster's now got, it looks like James Pritchard in front of him. So James, be aware, race leader is behind you on track. I know you're both quick. Foster's best lap at 24.4. Pritchard, your best at 24.2. So you might be able to keep the gap. But just be aware, if you do have a little wobble, it is the race leader behind you on track. James Dixon still behind Manny Panesar. Last time by, 24.9 for Dixon. 25.4 for Manny. So Manny, you need to get a move on or move over. Please don't hold up James. Chris Foster, nothing but racetrack. James Pritchard, nothing but racetrack. Then we've got Peter Craig, Craig Lomax, Graham Lyle, Scott Follington and Andy Manning. Evie Thames, you're in there as well. You now run 4th for Evie. Make that 5th. So all very tight. As we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So with all said and done, it's going to be James Dixon taking and winning that one, 12.50.5. And then he's going to go 4th overall. Chris Foster going to be a 10th of a second behind to go 5th overall. James Pritchard, Manny Panesar go 8th and 9th. Craig Lomax, you go 12th. Evie Thames 14th. Graham Lyle 18. Peter Craig 21. And Scott Follington 22. overall. So that's a wrap of group number 7. Group 8, you are next. Group number 8, you are next. So, heat 8 all away and counting. And it's going to be Reese Ward going to need some attention coming through from the back. So, Reese Ward coming through from the back. Please be aware, guys, blue and orange machine are those on his roof. So, bad opening lap from Reese. We are following, I don't know which one we're following. We want to be following Harry Saunders in the 1. So he is step forward 1 car coming onto the straight. That's for 1. Harry Saunders laid down an absolute heater last time by. And Ruben Russell in the 6, also cracking run last time. Although 26-1 last time by for Ruben, not the best lap. So we'll let them all settle down and see where we get to. We'll let them all settle down and see where we get to. Down the straight they go. There goes Harry Saunders. So Reese Ward, just be aware Harry Saunders is behind you on track if he gets there. I know you started right up the back and Harry started at the front, but just be aware you are both quick. Do not ruin each other's races. Gareth Stanton, you run in 2nd behind Harry, then Ben Elliott, Alex Pyatt, Charlie Simmons, Roger Tugwood, Ruben Russell, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Dodd and Reese Ward. Not a lot separating them. 1/4 second separating 4 cars. So absolutely nothing separating these guys. And Harry Saunders is laying it down with a 24.88. So 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Harry Saunders, 3.5 second lead over Gareth Stanton. Then we've got Ben Elliott, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Ruben Russell, Charlie Simmons, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Dodd and Reese Ward is your full running order. Harry Saunders, Gareth Stanton and Ben Elliott all looking at 13 lap runs. And Stanton, you are closed the gap that time by 24.5 for Stanton, so the gap now just 1.5 seconds between Stanton and Saunders. So 6 car, be aware, that is the 2nd place man in front of you on track. And race leader is just coming out the bomb hole on the right hand side of the track. He's going to come through the switchbacks and down the straight. So Harry Saunders, your race leader. Lap time last time by was a 24.08. Stanton a 24.42. Ben Elliott a 24.98. And it is Harry Saunders extending his lead last time by and just gone through with a 24.39. Gareth Stanton running a comfortable second. He's got 4 seconds over Ruben Russell, who now runs in 3rd position as we come into the final minute of this race. So running order 1, 5, 6, 7, 3, 10, 4, 8, 2 and 9 is your running order. As we come into the final 30 seconds, so Harry Saunders is leading 2.5 in front of Gareth Stanton, then Pyatt, Tugwood, Elliott, Simmons, Russell, all separated by less than a second. So super close race between you 4. And then Dylan Richardson not far behind that. 23.84 for Saunders last time by, good luck from him. Then comes Stanton and Ruben Russell. And as we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap, and Harry Saunders going to take the win to go 2nd overall with a 13.516. Gareth Stanton, you go 4th overall. Ruben Russell just missing out on the 13-lap run. You go in 6th. Pyatt, Tugwood, you go 9 and 10. Simmons, you go 12. Elliott, 14. And Dylan Richards, 21. Then we had Matt Dodd and Reese Ward rounding out heat number 8. Group number 9, you are next. Group 9, you are next.
Right then, drivers lining up for heat number 9 of forward drive qualifying round number 2. Right then, underway in this heat number 9. James Helliwell leads us off. Reece Arthur, Andy Woods, Trish Neal, David Scott, Hattie Thames, Kevin Hodgkinson, Ben Stevenson, Stephen Brown and Callum True Arthur are your drivers in this one. Reece True Arthur currently setting the pace at the moment out in front. He's opening lap at 24.3. As we follow Reece and James Helliwell round. Round down into the bomb, back out the other side. Into the switchbacks. Round back up into the second bubble, round commentary corner. It's going to cross the line. And Mr. Helliwell a 24.2, so it's just starting to open that gap back out a little bit. Reece had a bit of an issue in that last lap of 26.6, so that's going to drop him down. It's currently running in 6th, and Callum True Arthur is now to the point of 24.2. So 140 down, 320 to go. Don't forget, if you're watching in the RCTV comments, you can get your requests in, see who we follow. If you're an RCTV hero, you get a priority, of course, as well as lots and lots of different perks, including exclusive content and some free RC Racing TV stickers. So 210 in this one. Mr. Helliwell has just gone to the point again as we watch the stagger. And Callum Arthur just picks up the point again. So 24.09 his fastest lap. So looking to break that 23-second barrier. And it looks like the track's just starting to get a little bit faster out there as the sun tries to break through the clouds, and it's just starting to get a little bit warmer here at Robin Hood Raceway. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday lunchtime for round 3 of this year's BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals. Still Callum Arthur out in front. It's James Helliwell that we are watching on screen at the moment. At the moment, James Helliwell and Callum Arthur going 3rd and 4th in round at the moment. Reece Arthur, you're in 7, Andy Woods in 8, Ben Stevenson in 9. Callum Arthur's just broke through onto that 23-second lap barrier, 23.93 for him. And his brother Reece has just outshone him there, 23.7, has promoted Reece back up towards the top of the timing charts, currently running in P3. So it's Callum Arthur from James Helliwell, Reece Arthur, Ben Stevenson, Andy Woods, Stephen Brown, Kevin Hodgkinson, Hattie Tames, Tristan Neal and David Scott with 4:10 gone. 50 seconds to go as we follow white car round on track. Can't see whose number that is at the moment. That is car number 8. So that's Reece Arthur, currently running in P3 at the moment. 3.2 back of his brother. As Mr. Helliwell goes back up to the top of the timing as we look for the stagger. Callum Arthur is just starting to pull that lead out a little bit. It's now a 3-second lead for Callum out in front as we head towards 5 minutes closing order. Callum Arthur, James Helliwell, Reece Arthur, Ben Stevenson, Andy Woods, Stephen Brown, Hattie Tames, Kevin Hodgson, Tristan Neal and David Scott. There we go, heat number 9 in the books. Callum Arthur's going to take this one. Reece Arthur in 2nd, James Helliwell, Ben Stevenson, Andy Woods, Stephen Brown, Hattie Tames, Kevin Hodgkinson, Tristan Neal, David Scott. So Callum Arthur, you have just put yourself 2nd in round at the moment. Reece, you are in 4th in round so far. And Mr. Helliwell, you're 5th in round at the moment. Heat number 10 is up next. Right then, we're underway in heat number 10, and it looks like our timing is died, so apologies if you are watching on the stream. Yeah, no. So we've just lost timing briefly on the live stream.
So group number 10 rocking and rolling, and Johnny Skidmore leading, Matt Thompson, Lewis Hopkins, Matt Druitt, Isaac McFadden, Liam Robinson, Tommy Dale, Colin May, Stuart Mann and Ollie Frost. That is the order. Well, for those of you watching online, we'll try and get the live time back up. Meanwhile, comment on chat at DDRC TV. I don't know if they are here. They might be doing some stuff over in the pit. But back on track, Lewis Hopkins leading. Scratch out, Isaac McFadden is leading. So we'll try and pick up the leaders. Johnny Skidmore's radio goes down. That kind of implies it's not been a good run for him. So we'll pick up Matt Thompson, start the straightaway now. Yellow wheels bashing into the pipe as he goes. So Matt Thompson goes down the straight, and he's been chased down by Isaac McFadden. Lewis Hopkins, you are running good. So you'll be on it somewhere as well. So Matt Thompson and Isaac McFadden coming down around and going to be starting lap number 5, I believe. If Eugene Galley can hear me, it'd be wonderful to get you to the commentary hut. If Eugene Galley can hear me, wonderful to get you to the commentary hut. So where are we? Isaac McFadden just goes past Matt Thompson, so we'll stick with Isaac. I'm pretty sure, well, he's running second. He's a tenth of a second in front of Lewis Hopkins. Lewis Hopkins is coming into the bommel now, I believe. So Lewis in the 2 car, so the green, white and purple. And looks like Isaac's just had an error because Matt Thompson's back in front. So that is going to mean Lewis Hopkins extends his lead to 1.7. So we've got Thompson, McFadden and Hopkins on track. Johnny, just be aware that is race leader in front of you on track. So that's a 1 and 2. Lewis, you've got a quick car behind you. I know you're leading the heat, but just be aware Johnny behind you is rapid. So I'll let you two decide how you manage that. So it is Lewis Hopkins was leading. He's had an error because Johnny Skidmore's got through. And Johnny's now on the back of Isaac McFadden. So Isaac, same message to you. You've got a fast charging Johnny Skidmore behind you. You are ahead on the computer. So Johnny Skidmore is fastest on track, 22.81, his best lap. So Matt Thompson is the leader after 4 minutes from Johnny Skidmore, Lewis Hopkins and Isaac McFadden. Skidmore and Hopkins just 0.2 of a second behind you. Matt Thompson, your lead is about a second. So with 20 seconds to go, we've got Thompson, Skidmore, Hopkins, McFadden, 11 laps on the board. And you guys will be going a predicted 13. As you cross the line now, you are starting your final lap. So coming into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So just waiting for car 8. Colin May comes across the line, and despite the poor start, Johnny Skidmore going to take that one with a 13.506, 1/10 of a second in front of Matt Thompson. Lewis Hopkins, you were a couple of seconds back when we had Isaac McFadden, Stuart Marn, Tommy Dale, Matt Druitt, Liam Robinson, Colin May, and Ollie Frost. So that's a wrap of group number 10. Group 11, you're coming up next. Group 11, you're coming up next. So your drivers for this one, Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth. Your drivers, Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth, Hudson Knight, Aaron Nash, Thomas Phipps, Ewan Tumulty, Eugene Galley, Mark Anthony Jones, and William Venables. Steve Pearce, because I have you in commentary, Hut, if you can hear me. So this is group number 11, rocking and rolling. And Lee Martin goes down the straight, opens up with a 22.8. Hudson Knight, 23.3, second quickest opener. So remember, guys and girls, give each other space. Arley's over, champions roll on his wheels, continue on his way. He had a half-second lead after lap 1. I think that's going to hold. Holdsworth's brothers, I don't need to tell you two what to do. Not getting away in that family argument. It's Lee Martin, second lap, 23.6 for reference. So Lee Martin probably losing half a second on lap number 2. Josh Holdsworth going to go to a point by a 10th of a second with a 22.69. And as I look out, Luke Holdsworth not having the best of runs so far. Hudson Knight, you've done a 24.07, so good, a couple of quick openers for you. Lap 3 on the board, 22.9 Holdsworth, 23.0 Martin. So 2/10 of a second is the gap. Ewan Tumulty in the 6 car is running in 3rd, so please give him space, coming through from further down the grid. We are following on camera Lee Martin, orange, blue and white car. He is now leading this heat, 23.1 last time by Lee, to Holdsworth 23.3. So you are 300ths of a second ahead in this one. Just gets a little bobble through the switchbacks, but manages to save it, and nice and calmly up a step up and down onto the straightaway he goes. That time by for Lee, 23.55 to a 22.60 for Josh Holdsworth. So Josh Holdsworth going to take the lead by about 0.8 of a second. And Hudson Knight, no, Ewan Tumulty going to jump to the 3 spot. Ewan, you're 1.3 off the lead. And Hudson Knight, you are half a second behind that. So full running order at half race distance. You've got Holdsworth, Martin, Tumulty, Knight, Nash, Holdsworth, Galley, Jones, Venables and Phipps. That's your full running order. So Lee Martin goes through 22.81 last time by, 22.85 for Josh Holdsworth. So gap is at 1.3 seconds. Luke Holdsworth, you're about 3.5 behind that. And we've now got Josh on camera. So he's past Eugene Galley and he comes out of the step up. Nicely done. And Eugene just throws it on his roof. So Josh Holdsworth down the straight, getting a bit of a fishtail on. That'll cost him a 10 for 2. That time by Lee Martin, 22.9. Josh Holdsworth, 23.1. Luke Holdsworth, 23.3. Ewan Tumulty, wait for you to come through. That was a 24-0 for Ewan. Oh, Hudson Knight, 32-7. Disaster for Hudson on what was a good run. So Holdsworth goes down the straight. That time by for Holdsworth was a 22.44. So quick lap for Josh Holdsworth. Lee Martin 22.9. Gap is extending. Luke Holdsworth still running in third as Hudson Knight has another error out there. So Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth coming into the step up now. Lee, you don't need me to tell you what to do with 1 minute and 10 on the master clock. This time by the line, it's a 22.6 for Holdsworth. It's 23.4 for Martin. 2.16, 2.14, 6.53, 7.98 and 10 is the run order. And they are, so Josh is through on the track, coming into the step down now. I've lost my predicted times, but I'm going to guess this is a 14-lap run for Josh Holdsworth. Absolutely stellar out the gate. And he crosses the line with 4 minutes and 11 seconds expired. 22.65 last time by for Josh. Lee Martin, 23.66. And someone's car is parked in the middle, off the racing line, thankfully. So your race leader is coming out the step up now, and he's going to come round onto the straight, starting lap number 13 with 25 seconds remaining for you, Josh. 2.5 on the master clock. So this is a clean lap. You are through for a 14-lap run. Lee Martin, you've probably going to get through as well. Maybe you crossed at 4 minutes and 38. So Josh Holdsworth coming down the straight. Listen for your numbers, drivers. Listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of heat number 11. Josh Holdsworth setting the round time, 14.521. Lee Martin, you go finish second. Luke Holdsworth third. Aaron Nash 4. Ewan Tumulty 5. Thomas Phipps 6. Mark Anthony Jones 7. Venables 8. Eugene Galley 9. And Hudson Knight did not finish. We'll move on to group number 12. So group 12, round number 2 of qualifying is next. Group 12, round number 2 of qualifying. Steve Pearce, if you can hear me, or Cam Felton. Your assistance, IT assistance is required. And Eugene's marshalling. So this is group number 12, rocking and rolling. And it is Ben Smith. Tommy Hall will lead them off. And it's a 22.89 opener from Ben Smith. Archie Bowman, 22.6. Quickest opening lap goes to Archie. So Jamie Hall, I think you've got company there. Just be aware and do the right thing. I'm going to suggest that was the right thing to do. So Archie Bowman has come out swinging. He's passed Jamie Hall on track. So third car down the straight at the end of the straightaway now coming into view. There you go. We'll pick up that one. Green and black car. Archie Bowman leads after 2. 23.3 second time round. Jamie Hall puts it on his roof in the background. Bad luck for Jamie. So Archie Bowman is leading. Don't forget Daniel Pole coming through from the back of the field as well. So free car coming through from the back in the form of Daniel Pole. Please give him space as he is also on a rapid opener. I'll try and pick up Daniel Pole car just so I can keep an eye on him. I think that's him down the straightaway now. Yes, it is. So Pole, Smith, Hall and Bowman. Less than half a second between the four of you. So absolutely nothing to split. Hall and Smith together on track almost. So it looks like, yeah, Ben Smith, 23.4 last time by. Not ideal for him. We'll stick with Archie Bowman. You are, what, 4 tenths off the lead, Archie? And then waiting for Daniel Pole to come through. And there goes Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole, you are 0.11 off the lead. So 10th of a second separating the associated balls of Tommy Hall and Daniel Pole. So Daniel Pole, bad first round, but he's making up for it in round number 2. Daniel rocking the free car. So I'll try and pick him up. So cameraman, if we can turn to the end of the straight now, coming into view. Yep, that one, just at the apex now. So the red note, go back a couple of cars. So behind the yellow one, this one coming out the bomb hole now. Tommy Hall makes an error. So that is going to put Daniel Pole to the lead of this heat number 12. Still don't have any predicted time, so I can only tell you what is happening on track. Daniel Pole goes down the straight. That time by it was a 22.51. You have a 7/10 of a second lead over Ben Smith running in second. Archie Bowman, you still run third. Charlie Saunders 4. Tommy Hall, you've dropped 3 seconds off the lead. And then Harley Eldridge, you run in 6th. Seth Shillito, Everest, Jamie Hall, Ackroyd Bench and Jacob Tomlinson is the full running order. With 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. So your race leader coming over front side tabletop, driving away out the bomb hole. He's going to come through the switchbacks and he may just be coming into traffic. So coming out of the step up, the 6 car and the 7 car. Be aware, race leader is behind you on track. So that is Harley Eldridge and Charlie Saunders. Be aware, if or when he gets there, Daniel Pole is currently heading up this heat in an intense battle with Ben Smith. That gap between them, 0.03 of a second last time by. So it really is hundredths of a second making all the difference. Thank you, recovering car. Get out of the way of our leader. Well done. Tommy Hall's got space. Archie Bowman's got space. Archie Bowman just falling off ever so slightly. Last time by, it was 2 tenths in the favour of Daniel Pole. And Ben Smith responds 22.00. So the asking is out there for a 21-second lap. Charlie Saunders, I'm going to have to ask you. The leader is behind you. Thank you. So Charlie Saunders, leader behind you on track. Thank you. Harley Eldridge, you will be next. That leader, the leader is tenths of a second. The battle between Daniel Pole and Ben Smith. Someone makes an error of a 10 car. So 10 car, be aware. Archie Bowman behind you on track. Harley Eldridge, I'm going to have to ask. Thank you. So Daniel Pole's got nothing but racetrack. Ben Smith's got nothing but racetrack. Ben Smith last time by 22.4 to 22.6 for Daniel Pole. So advantage Ben Smith by a couple of attempts with 30 seconds to go. 3-0 on the master clock. You will be going 14 lap runs. 22.3 last time by for Ben Smith. Let's see what Daniel Pole can do as he comes by. No traffic this time down the line. It is a 22.9 for Daniel Pole, so the gap opens up in the favour of Ben Smith. You are coming into finishing times, drivers. Listen for your numbers. So track is still live. So that's a wrap. Ben Smith going to take the, I'm going to say take the round. I don't have the scores in front of me, but I'm fairly certain Ben Smith takes a round with a 5.18. Think Holdsworth, you're going to go second. I think you're a 5.20. Daniel Pole, just like that, it pops up for me. You heroes, whoever's controlling that. So Ben Smith, you go quickest in round with a 5.18. Holdsworth, you go second. Daniel Pole, Tommy Hull, you go 3 and 4. Lee Martin, 5th in round. Archie Bowman, Charlie Saunders go 6 and 7. Luke Holdsworth, you go 8th. Harley Eldridge, 9th. Johnny Skidmore, you were 10th in round. Then we had Thompson, Nash, Tumulty, Hopkins, Phipps, McFadden, Anthony Jones, Shillito Everest, Marn and Dale. You go 11 to 20. Jamie Hall, 21st. Matt Drew, Will Venables and Liam Robinson rounds out the top 24. That's a wrap of round 2 of qualifying. I'm going to hand over to Cam while I go and get some pizza.
As long as you get Ben Smith on the way back for me.
Yeah, certainly.
Good choice.
Will do. All right, catch you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Cockers. Go and enjoy your pizza, lads. If you're around near Robin Hood today. Right then, underway in heat number 1, back to the start, round number 3, Zach Whittleston, Bruce Lee, Robert Tyus, Ava Griggs, Keenan Miller, David Milford, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, David Anderson and Richard Hipkiss. They are your runners and riders in this heat number 1, kicking off round number 3 of qualifying here at BRCA 110th Off-Road Four-Wheel Drive Nationals. The attempting to be sunny Robin Hood Raceway in the northeast of Nottinghamshire. .220 down in this one with 2:40 to go. Zach Whittleston is out in front, setting the pace at the moment with a 25-second flat, his fastest lap of the race so far. Don't forget, plenty of action still coming your way here from Robin Hood Raceway. You've got all of round 3 and you've got all your finals later on as well. There's also other racing going off on RCTV Racing this weekend. Into the finals at ETS in Appledorn. Don't forget, if you want to see more exclusive content from RC Racing TV, become a channel hero, become an RCTV hero. Get access to exclusive access and early access to content. You get priority shout-outs during qualifying and follow requests, as well as discounts on merch and free stickers. So what's not to love about that? And of course, it brings able to bring us here and to bring you this coverage from Robin Hood Raceway, as well as other events around the UK. Big thank you to our sponsors for this BRCA National Series. That is TKL Graphics, Vitaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rubits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher Racing and Team X-Ray. Right then, 4 minutes down, 1 to go in this heat. Number 1 is Zach Whittleston out in front, Ava Griggs in 2, Bruce Lee 3, Robert Tyus in 4, David Milford in 5, Keenan Miller in 6, Charlie Hall 7th, Jesse Russell 8th, Richard Hipkiss 9th, and David Anderson in the 10, with 40 seconds to go of this heat number 1, forward drive, round 3 of qualifying. For those of you on the stream, very shortly we'll be joined by TQ for round number 2, Ben Smith. He'll be joining us and having a chat about his race and day so far. Don't forget he also TQ'd round 1 as well, so everybody else has got a bit of work to do to try and catch him up. Right, 5 seconds to go. We're into your final stage of this race. Listen to your numbers, drivers. There we go, finishing order in that one. Zach Whittleston, you take that in 12 in 5-7. Bruce Lee, Ava Griggs, Robert Tyus, David Milford, Keenan Miller, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, Richard Hipkiss, and David Anderson. So you're finishing order in that one. Right then, if we are now joined in the commentary booth by round 2 and so far overall TQ, Ben Smith. How was that, Ben?
It was definitely better. I struggled a bit at the start of the race. Just again, a few like little bobbles and stuff. But like my last 5-6 laps felt really good. I could get down to like the low 22s consistently. Kind of just like backing off a bit more, just letting the car tuck in on the front. Struggling with a bit of understeer, kind of the opposite to Q1. So happy to just do another 5 minutes without any real crashes, to be honest.
Yeah. What changes have you sort of like had a look at? Obviously, fresh tyres for round 3.
Yes.
Is it sort of like that way you think it'll just level itself out, or have you got to do a bit of tinkering?
I think so. We've been playing a bit with like chassis stiffness, playing with screws and flex and everything, but might try to, again, same as yesterday, dial a bit of steering out on the new front tyre because it's very aggressive for the first kind of 2-3 minutes. You kind of just want to hang on to it and then you get the good bit of the tyre for the last 2 minutes. So I'm sure most people will go new again now in Q3. Obviously, not everyone, but the majority of people, I think.
Was it off-putting knowing that someone like Daniel Pole, who did not finish the first one, was definitely pushing in that second one, knowing that not only have you got Tommy Hall behind you, but you've also got Daniel, who looked very fast in that that last round of qualifying.
I couldn't see him on track. I didn't know actually that he struggled in the first round. I couldn't see him because I kind of like to base on track, and then I kind of found him in the background on the track, just kind of compare a bit. Obviously it helps having like Tom reading the gap out every lap, but yeah, he drove a good race. I think he had a little bobble towards the end when he hadn't finished, so that probably gapped out. I don't know how big the gap was in the end, to be honest. So.
Obviously, 2 TQs. Are you just kind of just going to sit back and just pottle around, or are you still going to really push? Obviously, it's after yesterday. There's no guarantees because Tommy is still looking fast this weekend.
Yeah, you can win every round of qualifying and end up 10th, you know. So I think we're going to try stuff. It gives us a bit more freedom to be a bit more open on the setup changes now with 2 good runs in. So we'll probably try do some learning, try find some things, and hopefully be there for the finals.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. There you go then. That is your round 2 TQ man, Ben Smith, joining us in the commentary booth for a little bit of a chat. Just checking in on the live stream. Thank you to everybody that's joining us so far this afternoon. The weather is just starting to take a very nice little turn. The sun's just starting to come out and it's getting nice and toasty. So if you're local, feel free to come down. We're here until later this evening. So we've got the rest of round 3 to come for qualifying, then you've got all of round 4, and then your finals, and of course your 3-leg finals for your A final drivers. Don't forget, if you're enjoying all the coverage from RCTV this weekend, whether that's here at Hood Raceway, whether that's watching ETS in Appledorn, or if you've been watching the GT and GTE Euros with Frank over in Portugal. We appreciate any support, and obviously everybody that's been watching. And obviously a massive thank you to our sponsors for the British Nationals this year: TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho and his models, Rudog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Root Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher Racing and Team X-Ray. Right then, thank you to Ben Smith for joining us for that little bit of an interview. So we are into heat number 2 now with 20 seconds left to go. It's Scott Martin out in front, Mike Temple in 2, Colin McCaffrey in 3, Simon Husbeth in 4th, Craig Gibson in 5, and then Simon Preston, Ollie Carberry, Paul Steadman, Jamie Careless, Ollie, and Nathan Stanmore rounding out your top 10. There we go. Everybody finished in this one. So it's going to be Scott Martin that's going to take heat number 2 in round number 3 of qualifying. Mike Temple, Colin McCaffrey, and Husbeth. Gibbo is going to take P5. Simon Preston in 6. Paul Steadman in 7. Ollie Carberry in 8. Jamie Careless in 9. Nathan Stanmore in 10. Up next is heat number 3. There we go, on the way in heat number 3 of qualifying. Joshua Anderson leads us off. Paul Griggs, Miklos Sabados, James Gibbs, Jason Bing, Ian Headlam, Philip Mission, Jonathan Pluke, Tommy Clark and Trevor Follington are your drivers in this heat number 3. So opening out, we are following car number 7 of Paul Griggs. He's our leader at the moment, the Yokobo driver. As we follow him down the main straight round the long sweeping corner. Jumps up over the roller in front of the rostrum. Up and out the bowl. Keeping it nice and tidy. Goes a little bit wide through the switchbacks, but keeps it nice and tidy through there. Round into the second bomb, up, round in front of us in commentary corner. Sweeps back onto the straight and crosses the line. And it's a 25.8 that last lap for him so far. So 1.5 gone in this one. It's Paul Griggs out in front, Jason Bing, James Gibbs, Miklos Zabados, Trevor Follington, Tommy Clark, Phil Headlam, Philip Hitchman, Jonathan Pluke. And have we lost Joshua Anderson, or have you stopped counting? Is he gone? Thank you, Gibbo. Appreciate it. And 3 minutes down in this one, 2 to go. It's still Paul Griggs out in front. The get back to James Gibbs is under 1 second. As we wait for them to cross the line on the stagger, we'll check what it is last time round. It's 1.4 now, so it's Griggs from Gibbs, Bing, Zabados, Headlam, Follington, Clark, Pluke and Hitchman. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go here in this heat number 3 of the 3rd round of qualifying. There we go, drivers, into your last 20 seconds of this one. It's still Paul Griggs out in front, Jane Gibbs in 2, Jason Bing 3, Miklos Sabados, Tommy Clark, Trevor Wallington, Ian Headlam, Philip Hitchman and Jonathan Pluke. As time is about to expire, drivers, listen for your numbers. Yeah, so you finish in order. Paul Griggs, James Gibbs, Miklos Zabados, Tommy Clark, Jason Bing, Trevor Follington, Ian Headland, Philip Hitchman, Jonathan Pluke, and Joshua Anderson. As you finish in order in heat number 3, drivers are up for heat number 4. All right, then we're underway in this heat number 4. Lee Stokes leading us out. Chris Bowden, Phil Campbell, Nicholas Harwood, Mark Christopher, Andrew Luxford, Ben Ellis, Martin Lee, Simon Hall and Roger Mills are your drivers in this one. And it's Chris Bowden setting the early pace. Fastest lap of the race so far, 25.5. So 3 down, 2 to go in this heat number 4. Andrew Luxford out in front. Phil Campbell is up to the 2 spot. Chris Bowden in the 3. Mark Christopher, Lee Stokes, Ben Ellis, Nicholas Harwood, Roger Mills, Martin Lee, Simon Hall, rounding out your 10 drivers. We've got a minute and a half to go in this heat number 4. So, car on the screen at the moment is the car number 8 of Mark Christopher, the red and white machine. So, with less than a minute to go, we'll try and find our leader, who is Andrew Luxford, the car number 1. Try and spot him out on the tracks. Coming just onto the straight now. The second of those 2 cars. There we go. So, there is your leader on screen at the moment. That is the car number 1 of Andrew Luxford. Gap at the moment is just under 1 second, so a little bit of a gap back to Chris Bowden, currently running in P2 as we follow Andrew round down the main straight with 12 to go. So this is going to be his final lap. Just got to keep it on all 4 wheels and just keep it going in the right direction. There we go, so everybody's crossed the line, and it's going to be Chris Bowden who's going to take this one. Managed to pull out a 24.55 second lap on his last lap to overturn the difference. So it's going to be Chris Bowden who takes the win in this one. Andrew Luxford is going to take second, and Phil Campbell takes third. Then comes Mark Christopher, Roger Mills, Lee Stokes, Nicholas Harwood, Ben Ellis, Martin Lee, and Simon Hall. That's your finishing order for this heat number 4. And heat number 5 is already out on their warm-up lap. There we go, everybody off and away and counting in this one. Heat number 5. It's Will Skidmore, Craig Headland, Jack Mills White, Zach Edwards, Phil Channon, Scott Wyman, Riley Butler, Martin Heward, Aaron Carberry and Michael Halsey. Any drivers in this one so far? Out in front though, we are following the number 6 car, the X-ray machine of Will Skidmore. Setting the fastest lap of the race so far, has just gone even faster into the 23 second realm, so 23.66. His lead over Craig Headlam at the moment is 3 seconds, so quite a gap already for Mr. Skidmore out in front as we follow him round onto the main straight, down the straight, round the banking turn at the end, up and over in front of the rostrum, into the bomb hole, back out the other side, into the switchbacks. Keeping it nice and tidy through there. Round into the second bowl. Round in front of us in commentary corner. He's going to cross the line, and he's just gone even faster at 23.5. We'll also keep an eye out for the car number 9 of Riley Butler, who's running in P2 at the moment. He was running in P2. And still is, but he is a long way back at the moment. Will Skidmore out in front and is just flying at the moment. No other driver at the moment has made it into sub 24 5s at the moment, whereas Will Skidmore is out in front saying 23.59s. So looking very comfortable out in front, 220 down in this one. So it's Skidmore, Headland, Butler, Heward, Wyman, Shannon, Edwards, Mills, White, Carberry and Halsey with 2.5 down in this one. 2.5 left to go. And the man on camera is still Will Skidmore as we follow him round, just coming up to the back markers on the straight. The rear of your cars is your leader, so the rest of the drivers keep an eye out, please. Some great driving this weekend on show at Robin Hood Raceway. The driving etiquette has been absolutely fantastic, and of course thank you to Simon Smith, our referee, helping Will get through all the traffic at the moment. So we're still on our leader of Will Skidmore. The gap now is about 16 seconds, even more than that. There we go, as we just wait for lap traffic to get out of the way. Thank you very much, drivers, well done. So we are still on our lead car of Will Skidmore, is doing really well to get through all of that lap traffic. He is absolutely flying. Another 23 second, 23.9. That last lap, still nobody else gets in close. Craig Headlam is the closest to him, and he is a fair way back. Fastest lap for him so far is 24.1. That's the other fastest lap of this race so far. So Will Skidmore is absolutely flying, as we've got 30 seconds left to go in this one of heat number 5. Still on our leader of Will Skidmore, who is currently on his 11th lap of the race, and nobody else has joined him yet. So we follow him down onto the main straight with 10 to go. At the moment, the order is Skidmore, Headland, Butler, Wyman, Heward, Mills, White, Cannon, Halsey, Edwards and Carberry. Going into your final finishing times. Listen for your numbers, drivers. There you go, so your finishing order in this is Will Skidmore out in 13 laps. Second place back on 12 laps, Craig Headlam, Riley Butler, Scott Wyman, Jack Mills White, Philip Cannon, Martin Heward, Michael Halsey, Aaron Carberry and Zach Edwards. That's your finishing order in heat number 5. Heat number 6 are out and rolling for their warm-up laps. There we go then, underway in heat number 6, William Fisher, Cameron Wells, Richard Miller, Ryan Preston, Chris Pattinson, Keith Halsey, David Burton, Emily Heward, Matthew Hodges and Stephen Harley are your drivers in this one. So Cam Wells opens up with a 24.6. Got to put his foot down if he wants to beat that time of Will Skidmore. Got a shout out into the YouTube comments from Northeast RC saying good luck to all the lads from Neem RC. Thank you for joining us in the comments and on the live stream. Don't forget, if you want to get a shout out to any of the drivers racing this weekend, just come drop us a comment in the live stream. Even better if you could become an RCTV hero. Right, and 3 down in this one. Out in front is William Fisher, Chris Pattinson, Cameron Wells are your top 3 at the moment. David Burton, Ryan Preston, Richard Miller, Emily Heward, Matthew Hodges, Stephen Harley and Keith Halsey rounded out your 10 drivers at the moment. Right, then into the final 30 seconds of heat number 6. William Fisher out in front. Chris Pattinson, Cameron Wells, Ryan Preston, David Burton, Richard Miller, Emily Heward, Matthew Hodges, Keith Halsey and Stephen Harley as you run in order at the moment, heading into your final 20 seconds of heat number 6. There we go. Finishing order in this one: William Fisher, Cameron Wells, Chris Pattinson, Ryan Preston, David Burton, Richard Miller, Emily Heward, Matthew Hodges, Stephen Harley, and Keith Halsey. Up next is heat number 7. Right then, underway in heat number 7 of round 3 of qualifying. James Dixon opens out in front. Manny Panesar, Chris Foster, Andy Manning, Evie Taves, James Pritchard, Craig Lomax, Scott Follington, and Peter Craig are your drivers in this one. And Graham Lyle has just pipped everybody at the moment. Opening lap for him, 24.6. Still not quite the 23 second laps that we saw from Will Skidmore 2 heats ago. He's absolutely flying in that one, so... Right then, 3:45 down in this one. James Dixon out in front, Chris Foster, Manny Panasar, Scott Follington, Craig Lomax, Peter Craig, Andy Manning, Graham Lyle, Evie Thames and James Pritchard has pulled off. So less than a minute to go in this. As the sun just starts poking out a little bit more and it starts getting a little bit warm in this commentary booth. It's a lovely breeze, but it's a little bit warm.
So that's a wrap of heat number 7. James Dixon going to take that one with a 13-lap run, followed by Chris Foster. You two going 3rd and 4th overall in round. Scott Follington, you go 8th in round. Craig Lomax, Peter Craig 10-11. Andy Manny 13. Manny Panasar 15. Evie Thames, you go 17. Then we had Graham Lyle and James Pritchard did not finish. Sorry for a brief intermission. Thank you, Cam, for covering. I'm fed and watered and now ready for another 4-hour stint to see us through to finals. So Heat 7 done. Heat 8, you will be next. Heat number 8 is up next. Target time, Will Skidmore, 13.509. Stellar result from Will in this one. So he's looking to tie something together with his 19 in round number 2. I think he might be doing a bit better than that. So this is Heat 8 rocking and rolling. Harry Saunders leads round. Reuben Russell, Gareth Stanton, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Charlie Simmons, Ben Elliott, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Dodd and Reese Ward. So Reese Ward capable of putting in very fast laps, coming through from the back of the grid on this one. He needs a run, having had 2 DNFs, I believe. So Harry Saunders opening up with a 23.79, Stanton 24.34, all very close at the front. Dodd and Russell 24.9s. Reuben Russell second time round 24.7. Looks like Harry Saunders has had an error. So 6, 2, 8, 5 and 3 your running order. Reuben Russell is your leader going down the straight and he is on camera. And then behind that we've got the 10 and 1 cars down the straight together. So 1 in front of 10. And Reese Ward at the back, 24.5 last time by with a 24.5. You jump up to third place, Reese. You're half a second off the lead. So 8, 6, 9, 2 and 3 is a running order. Throw in Alex Pyatt into that, and you've got 6 cars separated by less than a second. So 6 cars separated by less than a second. Cars, all cars going down the straight, please be aware, give each other space. If someone's got pulled up to the back of you, they are probably quicker, and therefore the sensible thing is to give them some space. Ruben Russell goes down the straight, 24.6 last time by, 24.1 best lap for you, Ruben. Good going. Reese Ward still got nothing but racetrack. That's going to change very shortly, so pink car, be aware, race leader in front of you. 2 cars going around the end of the straight, be aware, the orange and blue behind you. Oh, he's just put it into a fence. So Reese Ward going to have to do that work again. So pink car, be aware, fast car behind you on track if and when he gets there. Ruben Russell, nothing but racetrack. The 10 and 1 cars. So 10, Alex Pyatt is running in second. So be careful, Harry. I know you've got pace, but these people are also on improved times. It's not their problem that you keep falling back. So that is the 10 car, I think. Yep, 10 car going down the straight, being chased down by Harry Saunders. Let's try and pick up Dylan Richardson in the 8. So blue and yellow car down the straightaway now. Going to go through turn 1 and into 2-2 on the apex there. He is your new race leader by less than a tenth of a second, so it's super tight out front. We'll follow Dylan for a bit. Ruben Russell, nothing but racetrack. Get your head down, fast laps in. Good on you. Dylan Richardson, middle of the track, going to come into the bomb hole. He's rocking the 8 car. 10 and 1 work together. Alex Pyatt leads Harry Saunders by 5 seconds on the computer. Someone's over. That was our leader. So Dylan Richardson making an error, going to be costly for him. We'll try and pick up Reese Ward. So coming over the tabletop in front of the rostrum, into the bomb hole now. Orange and blue car coming into the switchbacks. He's now your second place car. He was about 1 second off the lead last time round. With 4 minutes down and 3 to go, Reese Ward jumps out of the step up. Down the straight he goes, crosses the line. Running order is 6, 9, 2, 10, 4, 8, 1, 3, 5 and 7. Ruben Russell, your lead, 6 tenths of a second over Reese Ward. Reese Ward on camera as we follow him through. He's going to be coming up on, I think, the 4 car of Charlie Simmons. Careful, Stanton, that's the leader just gone by you. Matt Dodd also running good. As I say that, he's just had a tumble in the step up. So race leader is going to be Ruben Russell. Second place, Reese Ward, is the one we're watching on screen. And he is coming up on the 4 car of Charlie Simmons, I believe, coming through the switchbacks and driving towards the step up. So just be aware, Charlie, quick car behind you if he gets there in the remaining 20 odd seconds. Dodd's got space, Richardson's got space, Stanton's having a mare, Ruben Russell's got space, Reese Ward has space, Alex Pyatt has space, so all of them looking pretty comfortable in terms of what's around them on track. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 8, and Reese Ward going to take it by 2 tenths of a second over Ruben Russell. Those guys going to go 3rd and 4th overall. Alex Pyatt, improved time, you're going to go 9th overall. Harry Saunders, you go 11th in round. Charlie Simmons, you go 14th. Dylan Richardson, 22nd. Ben Elliott, 23rd. Then we had Matt Dodd, Roger Tugwood, and Gareth Stanton rounding out group number 8. Group 9, you are next. Group number 9, you are next. So your drivers, Callum Troffer, James Helliwell, Rhys Troffer, Andy Woods, Tristram Neal, Ben Stevenson, Stephen Brown, David Scott, Hattie Thames and Kevin Hodkinson. So away they go, drivers for heat number 9. Remember, drivers, you are racing the clock and not each other, so please give each other space. So coming into 120 down and 340 to go. As 3 laps going on the board, Rhys Troffer leads James Helliwell. So these 3 all together at the front of the track. Andy Woods, you in second. Ben Stevenson, you run in third. So 8 and 1 cars going down the straightaway together. It's Callum Troffer in the 4 that leads on the track. And you 3 separated by, 6 tenths, 7 tenths? Oh, sorry, Rhys 1.6. When Callum, David Scott, Andy Woods, James Helliwell, all separated by half a second. So just half a second in it. So coming to a half race distance, Callum Troffer, Rhys Troffer and James Helliwell is your running order. It doesn't look like that on the track, so we'll see as I go through. Now we'll skip forward. If we can go forward 1 car to just in front of race control now, that is Callum Troffer. He is leading this one by a good 4 seconds. So Callum on a rapid result. Rhys is running in second. Andy Woods third. James Helliwell 4. Then we've got Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Tristram Neal, Steve Brown, Hattie Thames and Kevin Hodkinson. But leader down the straight, popping a wheelie as he goes. And Callum Troffer is on a decent 13-lap pace. James Helliwell goes through 24.3 last time by, going to promote himself to second. And Rhys, you're going to fall to third with a 24.89. So 4 tenths of a second separating you 2. Andy Woods, you run in third. You're half a second off Helliwell. So Rhys, just be aware you're recovering into Andy Woods' path, who is on a good run. So work together, guys. With 1 minute remaining, 1 minute on the master clock. So it is Callum Troffer. He's had a 2 second lead now, 2.8 second lead. James Helliwell recovering from earlier laps and starting to put himself into a solid second position over David Scott now, followed by Andy Woods, Rhys Troffer, Ben Stevenson. Those 4 all still very close. Tristram Neal, you running 7 with 30 seconds to go. Running order 4.16, 2.87, 10.9, 5 and 3. Your race leader comes through the switchbacks He's got nothing but racetrack around him as he drops into the bomb hole and out again. Sorry, the step up. Going to sweep round. Down the straight he goes. This is starting lap number 12 of a predicted 13. And closing order, 412, 876, 10, 9, 5 and 3. Listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 9. Callum Trawford is going to take the win on that one. And he is going to go second overall with a 5:13.7. Andy Woods and James Helliwell going to finish 4th and 5th in round. Andy Woods with a decent end to the race. Going to pull ahead of James. You go 4th and 5th. Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Reece Trafford go 8, 9 and 10. Tristram Neal, you're going at 12. Hattie Thames, 14. Stephen Brown, you go in at 17. Kevin Hodkinson rounds out heat number 9. Heat 10, you are next. Heat 10 is next. Quick comment on the chat about it being windy. The wind is picking up. The flags are flying today. So the wind has got a little bit more than yesterday. Don't think we're at the point of affecting cars just yet. So this is group number 10. Johnny Skidmore leads them off in the X-ray machine, and he will set about brother Will Skidmore's 13.509 time. Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden going to open quickest with a 23.09. 23.07 needs to be the average for a 14-lap run, and we've seen a very small handful of those today. So front four off quick: McFadden, Thompson, Skidmore, Bowman. Stuart Marn, sorry. So Stuart Marn laying down a quick lap as well. Stuart's been quick in this one. And Stuart is rocking the 9 car. So remember, drivers, give each other space. If someone faster than you pulls up to the rear of you, it's probably time to give them a corner and let them go. Skidmore 23.3 last time by. 23.3s for Skidmore, McFadden and Thompson. Thompson that time by 23.5. 23.4 for McFadden. Gap between the three of you is 4/10 of a second. Stuart Marn, you're about 1.5 further back. Lewis Hopkins, I think you've had an error on that lap because it's... No, not an error on that lap. You are, 3/10 behind Stuart Marn. So all very close out there. But it is looking like Skidmore, Thompson and McFadden. 7/10 is the lead for Isaac. So we'll try and drop back 2 cars, and that should put us on to Isaac. As someone's over in the middle. Oh, commentator's curse. Sorry, Isaac. I put the camera on him, and he goes and rolls it. So this is Isaac coming round down the straightaway now. There he goes. and it was a 25.5 for Isaac. So he's going to drop only 1.7 off the lead. So 1.7 is the lead for Johnny Skidmore now. We'll stick with Isaac just for a little while longer. And Skidmore is going to be coming into traffic. So 2 cars around the end of the straight. The race leader is behind you on track. So please give him room as he arrives. So 2 cars in the bomb hole as you come out. That's the race leader. Thank you to the first one. Comes through the switchbacks, and then he'll be chasing down the white, red and grey car coming out the step up. So that is the 5 car. You'll be next for our leader. That is Matt Druitt. And just behind them is Matt Thompson and Lewis Hopkins. So fast flowing drivers are coming through now. Johnny Skidmore, you're looking at 05 pace. Lewis Hopkins, you're looking at 07. Matt Thompson 07, McFadden 08, Marn and Robinson you're looking at 11 pace. So Skidmore, your lead is a smidge under a second. You have over Lewis Hopkins. You have a 10th of a second on Matt Thompson, who has a 10th of a second on Isaac McFadden. So absolutely nothing splitting these guys. Last time by, Lewis Hopkins 23.04. Lewis quickest on track, only one in the 22s with a 22.94. And just be aware, Matt Druitt, you've got a quick car behind you. I think it was Matt Druitt. It's not. Sorry, Matt. It's the one at the end of the straight that's not one of the 3 leaders. Be aware there is a quick car behind you. Johnny Skidmore seems to have nothing but racetrack in front of him, which is good. 22.9 last time by for Johnny, so he's turning up the wick ever so slightly. So down the straight goes our race leader. We'll try and pick up Johnny as he comes around in front of race control. And then he's going to go over the tabletop now. Drop right down into the bomb hole and out again. So that is Johnny Skidmore on camera as we come into the final 50 seconds. Running order 1, 2, 4, 3, 9, 10, 8, 5, 7 and 6. That's the full running order as we come into the final 20. So 8 car, Colin May, you'll be next for our second place man in the form of Lewis Hopkins. Although he's about a straight length behind, so it may be a while before if he gets there. So that's a wrap of group number 10. Johnny Skidmore going to take it, 13.503. Cracking result for Johnny. Lewis Hopkins, you're going to go second, 5.06. Isaac McFadden, 5.08. Will Skidmore, you stay fourth. Thompson and Marn, you go in at 5 and 6. Lynn Robinson, you go in at 8. Matt Druitt goes in at 12. Then we had Colin May, Ollie Frost, and Tommy Dale closing out the full finishing order for Group 10. Group 11, you are next. Group 11, Lee Martin and the Holdsworth brothers will lead off Group 11. So this is group number 11, rocking and rolling. Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin open up in the 22s. Hudson Knight 23-1, Holdsworth 23-3, Nash 23-3. Some rapid openers in this one. So remember, drivers, give each other space, work with each other. So someone's over. That's Venables. Leader with you, Venables. So Josh Holdsworth down the straight, followed by Lee Martin. 22-8 for a pair of them. Gap between them is 0.2 of a second in favour of Josh Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth, you run third. Then we've got Ewan Tumulty, Aaron Nash. And 14 lap runs predicted for Josh and Lee. So 14 lap runs predicted. Someone's over. That's Josh Holdsworth over. He's doing the same thing Venables did the lap before. That's going to cost him dearly. So that's a 26-2 for Holdsworth. So that leaves Lee Martin out front. He's lost his pacer. So he's just going to have to get his head down and do what he can with 1:46 down, 3:15 to go. Super tight line from Lee through that switchback. He comes over, step up nice and neat. Not making the same error. Down the straight he goes. And that time by a 22.5, your best lap of the race, Leroy. So Lee leads, and I think it's probably fair to say he is knocking on the door of a new fastest time of the day. So big shout out online to Ian and Craig Headlam. Someone spotted you on the camera. So Lee Martin down the straight, that time by another 22. He's clicking them off like clockwork. Josh Holdsworth 22.3. Trying to claw back some of his hard work he undid. And Leroy is over. So Josh Holdsworth going to go back to the front on track. And these two now nose to tail. Leroy's still going to lead, looking at that gap, although Luke Holdsworth, well, Luke was 3 seconds behind. I don't think Lee lost 3. Down the straight they go. It's going to be a 22.8 for Josh. It's a 25.2 for Lee Martin. Let's see what it is. For Luke Holdsworth, it is a 23.2, so the gap between them, 1.2. Lee Martin, you have 6 tenths on Josh. Josh, you have 6 tenths on Luke. Thomas Phipps, you run in third. Then we've got Aaron Nash, Ewan Tumulty, Mark Anthony Jones, Eugene Galley, Hudson Knight, and Will Venables. So please give each other room out there, guys. Our 2 leaders are coming out the bomb hole. Last time by, 23.0 from Leroy, 22.4 from Josh, so the gap is hundredths of a second. I think Lee looks closer this time by, but we've got a couple of corners as they go down the straight. Lee bobbles, and that is going to give it to Josh Holdsworth. So Josh, you're not going to be leading this one, and you are on for a fast 13. No one on for a 14 lap as it stands with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. It was a 23.4 last time by for Josh, going in the wrong direction. Lee Martin 24.0, Luke Holdsworth 22.89. Gap between the 3 of you is 8 tenths of a second. Someone's over in the middle. It's Venables. So leaders. Josh looks like he's bobbled because Lee looks super close again. Last time by, it was a 22.7 from Lee, and he went to the lead. 8 tenths separating Lee from Luke from Josh in that order. So Josh Holdsworth down the straight. This time by for Josh, it's a 23.2, 23.1 for Leroy, and it's a 23.2 for 23.3 for Luke. So gap is 8 tenths of a second across the 3 of them. None of them on for a 14-lap run. Thank you, Eugene. Good driving. You can have one more behind you if and when Luke arrives. In the remaining 35 seconds, down the straight they go. Cross the line. 4.38 for Holdsworth, 4.38 for Leroy. They are identical times, and you've got, this is probably a final lap. So Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth racing to the line. Please listen for your numbers. So with all said and done, Lee Martin on the last lap, 6/100ths of a second in front of Josh Holdsworth to go top of the tree. Josh Holdsworth, you go second. Luke Holdsworth, you go third. Skidmore, you hold 4. Thomas Phipps, you go in at 5. Aaron Nash, you go in at 7. Ewan Tumulty, Hudson Knight go 11 and 12. Mark Anthony Jones, you go in at 14. Eugene Galley at 16. Will Venables, you don't make the top 25, I'm afraid to say. So that's a wrap of group number 11. Group 12, the final heat of round 3 of qualifying. You are next. Group 12, you are next. 50 seconds, drivers. 5-0. So group number 12 off and away. Target time 13:5:01:28. And your drivers Ben Smith, Daniel Paul, Tommy Hull, Archie Bowman, Charlie Saunders, Harley Eldridge, Jamie Hall, Seth Shillito Everest, Callum Ackroyd Bench, and Jacob Tomlinson are your drivers. So lap number 1, Ben Smith 22.9, Daniel Paul 23.0, Tommy Hall 23.1. Not the blistering laps we've seen, but still plenty quick enough. Ben Smith, 22.7 second time round. Daniel and Tommy go 22.8, Bowman 22.99. So remember, drivers, give each other space, work with each other. And if you've got a quicker car behind you, please give them room. We are following Ben Smith on camera as he goes down the straight, being chased down by Daniel Paul and Tommy Hall. Gap on track is 0.4 of a second between Ben and Daniel, and then 0.1 of a second back to Tommy. 0.3 of a second back to Charlie Saunders, and then we've got Harley Eldridge, Jamie Hall, Callum Ackroyd, Bench, Seth Shillito Everest, and Jacob Tomlinson. So super close racing between them all here. So with 1 minute and 45 down, it is now Ben Smith from Tommy Hall. Gap between them 1 second. Ben Smith last time by 22.2. Daniel Poles had a poor lap this time round because Tommy Hall in front on track now. 22.6 for Tommy, 22.4 for Ben Smith. We have Tommy Hall on camera as he leads round. Daniel Paul coming through the switchbacks, and this is going to be, if Ben Smith takes this, so car on the straight, that was the leader behind you. Ben Smith takes this, he's going to wrap up TQ by virtue of 2 TQs this morning. And he is currently on target for a 14-lap run, as is Tommy Hall. So Ben and Tommy looking at 14-lap runs. Gap between them is going to be 2.2 now, 23.4 for Tommy last time by. So Ben Smith just relentlessly in the 22s, opening up that gap slowly lap after lap. As I say that, a 23.3 for Ben Smith and a 23.0 for Tommy Hall. That's going to close the gap back up under 2 seconds. Archie Bowman, you are a whisker off 14-lap pace. Daniel Pole, you're slightly further behind. Then we've got Charlie Saunders, Harley Eldridge, Seth Shillito Everest, Jamie Hall, Callum Ackroyd Bench, and Jacob Tomlinson is your full run order. So race leader comes into the bomb hole and out again. Here's the white Schumacher car that we are following on camera through the switchbacks. And we're going to drive to the step down, step up, and round onto the start-finish straight. Down the straight he goes into turn number 1. Nicely done for him. And very nice over that kick up. And his car's looking very neat, very controlled. And he is currently on lap number 10 of a predicted 14. And a new fastest time of the day is estimated for Ben, as is personal best times for Tommy, Archie, Charlie, Harley and Seth in this one. So 4 minutes down, 1 to go, 4 down and 1 to go. Your race leader last time by was a 22.3. His gap is exactly 2 seconds, 22.8 last time by for Tommy. Then you've got 2.5 back to Archie Bowman, who's got 3 seconds over Charlie Saunders. So car going down the straight now that's not Tommy. Please be aware race leader is behind you. So race leader is coming up on someone. And someone's crashed at the start of the straight. I think that might have been Daniel. Yep, so whole lap for Daniel, unfortunately. So Ben Smith is your leader. 2.5 is now the gap over Tommy Hall and Archie Bowman. So Tommy is coming up on the car down the straightaway now. I think that's Youssef. And Ben Smith is got nothing but racetrack for the final 15 seconds. So closing order 1, 2, 7, 5, 3, 6, 4, 8, 10 and 9. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 12 and round number 3 of qualifying. Ben Smith going to go pole and take the round and secure pole for today's A finals. Tommy Hall, you're going to finish second overall. Lee Martin third in round. Josh holds with 4. Luke holds with 5. Johnny Skidmore going to pick up a 6. Charlie Saunders a 7. Bowman going to get 8th. Thomas Phipps 9 and Lewis Hopkins going to go 10th in round. Eldridge, you went 11. Nash, McFadden, Hall, Skidmore, Thompson, Tumulty, Knight, Marn and Mark Anthony Jones, you were 20. Callum Trarfa 21. Daniel Pole 22. Seth Shillett Everest 23 and Eugene Galley 24. So we now turn our attention to heat number 1, round number 4 of qualifying as these guys do their warm-up. So, group number 1, rocking and rolling. Zach Whittleston, Whittleston, Bruce Lee, Ava Griggs, Robert Tyus, David Milford, Kenan Miller, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, Richard Hipkiss, and David Anderson are your runners and riders. And Zach, as always, opening up quickest, 25.07 was Zach's opening lap. So, good lap from him. He is a whisker off a 13-lap run. Second time round, Bruce Lee's going with him. So Bruce Lee is leading, closed the stagger gap that time round. So Bruce Lee from Zach, and then we'll see what happens as they all come across the line. Robert Tyus looks to be running third. Kenan Miller, David Milford, Ava Griggs, Charlie Hall. Good lap from you, jumping up to 4th position. So remember, drivers, give each other space. If someone's caught you up, it generally means they are quicker. And the sensible thing to do is to give them a corner and then work your way from there. So Zach Whittleston back to the lead. He's got a 3-second lead over Bruce Lee. Zach, you're looking at going 12.506. Bruce Lee, you're going 12.515. So gap between them 3 seconds. Your race leader goes down the straight. 5 laps on the board. 25.1 last time by for you, Zach. 24.88 is your best. So Zach looking at 5.10 pace. Poor lap last time for Zach, unfortunately. 27.89. Bruce Lee going to go through with a 25.45. So the lead is 1.5 seconds for Zach. And then Bruce Lee, you have 6 seconds over Robert Tyus. Richard Miller and Charlie Hall and Kenan Miller, and Charlie Hall, you are separated by 0.0. So absolute identical times for your 6 laps. So Zach Whittleston opens up his lead that time round with his best lap, a 24.82, and then backs it up with a 25.2. So Zach is right outside of the track. Coming through the switchbacks now, the blue and green machine, not green, blue and yellow machine dropping into the step down, either step up, and Yokomo car down the straight he goes, and through turn 1, 25.1 last time by for you, Zach. So good lap, looks like Bruce Lee, 25.3, so the gap opens up to just under 3 seconds. And we've got Robert Tyus, Charlie Hall, Kenan Miller, Richard Hipkiss, Ava Griggs, David Anderson, Jesse Russell, David Milford is the full running order as we come into the final 45 seconds. So 45 seconds on the master clock. And 24.83 for Zach last time by. So he's throwing down the quick laps now. And try and pick him up, but he's in the middle of the track. He's coming into step down now. And he's going to be chasing down what looks to be the 3 car. So Ava, the race leader's behind you on track if he gets there. In the remaining, well, this is probably his last lap. So as we come into close down times, closing order 6, 10, 1, 2, 5, 3, 9, 7, 4 and 8. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So that's a wrap of group number 1. Zach Whittleston going to go 5.11. Bruce Lee going to go 5.12. Robert Tyus 5.27. Then we had Kenan Miller, Charlie Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Ava Griggs, Jesse Russell, David Anderson and David Milford. Group number 2, you are next. Group 2, you are next. So this is group number 2, rocking and rolling. Colin McCaffrey, Scott Martin, Mike Temple, Simon Hudspeth, Craig Gibson, Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Ollie Carberry, Nathan Stanmar and Paul Steedman are your drivers. So we're joined by Mr. Smith. TQ man, how does it feel?
Yeah, it's pretty nice to get it done in the first 3. It was another pretty solid run. I feel like I can't really maximise my car really. It feels pretty amazing. I just have a few bobbles. Had a pretty bad lap towards the end, which I think Tommy was quite close in the end. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
exactly
I think
what
it
the
was
gap
less than a second at the end.
Yeah, it was close. So, yeah, just need to try tidy up my driving really.
So how's the final going to go if you can't quite keep it tidy?
Yeah, probably pretty nice for you to watch.
That's what we want.
Yeah, I hope it's not, but I'm sure it will be. It always ends up that way.
What's the plan for round number 4?
Try some things, I think. Guess it's a bit of a free hit, really, so we can have a play with something we wouldn't usually try and see if we can find any more performance.
Okay, and inside or outside on the grid?
I think maybe outside, actually. I was talking to Lee about it.
It's going aggressive. I like it.
I think it's good. I liked it from second yesterday being on the outside because that's kind of the natural line you take into that corner anyway. So I'll think about it, but I think maybe
see if
outside.
we go and attack or defend.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'm sure we'll speak to you again later.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ben. So that's a quick chat with Ben Smith before he goes off and sorts his car out for, well, round 4 of qualifying. As he said, he's got a bit of a free hit with that one. So, group number 2, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Close race out front between the 2 and the 1 car. So, you two coming down the straightaway now. And that time by, Scott just having a little small error on that one. So, Colin's going to get through on track. Be aware, orange and green car. You've got the 2 leaders behind you. And Scott making moves through there. So, he's got back in front of Colin. So now Scott's just got to get his head down and pull away. Colin McCaffrey is leading at the minute. You guys on for decent 12-lap runs. So Colin McCaffrey, Scott Martin, Mike Temple, Craig Gibson coming good in round number 4. You're running 4th. The green and yellow Mean Machine coming into view now. Down the straightaway he goes. Union Jack wing on his car. And then we've got Simon Hudspeth, Jamie Careless, Simon Preston, Paul Steedman, Nathan Stanmore, Ollie Carberry are your full running order with 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. 4 drivers on for personal bests. They are Colin McCaffrey, Craig Gibson, Jamie Careless and Nathan Stanmore. You are on, and Mike Temple now. So they're all on for improved times. The lead out front is less than a second in favour of Colin McCaffrey. So less than 1 second is your lead. That time by Scott Martin puts his best lap in a 25.43. Colin McCaffrey 26.65. So Scott Martin going to go to a point as we enter the final minute. 5-0 left on the master clock. 50 seconds remaining. So it is Scott Martin last time by, hot lap of the race. Going to put himself to the lead. Coming down the straightaway, white car, be aware, race leader is behind you. On track as we come into the final 2 laps. 25.09 for Scott that time by. He's getting even faster, but then he throws it off. So Scott and Colin now back together on track as they come through the switchback. So you're going to go this lap and one more with 15 seconds on the master clock. Your closing order is 1, 2, 6, 7, 10, 3. 8, 5, 9 and 4. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So that's a wrap of group number 2. Scott Martin going to take it on the final lap to go 3rd overall, ahead of Colin McCaffrey 4th and Mike Temple 5th. Simon Hudspeth, you go 7th overall. Jamie Careless 11. Preston, Gibson, Steedman, Carberry and Stanmore go 13 through 17. Heat number 3, you are next. 45 seconds. Heat number 3, 45 seconds.
He's in my area. Is he? Ian Headlam. It's his first national. Really? We had to fill him up one time because he came along and told him he was smoking and he started like he was like, if you try to do it again, we will ban you. You own the pub? My dad just said it. Really? That's why he's a stickler for the rules. He's like, I can do better track than this. This is 3 meters long.
So, group number 3, rocking and rolling. Miklos does not go. He's been that good today. He doesn't need 4 rounds of qualifying. He can do it in 3. Paul Griggs is going to lead Joshua Anderson after 1. Joshua Anderson's probably been the headliner of this heat so far today. Then we've got Ian Headlam, who had a shout out on the RCTV shout earlier from North East RC. And then James Gibbs, Trevor Follington, Jason Bing, Jonathan Pluke, Philip Hitchman, Tommy Clark. So race leader goes down the straight, the all-green X-ray machine. And last time by it was a 26.2 for Joshua Anderson. Paul Griggs is leading by 1/4 of a second. So Paul Griggs is the car behind on track. By virtue of the stagger, he leads as they drop into the step up and jump out. And Josh Anderson landing on 2 wheels. That's going to cost him a couple of attempts. That time by for Josh was going to be a 25.2, even with that slight error. But Paul Griggs going to go 25.1. So Josh is just starting to pull away. It's ebbing and flowing between the two of them. Gap between them is just half a second. Trevor Follington, you're 1.2 behind that. Then Jonathan Pluke, a further 8 tenths behind that. Joshua Anderson this time lands a step up brilliantly, but then just pushes wide through the switchback onto the straightaway, unfortunately. Go Lucky RC on the RCTV stream checking in. Shout out to Archie Bowman from Neem. RC Victory Lane. 2-wheel drive yesterday was won by Josh Holdsworth. And Andy Grayson telling Josh to pull your finger out and get going. So, Paul Griggs, Joshua Anderson, Trevor Follington, Joshua Pluke is your running order. Paul Griggs leads Josh Anderson by 1/100th of a second. Josh last time by dropping a 24.45. Quickest lap of this heat. As he drives towards the rostrum, going to drop down, then jump out, over step up, round in front of commentary corner. And then he's chicane onto the straightaway. Nicely done. Sweeps through turn 1. It was a 24.6 from Josh Anderson last time by, but a 24.5 from Paul Griggs. So it's still going to be in the favour of Paul Griggs with 2.45 down and 2.15 to go. So 2.15 on the master clock. This is lap number 7 of a predicted 12. So no one on for a 13-lap run yet in this round. We will see it happen. Probably see a 14 happen as well. And it looks like Joshua's had a slight error because Paul Griggs is to the front now. And last time by it was 1.4 quicker for Paul. So Josh, be aware, that's the leader in front of you on track. You've had your opportunity. So try not to, do not force your way through. Do not cause Paul to lose time. So with 1 minute and 30 to go, Paul Griggs, Joshua Anderson, Trevor Follington is your 1, 2 and 3. And Joshua's found a way through, nicely done, through the switchbacks and then drive towards the rostrum. So caution coming out of the bomb hole. And you've got two leaders, or two have just recovered from a bomb hole. You've got two leaders there. One's through. Can we get the second one through? So the blue and red car is a leader. So yellow wheels come into the bomb hole. Be aware, race leader is behind you. So free car, I think it is Trevor Follington. That's the leader behind you on the straightaway. Just so you're aware. Thank you, Trevor. Nicely done. So Josh Anderson now going to lead this one by 7/10 of a second. Andy Grayson getting all kinds of wrong on the live chat. So Paul Griggs, you're still on for an improved time, as is Jonathan Pluke and Philip Hitchman. But Josh Anderson is leading. We'll see what the gap is as they go across the line. It's 6/10 of a second. Last time by Paul Griggs closed that gap by 0.3. And it looks like Josh Anderson's back in amongst it with traffic. So those of you left-hand side of the track, be aware, green car is the race leader as you drop down into the step-up. And we're coming into finishing times, drivers. Listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap on group number 3. Group 4, you are next. Group 4, you are next. Joshua Anderson going to take the win in that one, followed by Paul Griggs, James Gibbs, Jonathan Pluke, Jason Bing, Philip Hitchman, Ian Headlam, Tommy Clark, Trevor Follington and Miklos Sabadas. Don't forget to marshal Miklos. And group 4, you have 1 minute. So 45 seconds down for heat number 4. Your drivers, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Andrew Luxford, Nicholas Harwood, Martin Lee, Mark Christopher, Lee Stokes, Chris Bowden, Roger Mills and Simon Hall. Those are your drivers. And you've got 4 drivers on for an improved personal best. Scratch up 5 drivers, Martin Lee, Mark Christopher, Nicholas Harwood, Ben Ellis and Lee Stokes. So those guys looking for a personal improvement. But it is Andrew Luxford that leads in the 1 car. So it's a green and something car. So 1, 2, 9 and 7 all coming around together. So Bowden, be aware you're what? No, Bowden's in the mix. Is he? No, Bowden's a couple of seconds back. So just be aware, Chris, you are in amongst the leaders, as I'm sure you are aware. Ben Ellis, Lee Stokes, Andrew Luxford, this time by less than a second, separating the top 4. Mark Christopher, you're in there as well. Phil Campbell, you're 1.1 off the lead. Then Martin Lear's probably 6 tenths behind that. So 2 seconds separating the top 6 drivers. On screen, I think we're watching Andrew Luxford in the green and orange machine. We'll try and pick up Ben Ellis in the 4. I think he might be the blue car coming out of the bomb hole, if I'm not mistaken. I usually am. No, that's going to be the 2 of Bowden, isn't it? 4 car is the one behind him, so the yellow and red. Glad cameraman's beat me to it. So 4 car down the straight, Caroshow car with yellow wheels. Down the straight he goes. That is Ben Ellis. He was our leader, but he's fluffed that lap with a 27.4. So Andrew Luxford goes back to a point. Lee Stokes, you're 2 tenths off the lead. So is Luxford, Stokes, Ellis and Christopher is your top 4. Bowden, you run in 5. You're 3.6 off the lead. Unfortunately for you, Martin Lee, Nicholas Harwood, Phil Campbell, Roger Mills and Simon Hall run next. So on screen we're still following Ben Ellis. He's just had a 26.88. So let's try and pick up Lee Stokes in the 3 car. So we'll try and find the 3 of Lee Stokes. I think he's red of some sort. So the 2 cars coming into the bomb hole now, they are Mark Christopher and Lee Stokes. Teammates, I believe, if there's such a team. Down the straight they go, and it is a bad lap for, no, decent laps all round. So Lee Stokes, you run second, 4 tenths off the lead. And someone's crashed in the middle. Don't know who that is, but we want to follow the red car behind that. I think 2 behind that, sorry. So the red and white one we're going to pick up for Aaron Nash in the live chat. He's requested Mark Christopher, so Mark Christopher is on camera. Don't know if Aaron's just trying to get the commentator curse. So we have Mark Christopher on screen. He is running in the 5 spot. 4 seconds off the lead. That lead is Andrew Luxford. Then Ben Ellis coming back up to the top. 2 tenths off the lead last time by. Bowden, you've worked yourself within 1.7 of the lead. Then we've got Lee Stokes, Mark Christopher, Nicholas Harwood, Martin Lee, Phil Campbell, Roger Mills, Simon Hall is a full running order with 50 seconds to go. 5-0 on the master clock here in heat number 4, round number 4 of qualifying. This is the final attempt for these guys and girls to qualify, as at the end of this round we will move into finals. Okay, coming into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. Lee Stokes leading as we close this one down. So that's a wrap of heat number 4. Lee Stokes going to take it, go 5th overall. Ben Ellis going to come home in 2nd to go 7th. Andrew Luxford, you're going at 9. Mark Christopher, I think you've been 11th after your qualifying heat every time, Mark. Well done. That is consistency. Chris Bowden, you're going at 16. Nicholas Harwood, 19. Phil Campbell, 20. Martin Lee at 22. Heat 5, you are next. 5 seconds, drivers. So this is group number 5, rocking and rolling. And Will Skidmore is the one on camera, and he has been rapid. 23.5 opening lap, Will. That puts you on 05 pace. I think you did an 09 last time, so just for reference. Craig Headlam, you open up second. Jack Mills-White third. Zach Edwards 4. And Skidmore goes 23.3 second time round. So your race leader is coming down, dropping into the step down, into the step up. Nicely done. Gets a little sideways in the air, saves it nicely, coming down the straightaway. This time by, it's a 23.6. So you're looking at 05 pace, Will. Craig Headlam, you go through with a 24.3. You're looking at 13 laps, as is Zach Edward. We've got Riley Butler and Phil Shannon running well in this one. Request online, can we follow Craig Headlam in the 7 car, please? So that's the all orange car coming out of a step up now and round onto the straight. So we'll follow him for a little bit. Online, I'll keep my eye on Skidmore as he comes into the front side tabletop, drops through the bomb hole and out. And Skidmore last time by, another 23.6. So cars coming into the bomber hole now. Be aware, race leaders with you. So the blue and yellow is the race leader. Thank you, 5 car. Great driving, really appreciate it. So Skidmore goes down the straightaway. Next up, he's going to be on the yellow car in front of the rostrum now. So just be aware, Skidmore 23.97 last time by for you. Caution on the straightaway. Caution on the straightaway. So race leader is coming up on the 4 car of Michael Halsey. So Michael Halsey lets our leader go. Thank you very much. We are currently following Craig Headlam, who runs in second, 5 seconds behind. Last time by for you, Skidmore was a 23.7, sorry. And next up is going to be the 3 car for you. So 3 of Phil Shannon will be next. About straight length behind at the minute. Quest online, can we follow Riley Butler? I'm sure we can. Let me pick up the 9 car of Riley. So cameraman, if we can get on the 9 car of Riley, that would be appreciated. I think he's coming into the bomb hole now and out. So it is the grey, orange and white Schumacher car coming down the straightaway. So back 1, he'll come into view now. There is Riley Butler. Meanwhile, Skidmore, your race leader, also goes around turn 1. I think Wyman, you might be next for him. Coming off into the bomb hole now. So whoever that is, your race leader's behind. Last time by, 23.6, Skidmore. 07 is your predicted. Headlam, you're looking at 13.18. Zach Edwards, you are a fraction off a 13-lap run. So it is the 2 car that Will Skidmore is chasing down. Skidmore gets it slightly wrong going into turn 1, gets away with it. 23.6 last time by, Will. So coming out the bomb hole with 3 minutes and 47 on the master clock, 1 minute and 13 to go. William Skidmore is your leader. He's going to drop down into the bomb hole, jump out of the step up. Nicely done, and that's nice and neat down the straight he goes. 23.6 last time by, this 24.1. Looked nice and neat, but it was a little bit slow. Maybe lost a couple of attempts at the start of the lap. So Wyman, I think you're going to have to yield here. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. As Skidmore goes through the switchback section, going to come down into the step down and then jump out of it. And he's going to start lap number 11 of a predicted 13. Looking to go 08 pace, Will. And you're on for a personal improvement, as is Craig Headlam, Zach Edwards, Jack Mills-White, Scott Wyman, Michael Halsey and Aaron Carberry all improving. Phil Shannon, you run in 6th. So race leader, thank you, Riley. And if we stick with the race leader now, as we come to close this one out, we've got 25 seconds left. So the blue and yellow car on the screen is your leader. Last time by 23.69 for Skidmore with 10 seconds on the master clock. This will be your final lap. So drivers, close down order 6, 7, 10, 2, 8, 3, 4, 5, 1 and 9. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 5. Skidmore going to take it, go top of a tree with a 13.508.9. Craig Headlam going to go through 13.523, and Wyman, you're going to go third with a 501.9. Jack Mills-White, you're going to go in at 5th. Zach Edwards in at 7. Shannon and Housley going to go 12 and 13. Aaron Carberry going to go 16. Then we have Martin Heward and Riley Butler rounding out group number 5. Next up, going to be group number 6. We've had a request, can we follow the 4-car of Chris Pattinson? So we'll start with the 4-car, if we may, Mr. Cameraman. And group 6 is up next. I'm assuming Chris Patterson's in the next race. Otherwise, Archie Bowman has just mugged me off. So yeah, can we start car 4, please, cameraman? You can zoom in a little bit, that'd be great. I meant it, I want to see how many rows he's got cut off his front tyre. So we are following Chris Pattinson as he sets off about lap number 1. Will Fisher opens up with a 24.1, Cameron Wells 24.7, Richard Miller 25.2, Ryan Preston 24.9, Keith Halsey 25.1. So some 13 lap pace opening up here. And Dave Burton 26.2, Stephen Harley 26.9. Someone's over, that was Cameron Wells is over. So disaster for Cameron. Lap 2 is going to be a long one. 25.2 for Fisher out front. 24.9 for Chris Pattinson. 25.4 for Ryan Preston. So it's all very close out there. After just 2 laps, not a lot of time separating the whole field. So coming down the straightaway now, Chris Patterson is chasing down, looks like Cameron Wells' car, maybe, maybe not. So Chris Patterson and Cameron Wells together on track. So work together, you Pat. You're both quick. And we will try and jump forward to the start of the straight now. And down the straight goes our race leader in the form of William Fisher. So Will Fisher, you are looking at a 13-lap run, not a personal improvement. Keith Halsley, Emily Heward, Matthew Hodges and Stephen Harley are your improvers. So Will Fisher, you lead 1.1 in front of Keith Halsley. And Chris Patterson, you're 4 tenths back from that. Cameron Wells, you're about 8 tenths back from that. Then 3 tenths to Ryan Preston and 4 tenths to Richard Miller. Dave Burton, you're half a tenth behind that. So all very close. In fact, the whole field spread is less than 4 seconds. Or was last time by. So less than 4 seconds separate the whole field. With 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 minutes down and 2 to go. So we are following the 10 car of William Fisher. He is our leader. And he is looking to go 13 lap run. And someone's just made an error. Didn't see who it was. Still cross the line. It was potentially Will. So it looks like we have lost Will, so we're following the white car now. I think it's the white number 5 of Ryan Preston. He runs it in second, just 1.1 behind leader Cameron Wells, and Chris Patterson is 2 tenths behind that. So Ryan Preston drops down the step down and going to come into a step up, nicely done. And then down the straight he goes. We've unfortunately lost William Fisher, who was leading this one. So Cameron Wells going to take it up. 2 tenths is his lead over Ryan Preston. Just 2 tenths of a second separating the two of them. Chris Patterson, you are a further 3 tenths behind. So half a second separating the front 3. And we've got a 1.4 gap back to Keith Halsley. Front 4, Wells, Preston, Patterson and Halsley all on for personal best times for the day. With 4 minutes and 45 seconds complete on the master clock. As we come into finishing times, drivers, the closing order is 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2 and 3. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 6. And it was Chris Pattinson taking it at the end on the last lap. Then Cameron Wells in second, Ryan Preston third, Keith Halsley 4, Richard Miller 5, Dave Burton 6, Elmer Hewitt 7, Matthew Hodges 8, Stephen Harley 9, and Will Fisher did not finish. That's a wrap of Group 6. Group 7, you will be next. Group number 7, you will be next. So group number 7, rocking and rolling. James Dixon, Chris Foster, Andy Manning, Scott Follington, Manny Panesar, Evie Thames, James Pritchard, Craig Lomax, Peter Craig and Graham Lyle. Request from Lewis Hopkins, can we follow Evie Thames? We can certainly try, so we'll try and pick up the 6 car somewhere in the mid-pack, right-hand side of the track, I'm guessing. Coming through the switch back to right about now, and then going to come down into the step down. So I think the all-pink car, all-purple car coming down the straightaway now is Evie, so we'll follow Evie for a little while at request of Lewis Hopkins. Andy Manning is leading this one from Chris Foster, Peter Craig and James Dixon after 2 seconds is going to separate 1 through 8. So all the way down to Pritchard. So absolutely not a lot separating these. Lap 2 goes by and Chris Foster with a 24.7 going to jump to the point. You are 6 tenths ahead of Andy Manning and Jim Dixon. They are 2 tenths ahead of Peter Craig, who is 2 tenths ahead of Manny Panesar, Graham Lyle, who's 4 tenths ahead of James Pritchard. It's all very close out there. Chris Foster is the leader, so he's behind you on track, Jim. Just be aware. Gap between you is 9 tenths of a second in the favour of Chris. You two know what to do. We're following on camera Evie Thames, who is running in the 6th spot with a 25.4 last time by. And she's got the blue and yellow car for company. Not sure who that is. Try and have a look as they come by this time round. So that looks like the 9 car of James Pritchard. So Evie James is ahead on the computer. So maybe worth just conceding a corner as James works his way up. James on for a new improved personal best time. So it is Foster, Dixon, Manning, Panesar, Lyle, Pritchard, Thames, Lomax, Craig and Follington is the running order. And your race leaders are coming through the switchback section now, while 2 tenths of a second separating the top 3, Foster, Panesar and Dixon. So Dixon goes down the straight. There goes Foster. Someone's needing marshalled in the middle. So that's not a good day at the office for someone. And Evie goes over. So we are going to jump forward to our leading group if we can. So James Dixon coming through the switchbacks. If we get the second of those cars in the form of Chris Foster. He's been probably led the most laps so far, but it's all very close between these 3. Down the straight, all on the straight together. You've got Dixon, Manning and Foster. Gap between the 3 of them just half a second, and it is in favour of Andy Manning, then Chris Foster, then James Dixon. Evie Thames having a good run. She is up to the 4 spot now. Manny Panesar having an error, going to drop to the 5. And we've got Graham Lyle and James Pritchard. Half a second separates Thames, Panesar, Lyle and Pritchard. Then a further half back to Peter Craig. And we've got Scott Follington and Craig Lomax. 4 minutes down and 3 to go. 4 down, 3 to go. Sorry, 4 down, 1 to go. 1 minute remaining. So it is Andy Manning. He's opened up a slight gap over James Dixon, who's got a 10th over Chris Foster. They've got 3 seconds over the next chasing pack, headed by Evie Thames. This time round, Jim Dixon has a bad lap, so it's going to be Andy Manning opening up nearly a second lead. So Foster and Dixon, be aware that Andy Manning is leading this one. And you 3 all on for 13 laps. Then you've got Thames, Panesar, Lyle, Pritchard, a fraction off a 13-lap run as we come into the final 30 seconds. So final 30 is coming. And the closing order is going to be 2:10.1. Andy Manning having a bad last lap. So Foster going to go to the front as we come to the conclusion of this race. With 5 seconds to go, the closing order 2:10.1, 6:73, 9:58 and 4. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap off group number 7. Chris Foster and James Dixon going to go second and third, separated by less than 0.2 of a second. Andy Manning going to go in at 7th. Evie Thames, Manny Panesar go 10 and 11. Graham Lyle, James Pritchard go 14 and 15. Craig Lomax goes in at 16. Then we had Scott Follington and Peter Craig. That's the conclusion of heat number 7. Heat number 8. You are next. Heat 8. You are up next. So group number 8, rocking and rolling. Harry Saunders going to lead round Ruben Russell, Gareth Stanton, Reece Ward, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Charlie Simmons, Ben Elliott and Dylan Richardson.
Right then, a minute into this heat number 8 of 4th qualifying in 4-wheel drive here at the 1/10th, or BRCA 1/10th Off-Road Nationals. Thank you very much for everybody joining us in the live stream comments. So, minute and 20 into this one. Harry Saunders out in front, Ruben Russell, Reece Ward, Gareth Stanton, Roger Tuckwood, Gareth Dodd, Alex Pyatt, Dylan Richardson, Ben Elliott. Matthew Dodd, that's your running order at the moment, as the stagger likes to catch up. Don't forget, if you want to get a shout out or a follow request to a driver that you know that's here this weekend, don't forget you can join us in the RCTV chat, and if you're an RCTV hero, you get priority shout outs and priority requests. Not only that, you get exclusive access and early access to content on the RCTV YouTube channel, as well as discounts on merch and free stickers. The following round, that is the number... There we go. So that's the number 1 car. That is Harry Saunders running in, just gone to the top of the timing chart, but on the stagger is running in P2 at the moment. 1.1 behind our leader, Reece Ward, car number 9. Who is just trying to spot where he is on the track at the moment. Is it this multicoloured car? It is. It's the orange and blue and yellow car. Down the main straight, round, slingshots round, over the hump. In front of the driver's rostrum, down into the bomb hole, back out the other side, into the switchback, keeps it nice and steady and stable through there, shoots it a bit wide. And we're coming to the second bomb hole, around commentary corner, clips the pipe slightly but keeps it on all 4 wheels. That's all that matters, down the straight and across the line, and that is a 24.6 second lap for him, for Reece. Out in front with 3. 30 gone, 1:30 left to go in this heat number 8 of four-wheel drive qualifying number 4. Don't forget, plenty of RC action still coming your way for the rest of this afternoon. Ben Smith has wrapped up overall TQ, but don't forget, just because you've got TQ doesn't mean you've won at anything yet. You've still got 3-legged finals for your A finalists, so if anything's to go by, it's not settled until the last corner. So we're going to see a Hall versus Smith rematch. You never know, you'll have to stick with us on RCTV and find out. Heading into the final 40 seconds of this one, it's Reese Ward still out in front, Harry Saunders, Ruben Russell, Gareth Stanton, Ben Elliott, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Dodd, Roger Tuckwood, Alex Pyatt and Charlie Simmons. They are your drivers running order with 25 seconds to go. So not a particularly tidy lap round there from Reese, a 24.5 has just let Harry Saunders go through. His last lap was a 23.8, so it's Saunders to the point. Coming into your final few seconds, drivers, listen for your numbers.
So that's a wrap of group number 8. Reese Ward coming good in round number 4 of qualifying. Going to go 13.5.17 for second overall in round. Harry Saunders going to go third. Dylan Richardson 11. Ruben Russell 12. Ben Elliott 13. Gareth Stanton 15. Then we had Tugwood, Dodd, Pyatt and Simmons. Next up, group number 9. Group 9 is next. Right, group number 9 rocking and rolling. Truartha Callum, Truartha Reese, Andy Woods, David Scott are your leaders. Stephen Brown, James Helliwell, Ben Stevens, absolutely nothing splitting this heat. Kevin Hodkinson, Tristram Neal, Hattie Thames. So super, super close out there. And we are looking at, well, 13 lap runs for a whole bunch of them. But this is your last attempt at qualifying, with this being heat 9 of 12. And then for those of you joining us online, finals will be underway at about 4:40-ish. We should get finals underway. And we'll start with a couple of finals before going into A leg number 1. So A1 should be around 4:45, 4:50 is my best guess. Don't blame me if I'm wrong, because it's usually the case. But heat number 9, 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Callum Tarafa, Andy Woods, Rhys Tarafa, James Helliwell, Hattie Thames, Tristram Neal, Stephen Brown, Ben Stevenson and Kevin Hodkinson. Callum, your lead last time by. Oh, it's quite a lead, 3 seconds over James Helliwell. James Helliwell, you've got a 10th of a second over Rhys. Then Andy Woods, you're a second behind Matt. Then comes Tristram Neal. On camera, we've got the car going down the straight, which I'm fairly sure is Callum in the number 4. So he's coming into the front side tabletop. Thank you to the back marker getting out the way. Drops into a bomb, drives out of it, and then comes into the 5 switchbacks. Through number 4, round to number 5, then down towards the rostrum. Matt Thompson's just been telling me how difficult this section is, and Callum shows me how easy it is. Just do it like that, Matt. You'll be fine, wherever you are. So, Callum Tarafa, your lead now is up to 4.2 seconds. 23.44 last time by for you. 24.33 for James Helliwell, running in second. And James, you are on for 13-lap pace. About half a tenth in front of Rhys Tarafa. So you two both on for 13s, as is Andy Woods, Tristram Neal, Ben Stevenson, Hattie Thames, Stephen Brown and Kevin Hodkinson. So this whole heat pretty much on for 13-lap runs, just David Scott, who is not. But I think David's had a bit of an error somewhere along the way, as he is a couple of laps down. So Callum Tarafa now leading nearly 6 seconds, or 5.5 in front of Rhys Tarafa, but it's half a second back to James Helliwell, who has 9 tenths over Tristram Neal. So 4 minutes down and 1 to go. Running order 4-8-1, 10-2-5, 9-7-3 and 6. That's your full running order. Everyone except David Scott is on for an improved personal best. Callum Tarafa last time by 22.84. So the 4 car coming out of the step up. He's coming on the all blue car down the straight. I think that was Hattie. Yeah, Hattie, severe wear race leader, is behind you on track as we come into our final 30 seconds. And track is looking hot. The sun's come out. The wind's still up. But as we come through round number 4, everyone seems to be setting super fast times. Thank you, Hattie. Great driving, and happy birthday to Hattie. We'll do our sing-along later. So, Callum Tarafa, you are starting your final lap now. 10 seconds on the master clock. Closing order is 4-8-1, 2-5-7, 10-9, 3 and 6. Please listen for your numbers. So that's a wrap of group number 9. Callum Tarafa going to go top of the timesheets with a 5:07. Rhys Tarafa going to go in 4th. Tristram Neal, Andy Woods, Stephen Brown, Ben Stevenson and James Helliwell, separated by 7 tenths of a second, go 6 through 10. Kevin Hodkinson goes 17 and Hattie Thames goes 20. That's a wrap of group number 9. Group number 10. You are next. Group 10, you are next.
Just remind everyone that's watching underneath the rostrum to be as quiet as possible. If you're spectating
for the Russian, be as quiet as possible, please. Thank you.
Heat number 10 warming up. Heat number 10 warming up. So, happy birthday, Callum. You've just done yourself a nice little birthday present, going top of the timesheets round number 4. 20 tomorrow, I believe. I was told not to say anything, so we're all going to sing happy birthday to you and Hattie later. Hattie looks thrilled by that as well. So, group number 9 is running. No, group number 10 is running, and it's Johnny Skidmore leading off Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden, and Lewis Hopkins. After 2, it's going to be Isaac McFadden leading by 0.02 over Skidmore. So, front 4, fast 4, all going out together, work together. It's fast and frantic out there. You're all on the stagger, you know what to do. Matt Drewer also running quick, as is Tommy Dale. Stuart Marn, you're just maybe a second off the lead. Isaac McFadden 23.18 last time by to Skidmore's 23.6. So he's going to open up ever so slightly. Not quite on 14 lap pace, but not far off. So here comes Skidmore round in front of commentary corner. Down the straight he goes. It's 23.2 for Skidmore. Let's see what Isaac can do. It's 23.3. So gap remains 0.4 of a second between McFadden and Skidmore. Then you've got Druitt, Thompson, Dale, Hopkins, Marn, all separated by less than a second. Then Liam Robinson, Ollie Frost, and Colin May. So that's a running order. So, running order is now Skidmore with a 23.1, jumps to the top of the timesheet. As I look up, someone's made an error. I think that was Ollie Frost. So, Skidmore, McFadden, Druitt, Thompson is your running order. And it's all 6 drivers at the front are on for an improved personal time. So, Skidmore, McFadden, Thompson, Druitt, Dale and Robinson all looking to set their best 5-minute times here in round number 4 of qualifying. But it's Skidmore that leads 0.6 of a second in front of McFadden, who's got a second over Thompson, who's got 0.10 over Druitt and Hopkins. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. And our leader is coming through the centre section, going to drive down into the step down, step up. McFadden and Thompson work together. 8 and 7 cars, Colin May, Ollie Frost. You will have a quick charge in McFadden behind you shortly. Johnny Skidmore, you're about 2 seconds off a 14-lap run. So probably not going to get it in the remaining 2 minutes, but a decent run nonetheless. So Skidmore leads 0.4 in front of McFadden. So McFadden is coming through. He's going to drop down into the step down now. So I think Ollie Frost, you're going to be first for McFadden. As they go down the straight, Isaac is looking quick last time by. Gap between Isaac and Skidmore, 0.3 of a second. Matt Thompson, you're 4 seconds back. And then a scratch of that, Matt Druitt splits them. So Matt Druitt, you're 3 seconds off the lead. So 5 cars should have plenty of space, I hope. Looks like he's got a good gap. So McFadden's gone past Frost. So next it's going to be Colin May. So Colin, be aware, 8 car, that you're going to have a hard charging Isaac McFadden behind you shortly. That was a perfect time to give the corner. So 4 minutes and 11 seconds down. Gap out front, 0.03 seconds. And it's 3 seconds back to Matt Druitt. Then it's a second back to Matt Thompson. So 1:45, 3:62, 10:09, 8 and 7. Isaac McFadden takes the lead after that lap, extending it to 0.2 of a second over Johnny Skidmore. So McFadden and Skidmore going at it, and Skidmore just think he may have had traffic on the last lap. So this time by for Skidmore is going to be a 23.1, not bad going. Let's see what Isaac can do. Identical 23.1 as they cross the line. So gap remains 2.5 tenths as we come into the 13th and final lap. You're into finishing times, drivers. Please listen for your numbers. Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. Just waiting for a few more cars. So Johnny Skidmore pulls his best lap out the bag on the last lap to take the win in that one by 0.03 of a second over Isaac McFadden. They go 1 and 2 in round. Matt Druitt, Matt Thompson go 4 and 5. Dale and Hopkins go 7 and 8. Colin May, you go 20. Liam Robinson 22. As we move on to group number 11. Group 11, you are next. We've just got groups 11 and 12 to go to round out qualifying. Here at the fabulous Robin Hood Raceway for round 3 of the Full Drive UK National Series. See Liam Morell on the phone, probably making a deal. Have you found your SR3 yet? You've got another one. Before you ask, the answer's no. I can't afford the tyres. I can't afford to flat spot the tyres.
Marshals, lap leader, lap leader.
10 seconds, drivers. So, race on. Well, qualifying heat on. Josh Holdsworth leads away. Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Aaron Nash, Ewan Tumulty, Hudson Knight, Mark Anthony Jones, Eugene Galley and William Venables. Hudson Knight has the opportunity to make the A final, as does Thomas Phipps. Both of them have an 8. Aaron Nash has got a 10. Ewan Tumulty's got a 13. He'd need a top 5. So, lots can happen in this one. Let's see what it is after one. It's Holdsworth, Martin and Knight all opening up quick. So, we are following on track Josh Holdsworth. And he has Lee Martin for company behind. 23.2 and a 22.8, your openers for Josh Holdsworth. He opens up on 14-lap pace. Lee Martin just off it. Then we've got Luke Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Hudson Knight. Hudson on for an improved time, as is William Venables. Venables hasn't done much today, so he should improve. And we've got Galley and Tumulty. So 3 laps going on the board as they cross the line. Last time by, Josh Holdsworth 22.8. Luke Holdsworth 23.1. Looks like we've had an error from Lee, so he's going to fall down the order. Falls down behind Luke on track. So Josh Holdsworth's got nothing but racetrack around him. And that time by it's a 24-1 for Josh, going in the wrong direction. Luke goes 23.8. Gap between them is going to be 7/10 of a second. So third place is going to be the 8th car. Then we've got Mark Anthony Jones running in 4th. Aaron Nash, Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin, Ewan Tumulty, William Venables and Eugene Galley. 3 improvers. Hudson Knight, Mark Anthony Jones and William Venables looking to do improved personal bests. 2 minutes down and 3 to go. 2 down, 3 to go. Still Josh Holdsworth leads by under a second over brother Luke. And Josh Holdsworth just tapping the pipe there. That's going to cost him a 10 for 2. So Josh going to come down the straightaway now and cross the line. And that time by is a 22.9. That is more like it. So Josh Holdsworth putting himself back in contention of 14-lap pace with that one. Then we've got Luke Holdsworth running in second. 1.05 is the gap. And then Hudson Knight, you're a couple of seconds behind that. Thomas Phipps, you run thirdly. Martin 4. Aaron Nash in 5. So we're still following Josh Holdsworth, 22.84 last time by, trying to set the benchmark for the top heat. That is out next. Down the straight he goes through turn number 1. And that time by was a 24.0 for Josh. So that's going to fall him off TQ pace. And Luke Holdsworth, you run second. Then Thomas Phipps, Aaron Nash, Lee Martin. Hudson Knight jumps up as he crosses the line. So it is a close battle out there. Or what, half a second separating the 3 and 8 cars. Out front, Josh Holdsworth goes through with a 22.7 to a 23.5. So going to extend his lead to 1.3 seconds. Josh overlooked Thomas Phipps, you're 3 seconds behind that. And we've got Aaron Nash, Hudson Knight separated by a whole lot of nothing. Then comes Mark Anthony Jones, Lee Martin, Will Venables, Ewan Tumulty and Eugene Galley. So 4 minutes down and 1 minute to go. Your race leader from start to now is Josh Holdsworth. He drops into the step down, jumps out of it. Nicely done. Coming round down the straight. 22.6 was his best lap last time by. 23.0 that time by. He is on the cusp of a 14-lap run. Luke Holdsworth, you're a couple of seconds behind. You're exactly 2 seconds behind. Then comes Thomas Phipps, 2.5 behind that. Aaron Nash, Hudson Knight. Hudson, good lap from you. You jump back up to the 4 spot. So good run for Hudson. So 20 seconds to go. Your race leader is round in front of race control. He's going to come into and out of the bomb hole. And with 10 seconds to go, your closing order, 2, 4, 3, 5, 1, 8. Scratch Rat 8 jumps up. 7, 9, 6 and 10. Please listen for your numbers. Just waiting for Venables. So race over drivers. Josh Holdsworth going to take that one just 4 tenths of a second in front of Luke Holdsworth at the end. They go 1 and 2. Skidmore, you hold 3. Thomas Phipps, you going at 7. Hudson Knight, you going at 9. Aaron Nash goes in at 11. Lee Martin 13. Mark Anthony Jones 14. And Will Venables, good run for you, going 22nd. And we had Ewan Tumulty and Eugene Galley. So that's a wrap of Heat 11. Heat 12 is up next, the final qualifying session here today. And this heat, TQ is set, Ben Smith has it. However, this heat will set the A final. Isaac McFadden on the cusp. So Thomas Phipps, Isaac McFadden are in as it stands. However, Harley Eldridge, Jamie Hall, Daniel Pole might have something to say about it. Matt Thompson, you're well and truly out today, I'm afraid. So, 10 seconds, drivers. So this is Group 11 off and rolling. Ben Smith going to open up first, and he opens up with a 23.05, 23.09 for Tommy Hall. 22.97 goes to Archie Bowman. So Bowman pulling out all the stops. Oh, Archie, a TQ run would do you wonders on the grid. So this is group number 12. Archie Bowman opened after one. Let's see as they come through for two. 22.4 from Daniel Pohl. That's going to do wonders for him. He's got to pair something with his free. 23.3 for Archie Bowman. So half a second separating Pohl, Hall, Smith and Bowman. Those are your top four. Let's give them space. Jamie Hall needs a run. He's had a roll on lap number 2. He's going to need to pull something out of the bag for the remainder of his session. Jacob Tomlinson, Seth Shillito, Everest, Callum Ackroyd, Bench, Charlie Saunders, Harley Eldridge, Archie Bowman, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith and Daniel Pohl are your drivers. 22.6 from Daniel Pohl last time by. 22.5 from Ben Smith. Gap between them 0.4 of a second. So Daniel Pohl is your leader, and he leads by half a second over Ben Smith, who leads from Tommy Hall. Pretty much everyone, apart from Ben Smith, Tommy and Jamie Hall, are on for improved times. So they are improving as they go. So it is Daniel Pohl, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall. With that lap, Ben Smith does a stellar lap, 22.6, but it's not stellar enough. Daniel Pohl still leads at 2 minutes down and 3 to go. So 3.12, 5.76, 8.10, 4 and 9 is your running order. And this is allowing the grid to build. Someone's had an error behind you, Marshall. And I don't know who that is, but it's not a good day at the office for them. I think that was Jacob Tomlinson.
Yeah, it was.
So, Jamie Hall, what are you doing? You're going all right, but you need to go better if you want to be making the main. Ben Smith, your TQ is settled. Daniel Pohl, 22.88 last time by, just 0.2 of a second in front of Tommy Hall. Tommy goes through with a 22.5, and Daniel Pohl goes through 23.0. So Ben Smith going to go to the point, a 10.5 in front of Tommy, who they've got 0.4 over Daniel Pohl. Then we've got Charlie Saunders, Harley Eldridge, Archie Bowman, Jamie Hall moving up the order. Then Callum Ackroyd, Bench, Seth Shillito Everest, and then Jacob Tomlinson. So Ben Smith is your leader, 1.5 in front of Daniel Pohl now. Daniel Pohl, 22.44 last time by. So 3 minutes and 20 on the master clock. Give each other space out there. Ben Smith's over start of a straight. Tommy Hall's going to go up the inside of him. So Tommy Hall's going to go to the point on the track. And Daniel Pohl now is going to be your leader. He's got 0.04 of a second over Tommy Hall. So 0.04 of a second between Daniel Pohl and Tommy Hall. Going into the bomb hole, please be aware. Sorry, the step up. 10 car and 8 car. 2 cars 8. Thank you. And Daniel Pohl's behind them on track. So 8 car end of a straight. Daniel Pohl's behind you and on a good run. TQ run. And next, I think it was a 10 car. Callum Ackroyd Bench. You've got 2 leaders behind you. Well, 1 now because Ben looks like he's had an error. Or he's pulled off. So, thank you, Callum. You've got Daniel Pohl behind you on track if and when he gets there. Last time by, Dan Pohl lost a couple of attempts. So, Tommy Hall's going to lead by half a second. This time by Tommy Hall, 22.7. Daniel Pohl, 22.6. You've got 4 minutes and 20 down. You've got 40 seconds to go. So, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pohl, Charlie Saunders, Ben Smith, Harley Eldridge is your running order. So let's see where they are on track. Jamie Hall running good. He's 900ths of a second behind Archie Bowman. And Jamie's in traffic. So whoever that is in the middle, I think that's Harley. So Harley and Jamie together on track. Harley leads on the computer. 6 and 5 cars it is. So Harley and Jamie down the straight together. Jamie Hall now leads on the computer. So Jamie leads on the computer in that battle. Tommy Hall is at the front. He's got a 10th as they're in the final lap. Listen for the numbers. So that's a wrap. Daniel Pohl takes the round to put himself second on the grid. Jamie Hall, your last lap has put you 10th in the A final. So A final grid is going to be Ben Smith on pole. Daniel Pohl going to start in second. Tommy Hall, you start in third. Josh Holdsworth 4. Lee Martin 5. Luke Holdsworth in 6. Charlie Saunders in 7. Jonathan Skidmore in 8. Archie Bowman in 9. And by his last lap wonder, Jamie Hall, you are 10th. Harley Eldridge, unlucky BQ in 11. Thomas Phipps 12. Isaac McFadden 13. Hudson Knight 14. Aaron Nash 15. Lewis Hopkins 16. Matt Thompson 17. Ewan Tumulty 18. Matt Drew 19. Callum Truar for happy birthday for tomorrow. You are 20th. Will Skidmore 21. Unlucky Will. Callum Ackroyd bench 22, Seth Shillito 23, Mark Anthony Jones 24. That's a wrap of All I Can See. We will be back in about 30 minutes, 25-30 minutes for the start of finals.
same format as yesterday, starting with the L final, marshalled by the C final. Again, we'll be starting finals in 15 minutes' time. That will be 4:30. Starting with the L final, marshalled by the C final, in the same format as we did yesterday. Okay, can we quickly have the following people over to scrutineering, please? Zach Edwards, Riley Butler, Tristan Neal, Will Skidmore, Daniel Pohl, Harry Saunders, Ruben Russell, Jack Mills-White, Bruce Lee, Tommy Clark, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, and Ollie Carberry. Then can we have the following people over scrutineering as soon as possible: Zach Edwards, Riley Butler, Tristan Neal, William Skidmore, Daniel Pohl, Harry Saunders, Ruben Russell, Jack Mills-White, Bruce Lee, Tommy Clark, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, and finally Ollie Carberry. Now those drivers over to scrutineering, please. Thank you.
today is Zach Edwards. Please come and get your book. Okay, let's give you a records to F4, Riley Butler. And a round of applause to our top F3. Welcome back, Tristan Neal. And our top F2 today on a sort of got a chance entry, William Skidmore. So we do the under 16s next. In third place, Ruben Russell. If we have the three of you together as well for a combined photo at the end. And in second place, under 16, Harry Saunders. And again, well done to Daniel Pole for our top under 16. We go in reverse. Our under 13s. In seventh place, Ollie Carr for our starboard. In sixth place, Jesse Russell. In fifth, starboard yet. In fifth place, with the starboard, Harley Hall. And in fourth place with the starboard is Tommy Clark. We're not finished yet, Tony. Not finished yet. So in third place is Bruce Lee. Come on, Tony. It's your idea. And in second place, Riley Butler, taking along with his F4 board. And our first podium, number 1, Jack
start seeing drivers from the C final out to their marshal points, which is William Skidmore, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Seth Slitter Everest, Mark Anthony Jones, Tommy Dale, Stuart Marn, Liam Robinson, Harry Saunders, Eugene Galley, and James Halliwell. We start seeing you making your way to your marshal points. Drivers for the L final making their way through scrutineering and onto the roster, which is Charlie Hall, Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Jesse Russell, Simon Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry, David Anderson, and Nathan Stanmore. Right, we're starting this final in around 5 minutes' time. So can we start seeing drivers making their way through scrutineering and marshals out of marshal points, please. Okay, well, we started very shortly. Can I start seeing drivers going through scrutiny, please, and marshals from the C final out to your marshal points, which is William Skidmore, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Steph Slitter Everest, Mark Anthony Jones, Tommy Dale, Stuart Marn, Liam Robinson, Harry Saunders, Eugene Galley, and James Halliwell. That's marshal points 1 to 10. Then we have Charlie Hall, Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Jesse Russell, Simon Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry, David Anderson, and Nathan Stanmore going through scrutineering and on the roster. Nice start of this final very soon.
Right then, welcome back to Robin Hood Raceway. We are just getting set for the L final here at the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals round number 3. In this one we've got Charlie Hall, Simon Preston, Jamie Careless, Jesse Russell, Simon Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Paul Steadman, Ollie Carberry, David Anderson and Nathan Stanmore. Right then, drivers lining up for the start of this L final. As we are... Afternoon, Mr. Cockrell.
Good afternoon, how are we all doing?
Nice of you to join us.
Well, you know, I thought it'd be nice to come and say hello.
And then L final, all ready, gridded up, ready and set to go. So I'll hand you back over to Mr. Cockrell.
So marshals are ready, drivers are ready. We'll hand over to race control. So off and away we go. Charlie Hall leads away from pole from Simon Preston, Jamie Curlis. Jesse Russell, Simon Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry, David Anderson and Nathan Stanmore are your racers. And we've got a cracking start there for the poleman of Charlie Hall. As he comes round, so the orange and blue car leading the all-white number 2. Then we've got the yellow and blue 3. Then we've got the 6 car, it looked like, of Richard Hipkiss. So big changes. Regulation order 1, 2, 3. Then big changes with 6 up to 4th. And we have the race leader, left-hand side of the track, is going to come into the bomb. Second place, just getting hooked up on a pipe. So that's going to bunch up the battle for second. We'll try and catch the battle for second as it comes through. So here it goes, a freight train, all-white car of Simon Preston, then Jamie Careless, Richard Hipkiss, Simon Hall, Jesse Russell, Paul Steedman, Ollie Carberry, Nathan Stanmore and David Anderson. Here's your full running order. So Charlie Hall, you're still your leader. It looks like we've had an error from Simon Preston. So that's going to promote Jamie Careless to the second spot, and the 6 car of Richard Hipkiss is going to be running in third. Down the straight they go. 1 minute and 23 on the master clock. You've got 3 minutes and 30 to go. 3:30 to go. So Charlie Hall, Jamie Careless, Richard Hipkiss is your 1, 2 and 3. Marshals in action at the end of the straight. Looks like Richard Hipkiss has fallen behind Simon Preston. So it's now going to be 1, 3 and 2. Your race leader coming round onto the straightaway now. Orange and blue car down the straight through turn 1. He's got about a straight length lead, which is, I'll just change this to gap. So it's about a 2.1 second lead for Charlie Hall over Jamie Careless. And then we've got Simon Preston 1.4 behind that. So that is your 1, 2, 3. Everyone just starting to spread out. That's not what we want to see as a media company. We like everyone close together, causing action for us to report on. But meanwhile, race leader around the end of the straight, he's going to extend his lead this time round. So it's 2.9 now over Jamie Careless in the 3 car. Richard Hipkiss back up to the 3 spot in front of Simon Preston once again. Then we've got Simon Hall. Then Nathan Stanmore, 10 car, running in the 6 spot. So great start for Nathan, or first half of the race, I should say. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go here in the L final at Hood Raceway. We've got the L and K final. And then we'll move on to A final leg number 1. So we've got 2 finals. Then we'll do A final leg number 1. And it is still Charlie Hall leading Richard Hipkiss. But we are watching the battle for second. That battle is Richard Hipkiss, Jamie Careless and Simon Preston. All 3 of those in screenshot together. They are battling out for second, third and 4th position. With 3 minutes down, 2 to go. They come onto the straightaway to put 7 laps on the board. Charlie Hall, your lead is 4 seconds, and then less than 1 second separates these 3 cars. Coming round in front of the rostrum now, up the tabletop, hang a right down, drop into the bomb hole, drive away. Then we come into the 5 switchbacks, going left and right as they go. Come round the hairpin and drive down to the step down, then jump out and round the corner as they sweep back round onto the main straight. And down the straight they go with 1 minute and 15 as they cross the master. 1 minute and 15 remaining as they cross the start-finish line. 3.7 seconds is the lead for Richard Hipkiss. Jamie Careless, you run in second. Simon Preston still in third. So this battle for second is still raging as we come into the final minute of this race. Can Richard Hipkiss hold on? Can Simon Preston, looking up the inside of Jamie Careless? No, he's going to make an error. He's on his roof on the straight. Gets away with it, but he's going to lose a second or 2. So that's going to leave Charlie Hall. The gap is reducing out front. Just 2.7 is the lead now. So you can just see the leader is a red car on screen. Remember, white and yellow wheeled car is in second. So Charlie Hall still leading, and we'll stick to this battle for second as we come into the final 30 seconds. As you cross the line now, it's going to be close whether you get through for another one. 4 minutes and 33 on the master clock as you cross Charlie. So possibly this is your final lap. You may go one more, depending on how good this lap is. We're going to jump to Charlie. Red car coming into the step up, step down with 4 minutes and 55 on the master clock. He's heading to the line, crosses the line. Charlie Hall, you are through for a victory lap. So Charlie Hall is your leader. We're going to follow him round for this victory lap. Richard Hipkiss, you finish in second. Simon Preston going to take third from Jamie Careless. Then Simon Hall we're expecting next. Oh no, Jesse Russell comes through in fifth. Then we've got Simon Hall. But we've got camera on. Charlie Hall comes across the line and takes a win of the L final. So full drive L final goes to Charlie Hall. Next up is going to be the K final. K final, you are next.
Driver announcement. The K final is now starting. Out next is A final leg 1, marshaled by the B final.
So K final warming up. For those of you joining us online, A final leg number 1 will be up next. A leg 1 will be up next. So K final gridded up. So K final off and away. Your drivers: Mike Temple leading away, Roger Mills, Stephen Harley, Robert Tyers, Simon Hudspeth, Ava Griggs, Martin Lear, Kenan Miller, Craig Gibson and David Milford. So looks like we've got regulation out front with Mike Temple. I was expecting a green car, so it's not the leader. It's going to be the free car, 3 from 4 from 6 looking like as they come across the line. So it's Stephen Harley who's going to lead. No, Robert Tyers, sorry, then Stephen Harley, Martin Lear, Ava Griggs, Mike Temple, first down to 5th. Bad start for Mike. So Robert Tyers going to make a move and go to the front. And looks like Stephen Harley's looking left, looking right through the switchback. Can't make it stick. And then that's the 7 car of Martin Lear in 3rd. Jumps over. Carnage. Absolute carnage ensues. So Ava Griggs going to go to the point. So Ava Griggs now your leader. And back behind Ava is Mike Temple. So Mike Temple went first to 5th and now back up to the 2 spot. So good run from him. So it is Ava Griggs, Mike Temple, Stephen Harley. It looked like it was a 7 car of Martin Lear that jumped over Stephen Harley, which caused all that carnage. So Mike Temple closing down now on Ava Griggs. So gap last time round, just 0.3 of a second. This is your lead battle. Ava Griggs in the purple and blue car. And then Mike Temple in the green car behind, green and white car. So with 1 minute and 40 down, they've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 3:40 to go. And it is Ava Griggs crossing the line and pulled out a 1.8 second lead over Mike Temple. So Mike Temple now looking at Stephen Harley behind. So it looks like he's getting some attention from behind now. So it is Ava Griggs, Mike Temple, Stephen Harley. Then Martin Lear, Craig Gibson, 9th up to 5th. David Milford, 10th up to 6th. Ava's made an error, so Mike Temple and Stephen Harley going to go through. Ava's going to drop down to the 3 spot. So Mike Temple, 1.1 second lead over Stephen Harley, Ava Griggs, Martin Lear and Craig Gibson is the full running order. Well, top 5, sorry. Then David Milford, Robert Tyers, Kenan Miller, Roger Mills and Simon Hudspeth. At half race distance, that is your full running order. 2 minutes 30 down, 2:30 to go. Race leader is now the 3 car, so Mike Temple having an error. So we've got Stephen Harley, we've got Ava Griggs, and then we've got the man himself, Craig Gibson, working his way 9th up to the 3 spot. Fantastic work from Gibbo. So Stephen Harley taking the lead of this one now from Ava Griggs. Gap looks like it's closed. It was 1.1 across the line. It's now a whole lot less than that as they come out the step up. Stephen Harley, Ava Griggs are going at it, and Craig Gibson not far behind. So the gap open back up to 1.3. Gibbo 1.1 behind that. So absolutely nothing in it out front between Stephen Harley, Ava Griggs and Craig Gibson. Gibbo is coming. 1 minute and 30 to go. Gibbo, if you want to win this one, 1 minute and 30 to go. So coming round the step up, round at the bank corner and down the straightaway they go now. The gap is about the same. No, slightly reduced. 2/10 in the favour of Ava Griggs last time by. Gap to Gibbo is still 2.3. So Gibbo, you're 2.3 off the lead. Ava Gibbs, just looks like she's lost a couple of attempts. Gibbo's over. Mike Temple going to go by. So Pullman back up to the 2 spot. So that's unfortunate for them. So Mike Temple going to go back up to the 3 spot. So Stephen Harley, Ava Griggs and Mike Temple. Then you've got Craig Gibson, David Milford, Robert Tyers. Gap out front 1.6, looks a whole lot closer this time as they're coming into the step down. Stephen Harley and Ava Griggs coming up the step up and going to come round onto the start-finish straight. 4:30 on the master clock as they cross the line. They are going to go this one and one more. So it's this one and one more for your 2 leaders. So Ava Griggs is laying on the pressure now. Can Stephen Harley hold on? The 3 and 6 cars. One of them's over. That's Stephen Harley over. So Ava Griggs going to go to the point. You've got this lap and one more. Will the others behind get through? Most probably. So Ava Griggs with 4:55 on the race clock coming down the straight. Stephen Harley's over again. Gibbo going to go through to the 3 spot. Ava, you are through. Mike Temple, you are done. So we'll follow Ava Griggs round. Victory lap for Ava as she comes round leading the K final. Mike Temple, you finish 2nd. Craig Gibson 3rd. Stephen Harley, you finish 4. David Milford 5. Kenan Miller 6. Simon Hudspeth 7. Robert Tyers 8. Martin Lear 9. Roger Mills 10. But coming out the step up now, Ava Griggs. Give her a big round of applause as she comes down the straightaway now. Your winner of the K final. Congratulations, Ava Griggs, dominating the K final there. Next up, A final, leg numero uno. So we have A final up next. Drivers taking a spot on the rostrum. Marshall's coming out, please. And your drivers for the A final: Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Jonathan Skidmore, and Archie Bowman and Jamie Hall, I should say.
Right then, we're all set, or all nearly set for this A final leg number 1. We've just got a 2-minute pause whilst all the drivers get set. All the marshals have changed over, and perfect timing. The sun's just come out for leg number 1 of the A final. I don't know who's called the pause. 10 drivers up on the rostrum.
So, A finalists are gridded up. Ben Smith chose the outside. He's gone aggressive. I like it, Ben. So Ben Smith leads away from pole from Daniel Pole and Tommy Hall. Tommy Hall just checking up slightly as Daniel Pole ran a little bit wide. Josh Holdsworth running in before. Then the X-ray car of Lee Martin. Then Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth. So it looks like Charlie's made a move on Luke. Then we got Johnny Skidmore, Archie Bowman and Jamie Hall. Archie Bowman finding his way down to 10th, promoting Jamie Hall. So lap 1 going in the books. And Ben Smith looking to get his head down and get away. And Ben Smith crosses the line. And he is leading. I don't know why. So Ben Smith leading. Then we've got, there we go, 22.85 for Ben, 23.72 for Dan. So about 8 tenths is the gap. Daniel Pole showed in round 4 of qualifying. He's got the pace in that machine. He's looking a little loose round here. And Tommy Hall is just waiting. Looks like Josh Holdsworth's had an error. Lee Martin going to promote to the 4 spot. And looks like, yep, so Daniel Pole gap last time by increases to 1 second exactly. So Ben Smith, Daniel Pole just starting to break Tommy Hall. Daniel Pole very quick through the switchbacks that time. And here comes the pressure we knew he could do. He proved it in round 4. Just gets hooked coming onto the straight. Still reduces the gap to 0.7 of a second. Ben Smith, 22.8, not a bad lap. Daniel Pole, 22.4, a very good lap. Ben Smith gets a little bit squirrely, and here comes Daniel Pole looking around the outside. Oh, that would have been a move and a half. Pass of a week contender Daniel Pole's looking at here. So down the straightaway we go. Dan Pole looking around the outside into turn 1. Not going to make that stick. Can he do anything coming into 2? No, he's just going to take his breath and go again. Tommy Hall is coming. And Lee Martin's been dragged along for the party. He's got enough experience to know when to pick up the pieces. So Daniel Pole absolutely racing with that machine. Ben Smith looking reasonably comfortable out front. Can he handle the pressure? Daniel Pole, can he tighten it up just a little and keep the pressure sustained? Last time by, the gap was 0.7. Tommy Hall, 4 tenths behind Daniel Pole. Tommy Hall is coming. Last time by, 22.6 for Tommy Hall. It was a 22.6 for Ben Smith. So Daniel Pole dragging Tommy Hall now along. The front 3 separated by less than a second. Daniel Pole can get onto the straight neatly. He'll keep that gap. 1 second is the gap, then 3/10 back to Tommy. So, Daniel Pole's over, catches Tommy Hall. So that's going to increase Ben's lead to about 2 seconds. Tommy Hall's now got Lee Martin for company. Josh Holdsworth recovering to the 4 spot. Daniel Pole going to be in 5. Then you've got, no, that's not. That's Johnny Skidmore in 5. Daniel Pole in 6. And you've got Jamie Hall, Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth, and Archie Bowman. Ben Smith, your lead, 2.74 seconds. Tommy Hall, you've got 4 temps over Lee Martin, who's got, 2 temps over Josh Holdsworth. So Hall, Martin, and Holdsworth is the battle we watch on camera. Coming into the step down, over the step up. Tommy Hall, nice and neat, touches a pipe, just runs slightly wide. Lee Martin's got Holdsworth for company. Holdsworth looking up the inside, down the straight, not going to make that one stick. So what is this? Tommy Hall's now just starting to break free, and it's going to be a battle for third. We'll watch on camera between Martin and Holdsworth. 3 minutes and 15 down, 1:45 to go. Full running order: Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Johnny Skidmore, Jamie Hall, Daniel Pole, Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth, and Archie Bowman. Your full running order. Ben Smith, your lead, 2.99 seconds. Best lap, 22.41. Tommy Hall, last time by, you did a 22.7. Lee Martin, 22.6. Gap has closed in the battle for second. So here comes Tommy, here comes Lee Martin, here comes Josh Holdsworth. Josh Holdsworth's on the straight on his roof. Marshall required, that's going to release Johnny Skidmore, 8th up to 4th position. Good run, Johnny, but battle for second. Tommy Hall, Lee Martin. This is where the battle is on track. 1 minute to go. Ben Smith, your lead is 3.3. Tommy Hall pushes wide. Lee Martin looks at the inside. Not going to make it stick. Coming off the step down. Sweep round onto the straight. Down they go. 11 laps on the board. They're going to go 2, maybe 3 more. So away from race control. Back in towards the rostrum. Over the tabletop. Going to drive down into a bomb hole, jump out of it. Tommy Hall getting a bit of a wheelie. Lee Martin looking a little bit more comfortable. Through the switchbacks, Tommy makes a slight gap. Come down into the step up. 4:32 on the master clock. Let's see what it is when they cross the line. Ben Smith, you're going to go this and one more. Tommy Hall, you're 3.5 seconds behind it. Probably going to go this and one more as well. So Lee Martin, Tommy Hall likely to have this one and one more. Ben Smith, meanwhile, out front, coming out the step up. And white car coming onto the straight, starting your final lap now, Ben. Last time round, it was 3.6 was the gap. This time round, 3.7. Time has expired. Lee Martin, you are caught at the line. So Ben Smith will jump forward. White car, you are on your final lap. Tommy Hall is through as well. So Ben Smith, half a lap to go. Coming out the step up, got to keep it rubber side down. Round the corners he goes, down the straightaway. Ben Smith, winner of a final leg number 1. Tommy Hall going to bring it home in second. Lee Martin, listen, a final lap showdown by 3/10 of a second, going to finish third. Good run for Johnny Skidmore, 8th up to 4th. Josh Holdsworth going to finish 5. Jamie Hall 6. Luke Holdsworth 7. Archie Bowman 8. Charlie Saunders 9. And Daniel Pole going to finish 10th. That's a wrap of A main leg number 1. Next up, we have the L final. So L final, you are next. No, L final. J final. J final, you are next.
And the drivers from the K final out to Marshall, please. That's drivers from the K final out to Marshall. Marshall changeover, please. Marshall changeover. Drivers from the K final, please change over.
So Ben Smith joining us, leg 1 win. How was that one for you?
It was hard. It's always hard. Dan, Tommy, Lee, Josh, all really quick, as the others are as well. But kind of always had a decent gap. Dan was like really quick off the start. First couple laps, he was right on me.
Dan was coming.
I think he just had
he rolled
like
in
an
the middle.
unlucky bobble or something. But yeah, he's going to be definitely hard to beat along with the rest.
So what are you going to do in leg 2 to protect from it, other than hope for a mistake?
Yeah.
It's not really a tactic.
No, well, that's what we're going to go with, I think.
Any changes to the car since qualifying?
Bit less anti-squat then. Try help over the bumps a bit. I actually thought it was better because I thought coming onto the straight I was pulling quite a lot on him.
Dan kept making mistakes. He was really aggressive out of this corner and then kept bobbling.
It's really choppy, that bit of track. So it actually really helped on that bit. So yeah, I'm not quite happy with my steering feel, so I might change something small, but not a lot.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Good luck for A2. Don't win it, though, because we want to see a battle in A3. We're not biased, but we want to see a race. So that's a wrap from Ben Smith after his A final leg number 1 win. So J final, rocking and rolling. Tommy Clark, Jason Bing, Matthew Hodges, Aaron Carberry, Ian Headlam, Philip Hitchman, Jonathan Pluke, Trevor Follington, Mark Christopher and Nicholas Harwood are your drivers. So Tommy Clark, your leader after 2 in the 5 car. So good start for Tommy. Then Matthew Hodges, Aaron Carberry, Philip Hitchman, Jason Bing, Jonathan Pluke, Ian Headlam, Trevor Follington, Mark Christopher, Nicholas Harwood. So we have on camera your lead battle, which is Tommy Clark. White body shell, yellow wheels. Not sure why anyone would do that, but nonetheless, it's quick enough to be leading the J final. And he has poleman Matthew Hodges behind in the green machine. So Clark and Hodges down the straight they go. 5 and 1 cars running 1 and 2. Gap between them 0.7 of a second. So a whole lot of nothing last time by. So very tight race here for the lead of the J final. Then a huge gap, about 5-second gap back to second. Back to third. So big gap, but this time by Tommy Clark extends his lead to 0.9 of a second. So 0.9 is the gap now for the leader. And Hodges just has a roll, champion's roll in the middle, lands on his wheels, going the right direction. But that's going to allow Tommy Clark to just open up ever so slightly more as they come down the straightaway around turn number 1. That time by for Tommy was a 25.7. It was a 25.9. No, sorry, 26.3 last time by for Tommy, 27.2 for Matthew Hodges. So the gap opens up to 1.88. So Tommy Clark now extending that lead to 2 seconds over Matthew Hodges. So Tommy Clark dropping into the step down, and then we'll jump up the step up, and then round onto the straightaway. White car, yellow wheels down the end of the straight. So Tommy Clark, last time by, gap had reduced to 1.1. And as I say, let Matthew Hodges go by. So an error on that lap from Matthew Hodges. So the gap at the front is going to be 4.8 seconds. Great news from the RCTV live stream. Francesca N4Y, welcome as a new RCTV hero. You are the first and only RCTV hero we've had all weekend, so you are the best. Thank you very much for that. and welcome to the RCTV Hero Club, where you get exclusive access to RCTV content, and Matt McCallan's got a rush back from the Netherlands to send you out some free stickers, which he'll hate me for. But thank you for joining, thank you for supporting the live stream. It is very much appreciated and allows us to bring bigger and better stream next time. Meanwhile, back on track, we are following Tommy Clark. He has a 3.9 second lead as we come into finishing times. 5 seconds left on the master clock. This will be your final lap, Tommy. Buzzer goes, time has expired. You're racing to the line. Keep it rubber side down, and you will be taking the win of the J final. Comes off the step up. 2 corners to go. There's 1, there's 2, and down the straightaway he goes. Tommy Clark taking the win of the J final. Matthew Hodges comes home in second, and then Mark Christopher, stellar recovery drive from the back of the pack after lap 1 to 3rd overall. Then Philip Hitchman, Jonathan Pluke, Aaron Carberry, Jason Bing, Ian Headlam, Trevor Follington and Nicholas Harwood, the full finishing order of your J final. So that's a wrap on the J final. Next up is going to be the I final. I final is up next. So I-final warming up.
Okay, marshal hand over please, and Ava, you get scrutiny once you're in the lead.
And then he just like, he took a shit. He stood up first and then he was just falling slow basically. Fell in slow motion. Yeah, and two physics, right? Well, like,
So I-final gridded up. Drivers are James Gibbs, Scott Martin, Phil Campbell, Martin Hewitt, Miklos Sabadas, Lee Stokes, Ben Ellis, Bruce Lee, Colin McCaffrey and Michael Halsey. Off and away they go. James Gibbs leads away from pole from Scott Martin, and carnage ensues. There's 2 orange, white and blue cars out there, so that's brilliant for me. Think one might be Phil Campbell. Yellow, blue and white. Orange, sorry, and orange, blue and white. So it is Phil Campbell that leads in the 3 from the 2 of Scott Martin and the 4 of Martin Hayward. So James Gibbs coming off worse from the start. So Campbell leads Martin, leads Hewitt. Gibbs, you run in 4th. Bruce Lee, 8th up to 5th. Good start from you. Lee Stokes, you're in 6th. Colin McCaffrey, Michael Halsey, Miklos Sabadas and Ben Ellis. The full running order. So Campbell and Martin going to be out front. And Campbell just getting it slightly wrong. That's going to allow Martin to close up ever so slightly. Then it looks like we've got the 1 car of Gibbs coming through in for 3rd place. So Phil Campbell leads 7/10 of a second in front of Scott Martin, but the gap does not need saying as we look out on track coming into the step down. Cars running nose to tail as they step up and come round down the straight to complete 3 laps here in this I final.
I think you could jump over that time.
So Scott Martin now leads. So Phil Campbell making an error. Scott Martin 2-second lead over poleman James Gibbs and Bruce Lee running in third. Phil Campbell's dropped to the 4th spot. So on camera going through the S section is Scott Martin. Orange, blue and white car dropping into the step down. Step up. Nicely done. And they're going to come round down the straight he goes. Last time by it was a 25.62. James Gibbs goes by with a 25.53, so the gap holds 1.9. Bruce Lee, you're 1 second behind Matt. Phil Campbell, 1.7 behind Matt, so pretty spaced out at the front of this one with 2:30 down and 2:30 to go. As I say that, Bruce Lee trying to make a move to second place. So we pick up the battle on camera. And that battle is James Gibbs and Bruce Lee coming down the straightaway. Bruce Lee was looking through for a move as they came through the switchbacks. Couldn't quite make it work. Gap between them just half a second as they crossed the line last time by. Looks like Gibbs has pulled away ever so slightly. And Scott Martin, I think, must have blown a corner because James Gibbs looks closer at the front. So the front 3 starting to close up. You can see them all in a single camera shot now as they come down the straightaway. The lead is 1.7, so it's grown back out. Then Bruce Lee just half a second behind Matt. So the battle is for second. James Gibbs over. Bruce Lee's going to get caught up ever so slightly, so Scott's lead will extend. Bruce Lee now runs in second. So Scott Martin just dropping into the step down and up. Down the straight he goes. Love that. So 340 down, 120 to go. Scott Martin is your leader. 1.9 was the gap last time by. So 1.9 was the gap last time by. And this time by as they come down the straight, looks like there's been a few changes. No, 1.5 is the gap. So it is Martin, Lee, Campbell, Heward, Stokes, Gibbs, Halsey, Zabadas, Ellis and McCaffrey. With 50 seconds to go. So your race leader comes out the step up. Nicely done. Cruises round onto the straight. 10 laps down. 10 laps complete. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So coming through over the tabletop. I think it's going to be this one and one more for our leaders. So this lap and one more for our leaders. As Scott Martin going to just jump out the step up and cruise round onto the straight. 1.7 was the gap last time by. This is your final lap, Scott, and your lead starting this lap is 1.7. Identical lap times for Scott and Bruce last time by with 10 seconds on the master clock. Your closing order, 2.83, 4.16, 10.5, 7 and 9. Time has expired. You're racing to the line. Race leader going to come out the step up now. 3 corners to go. There goes 1. There goes 2 and 3 down the straight. Scott Martin, winner of the I final. Bruce Lee, good last lap, but not enough, is going to finish in second. Martin Heward going to come home in third. Phil Campbell in fourth. Lee Stokes 5. James Gibbs, your poleman, falls to 6. Michael Halsey 10th up to 7th. Ben Ellis in 8th. Mick Bloss in 9th. And Colin McCaffrey, you are going to finish in 10th. That's a wrap of your I final. Next up is going to be the H final. Thank you, that man.
The H final is next, and Tommy Clark, when you get the lead, can you go to scrutineering? That's Tommy Clark, when you are the lead, go to scrutineering, please.
Yes, boss.
Okay, marshals, handover if you haven't done so already, please. That's marshals, handover if you haven't done so already.
Comment from Billy on the chat. Is Scott related to Lee? Looks like the same shell colours. Yes, Scott is Lee's son, and Scott is running Lee's X-Ray. Basically his car. So yes, related and the same shell colours. So, H final, gridding up your drivers, Scott Wyman, Dave Burton, Jack Mills-White, Paul Griggs, Riley Butler, Zach Whittleston, Emil Heward, Phil Shannon, Chris Bowden and Andrew Luxford. So off and away they go. Scott Wyman leading Dave Burton away from pole, and carnage ensues behind them. So Wyman is breaking free. So lap one complete, and it is Wyman who opens up with a 2.2 second lead over the 6 car of Zach Whittleston, Jack Mills-White and Paul Griggs. So we're going to focus the camera on the second place battle as it comes out the step up. So that's a 3 car now. Jack Mills-White into second, but down the straight they go, and it is changing once again. So what, 1 second separating 3, 4, 5 and 2. Chris Bowden just 1.5 behind that. So absolute carnage of a 2 car. Chris Bowden having an absolute disaster. Sorry, Dave Burton, the 2 car, having an absolute disaster. But Scott Wyman's had an error because he now has Paul Griggs for company. So your battle for the lead coming into the step down, step up. Scott Wyman and Paul Griggs, followed by the 5 and 3 cars of Riley Butler and Jack Mills-White. So all 4 of them separated by about 2.5 seconds as they go down the straightaway. So race leader Scott Wyman. Oh, Paul Griggs trying to jump over him into the bomb hole, side by side into the switchbacks. Wyman going to hold. So Wyman is going to hold as he comes round onto the straight to start lap number 5. But it is, 0.3 of a second between Wyman and Griggs as they come over the front kicker into the tabletop. They're going to hang right into the bomb hole. Paul Griggs doesn't try to jump in this time, but coming into the switchbacks. Wyman just a little bit neater through there, and he's going to pull away ever so slightly. So Wyman just opened up the gap slightly before the step down, step up. But as they come across the straight, the gap is only 0.1 greater than last time. So someone's over. It's neither of our leaders, but Paul Griggs has made it to the front. So Paul Griggs now your leader. Wyman was the chasee, now the chaser. So can he find a way past Paul as they come across the line? 2:55 down, 2:05 to go. So Paul Griggs, Wyman's had an error, I think. So that's going to give Paul Griggs a massive lead over Riley Butler. So Paul Griggs is straight length lead over Riley Butler. That straight length is about 2.2 seconds. Scott Wyman, you run 2 seconds further back in third with Phil Shannon for company. So we'll drop back a couple of cars. We'll pick up Wyman and Phil Shannon as they come out the bomb hole now. And they are running third and fourth. Wyman puts it up on 2 wheels and Phil Shannon goes by. So fortunately for Wyman, that's him now down to the 4 spot. So come through switchbacks, down the straightaway they go. And into turn number 1. So we'll pick up race leader coming out the bomb hole with 4 minutes down, 1 to go. This is Paul Griggs, the 4 car, your race leader, having inherited it from, well, not inherited it, overtook Wyman for it. And Riley Butler's closing in. 1.5 was the gap last time by. This time by, it's down to 1.3. So Paul Griggs, you've got this lap and 1 more. Can you hold on? Riley Butler, you've got this lap and 1 more to do something about it. So we'll see what Riley can do. If anything, can Paul Griggs hold on? He's got about a lap and a half to go. He's going to come out with step up. He's got 3 corners to complete this lap, lap number 11. And as he goes down the straight, he starts his 12th and final lap with 20 seconds on the master clock. The gap comes down once again, 1.2. So Riley Butler's really got to find something special. It might require a mistake from Paul. But as they come through the switchbacks, Riley's looking closer and closer. So coming into a step up. Oh, side by side, coming into a step down. Rob Paul on. Riley Butler's through. 3 corners from the end. Can he hold on? Can Paul Griggs do anything about it? Drag race to the line. Riley Butler going to take the win of the H final. Paul Griggs going to finish in second. All the way to 3 corners to the end. Riley Butler coming good when it matters. Phil Shannon going to finish in 3rd. Scott Wyman 4. Jack Mills-White in 5. Chris Bowden 6. Emily Hewitt going to finish in 7. Zach Whittleston 8. Andrew Luxford 9. David Burton in 10. That's a wrap of your H final. Next up, G final. G final is next.
Okay, our first is the G final. And Scott Martin. When you've been released, go to scrutineering. Thank you. Marshall's changeover at the penalties. Marshall's changeover at this time.
So this is the G final. Gridding up Roger Tugwood, Scott Follington, Richard Miller, Joshua Anderson, Keith Halsey, Graham Lyle, Craig Lomax, Peter Craig, Matthew Dodd and Zach Edwards.
Marshall 6. Can you stand the other side of the straight? That lip. Thank you.
So here we go with the G final. Roger Tugwood leading away from pole from Scott Follington and Richard Miller. So referee Big Si calling one to keep it clean. He'll be bored of saying that. So 1 leads from 2 as they come round in front of commentary corner, and 4. So 1, 2, 4 and 10. Zach Edwards, what a stellar start for you. 10th up to 4th spot. So Tugwood, Follington, Anderson and Edwards is your running order. So we have leaders coming down the straightaway now. There's been a change of position. 10 car making an error. So Matt Dodd's going to go up to a 4th spot. It's 9 and 10 running 4th and 5th. But out front, Roger Tugwood and now Joshua Anderson. As I say that, Scott Follington jumps up the inside on the tabletop. So Follington back to the 2 spot. Anderson down to a 3. And all this is allowing Roger Tugwood to just disappear out front ever so slightly. Anderson's over. So Dodd's going to go to a free. Anderson's going to get collected by the 10 car. And that's going to cause absolute carnage coming out of a step up. So let's just cut to the start of the straight. End of the straight now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car freight train all coming round. So hang right on the camera a little bit and pick them up as they come through the tabletop. So this is an absolute epic battle for 4th place, I believe. Got 6 car freight train coming through, and it's headed up by the 10 car of Zach Edwards. Then we've got Joshua Anderson behind. So running 4th onwards, 4th through 9, and we've lost Craig Lomax. So this is a absolute freight train for 3rd place. Leaders over. So we've got a new change for lead. Scott Follington going to go to the lead, and Matt Dodd, I believe, going to go to the 2 spot. So let's pick the leader up. Coming onto the straightaway now. So leader down the straight goes the 2 car of Scott Follington. Matt Dodd is going to go through in second. Gap is 2.6. Matt Dodd throws it off into the fence. So that's going to allow Roger Tugwood back to the 2 spot. Leaders over in the bomb hole. Champions roll going to get away with it. Let's go. Follington leads from Tugwood and Dodd. So, what have we got? We've got Scott Follington 1.9 in front of Roger Tugwood, and then we've got Matt Dodd running in 3rd. So 2-3 seconds separating the 3 of them. So leader goes down the straightaway now, then goes Tugwood, then goes Dodd. So we're no real battle out front, but we're 3 minutes down and 2 to go. There is still time for it to close up. So your race leader coming through the switchbacks, and he's going to drop down into the step down, jump out the step up, and then round in front of commentary corner. Switchback down the straight he goes. So that is Scott Follington. And last time by, best lap for him was a 23.93. Roger Tugwood 2.9 behind now. And then you've got Matt Dodd a couple of seconds behind Matt. Matt Dodd's got company, so let's drop back to the corner of the tabletop now in front of a rostrum coming out the bomb hole. This is a 4-5 car freight train for 3rd place. Josh Anderson trying everything, but he's just going to end up at the back of it. So Matt Dodd now is, and I think he's got the 10 car for company in the form of Zach Edwards. Matt Dodd crashes, so Zach Edwards going to go to a point of this. Was that A2 next, did I hear? So A final leg 2 is next. Look at that, surprise, comes round fun. Time flies when you're having fun. So Scott Follington still leading this one from Roger Tugwood. Zach Edwards up to the 3 spot. Richard Miller now running in 4 from Matt Dodd. Matt Dodd's got Josh Anderson for company as they all go down the straight. Leader is on camera with 4 minutes and 24 seconds down. He's now got Roger Tugwood for company. So those 2 going into the step down. And coming round onto the start-finish straight now. This will be your final lap. So you cross the line with 4:38 on the clock. Half a second between Follington and Tugwood. And they're going to come round with 6 tenths between them last time round. This is a race to the line. Can Tugwood do what Butler did in the race before? 3 corners go, coming out the step up. He goes big. He lands it. He's not going to get away with that. So coming down the straightaway, Scott Follington going to take the win of the G final. Roger Tugwood going to finish in 2nd. And then race on for 3rd is going to go to Richard Miller. Then we're going to have Matt Dodd finish in 4th. Graham Lyle 5. Zach Edwards 6. Keith Halsey 7. Joshua Anderson 8. Peter Craig 9. And Craig Lomax going to finish in 10th. A final, leg number 2. You are next. Race control, Roger Tugwood didn't trigger the line as he ran by to finish 2nd, just so you're aware. So next up, we will call our A finalists up onto the rostrum for leg number 2. Yeah, we're going to just introduce. So big thank you to those of you joining us online for the finals of the Full Drive National Series. So thank you for all those joining us online. And a big thank you to our sponsors for making this live stream possible. TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray. And of course the BRCA for putting on this wonderful series. So drivers for A2 are collecting at the bottom of the rostrum, and I think we're ready to start introductions. So your pole man today, driving the Schumacher chassis, is Ben Smith. In second position from Scotland, under 16 driver, driving the Associated chassis, Daniel Pole. In third position, driving for Team Associated, Tommy Hall. In fourth position, driving the Schumacher car, Josh Holdsworth. In fifth position, driving the X-Ray chassis, Lee Martin. In sixth position, driving for Schumacher, Luke Holdsworth. In seventh position, driving the Associated chassis, Charlie Saunders. In eighth position, driving for Team X-Ray, Johnny Skidmore. Ninth position, driving the Schumacher car, Archie Bowman. And your 10th and final racer today, getting by the skin of his teeth, driving the Associated chassis, Jamie Hall. So those are your runners and riders for A final leg number 2. Drivers, take your cars around for warm-up.
I am also still waiting on marshals from the G final. You should be out there by now. The driver from the G final should be out at your marshal post by now.
So drivers are gridding up for A final leg number 2. So Ben Smith took a win in leg 1. Daniel Pole was rapid to begin with before he had an error. So I think Tommy Hall finished in second, and then my memory escapes me for what happened after that. So if Ben Smith takes a win, he will win the National. If he doesn't take the win, we will take this to leg number 3. I'm not biased, but I want to see a leg 3 showdown. So grid is set. So Ben Smith leads away from Pole. Daniel Pole in second, Tommy Hall third, Josh Holdsworth. And we've got, it looks like we've lost Lee Martin in that. So Lee Martin's dropped down to the 9th spot. Unfortunate for him. That's going to release Skidmore, I believe. And it is, no, Holdsworth, sorry. Ben Saunders, then Skidmore. Then Bowman, Martin and Hull completes lap number 1. So Ben Smith opens up with half a second gap. That's less than it was last time, 0.8 last time on lap number 1. So Daniel Pole was rapid from about lap 3 onwards last time. Let's see what he can do this time. He's slightly closer, but he's got Tommy Hall for company, and Josh Holdsworth is going nowhere as well. So front 4, 5, 6 cars all coming down together. Ben Smith, gap holds 0.54. Identical lap times from Smith, Pole and Hall. 23.0 for all of them. 23.2 for Holdsworth. So front 3, dare I say, breaking away by a 10th of a second a lap that time by. This time a gap is visible for the front 3 pulling away. It's for Ben Smith in the Schumacher car. It's Pole and Hall in the Associated cars. This time by gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Here comes Daniel Pole coming through the bomb. All they go. Driving Tommy Hole's just had a bobble, so it's now 2-horse race out front. Ben Smith, Daniel Pole. Can he do anything to get round Ben Smith? Last time he looked inside, outside, couldn't make it stick. This time, Daniel Pole much better onto the straight, coming around the end of the straight. He's looking inside and outside. We've got a battle on our hands. 1 minute 30 down, 3:30 to go. Gap last time by 1/10 of a second between your leading two. Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, left-hand side of the track. Drop into the step down, coming up the step up. Going to sweep round 1, 2, 3 corners onto the straightaway. Daniel Pole just drops back ever so slightly through that section. Gap extends to 0.4. Already looks like it's closed up. So Daniel Pole is latched on to the back of Ben Smith's TQ machine. Oh, Ben up on 2 wheels, holds it nicely through the switchbacks, going to come down into the step down. Ben looks like he's broken away slightly through that section. Can Daniel Pole hold on to it? Yes, he can. Down the straight, gap extends 0.5 of a second. 22.3 from Ben Smith that time by. 22.4 from Daniel Pole. Quickest lap for both is a 22.3, so the pace is there. Oh, Daniel Pole, superb through the switchbacks that time round. Dropping into the step up, come out, nicely done. Ben Smith gets a little bit sideways. Daniel Pole's going to be closer. Ben Smith squirrels down the straight. Daniel Pole looking around the outside, not going to make it stick. So coming into the tabletop in front of a rostrum, gap last time by 0.4 of a second. Now it's under 0.2. Through the switchbacks they go. Bouncing off the pipes for both of them. Daniel Pole super close. Coming out of a step up. 3 minutes down. 2 to go as he crosses the line. 8 laps completed as they go. Tommy Hall runs second. Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Johnny Skidmore, Lee Martin, Bowman and Jamie Hall, your full running order. But battle is at the front. Less than half a second between Ben Smith and Daniel Pole. Ben Smith's got to keep it there if he wants to take the win in leg 2. Daniel Pole knows he needs to get by if he wants to take it to leg number 3. Down the straight they go. It's 0.33 is the gap. Daniel Pole up on 2 wheels, holds it nicely and is right under the gearbox of Ben Smith's Schumacher car. Coming out of the bomb hole, both get a little bit squirrely into the switchbacks. And Ben Smith knows he's just got to keep in the middle. Daniel Pole has to find a way around. Catching is one thing, passing is something else. Can he force an error? Can he find a way round? Both of them down the straight. The gap is down to 0.20. 0.2 of a second between these two cars. 3 minutes and 50 down. 1 minute and 10 to go. So through the switchbacks, Ben Smith's pulled away ever so slightly, but it closes right back up. It can ebb and flow every corner on this layout. Tricky Robin Hood layout. Coming down the straight, Tommy Hall, you are 2 seconds behind, 2.4 behind. Daniel Pole pretty much side by side around the end of the straight, but just can't find a way to break away in front. So Smith from pole, 0.21 was the gap that time. As they come through switchbacks, going to drop into the step down, step up. This is the 12th time, completing lap number 12 as they go by the line. The master clock triggers at 4 minutes 30. It's going to be this one and one more. Gap extends to half a second. Ben Smith's got a lap and 3/4 to hold it. Daniel Pole's got a lap and 3/4 to do something about it if he wants to take it to leg number 3. He's close as they come into a step down, jumping out. We've got 1 lap to go after this. Daniel Pole looking left, looking right. Down the straightaway they go. He's going up the inside. Oh, pass of the week. Daniel Pole, great move. Ben Smith's going to come off worse. Half a lap to go, 3/4 of a lap. Daniel Pole out the bomb hole he goes. Ben Smith down to second. Tommy Hall in third. Coming through the switchbacks, Daniel Pole's got to hold it. It's no easy feat. Coming out the step up now, lands it nicely. 3 corners to go, 2 to go, 1 to go. Down the straight, Daniel Pole takes leg number 2. Ben Smith going to finish in second. Tommy Hall third. Josh Holdsworth 4. Luke Holdsworth 5. Johnny Skidmore 6. Charlie Saunders 7. Archie Bowman 8. Lee Martin 9. And Jamie Hall in 10th. That's a wrap of leg number 2. Stick with us for leg number 3 because that was fantastic racing here at Robin Hood Raceway. Next up, we have the G Final. G Final, you are up next.
Daniel Pole, what a move.
What a move.
What a move, and to make it stick as well.
I'm just sticking in our little RCTV chat, pass of the week.
F final.
Sorry, F final next. We've had the G final. F final's next. Thank you for correcting me.
Mr. Cockrell got a little bit excited by that move. Wow. Keep an eye out for RCTV News on Wednesday. That might be the pass of the week. Wow.
So, what a fantastic leg. So exciting. I almost wanted to run the G final again. So, F final, you're up next. Daniel Pole, can you come and see us after you've marshalled? Or now? Oh, no, do it after you've marshalled. So, F final up next. Craig Headlam, Ryan Preston, Dylan Richardson, Alex Pyatt, Manny Panesar, Evie Thames, Oliver Frost, Ben Elliott, James Pritchard, and Charlie Simmons. They who? They are your F final drivers.
That move's really got you flustered, hasn't it?
Just a good race, isn't it? I wanted a leg free. I don't care who wins. I just want it to go to leg free. It's literally all I care about.
Okay, just before this final commences, just to give you a standing of the A final as it stands. As it stands, it's Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Jonathan Skidmore. It's Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Saunders and Bowman. But of course, we know that different things can now happen. So we're looking forward to get through.
If I were you, I'd have pulled over and just watched.
Marshall, fine. I'll stand on the opposite side of the straight before we start, please. Thank you.
No. The only problem was he didn't shout freedom. Have you never seen Braveheart? Have you not seen fucking Braveheart? I'm glad you haven't got that one. Mel Gibson. I know the film, though. Yeah. I've not written that. In that, it's about where the Scottish are fighting in, and he's got a blue face. That's one in the main thing, and his face. And he just as he runs into battle, they all just start screaming freedom from the Scottish side. Fucking losing to great film. Sounds like a really long film. That's probably come up to watch. It's really good.
Right then, lights out and away we go in this F final. Craig Headlam, Ryan Preston, Dylan Richardson, Alex Pyatt, Manny Panesar, Evie Thames, Oliver Frost, Ben Elliott, James Pritchard and Charlie Simmons. So we've picked up our leader, which is the all red car of Craig Headlam as we follow him down the straight to complete lap numero uno. Gap back to second. Brian Preston is a 1 second. As we watch them going round into the bomber, out the other side, into the switchbacks, round over the middle hump, into the second bomber, up and out the other side, round commentary corner, round the last corner. Ooh, gets a bit squirrely through there as he cuts it a little bit too fine, but gets away with it just about. But it's Dylan Richardson who's now up to the 2 spot. It's in 0.4 back from our leader now. So they are your 2 cars that you can see on camera at the moment. Our leader Craig Headlam and second place Dylan Richardson with 1 minute down in this F final. Down the main straight they go, sweeping round corners 1 and 2. Craig gets it a little bit wrong, but managed to keep it on all 4 wheels and skips off the pipe round into the switchback over the middle section into the second half of the lap, down to the second bomb, up out the other side, round to start another lap. The gap last time was 0.7, it's now 0.6 of a second, so it's just coming down a little bit as Dylan looks to reel in Craig in this F final. Alex Pyatt currently running in 30s, 2.4 back, so nothing that these front 2 have got to worry about at the moment. Gaps now between the first 2 drivers is 0.89 of a second, so 0.9 of a second between our 2 leaders now, as Craig Headlam looks to get his foot down. It looks like Dylan's had a issue because it looks like he has dropped back another position. It's now Alex Pyatt that's been promoted to the second. So Craig Headlam is out in front and he's got a straight's worth of lead. So 3.5 seconds is his lead now, but he gets a little bit wrong going over the tabletop in front of the rostrum. It goes a little bit too deep into there, around the switchbacks, into the middle section. Second bomb up, round, out the other side, right past us in commentary corner, down the main straight. The gap last time was 3.5. The gap is now 1.1. So a little bit of a problem there for Craig on that last lap, but he's still in the lead. That's all that matters. But it looks like Alex Pyatt's really starting to reel him in now with 3 minutes down, 2 to go. As we are following the red car of Craig Headlam and the white car of Alex Pyatt, as Pyatt looks to have a little bit of a sniff up the inside. Down the main straight they go. Both with gun fingers, just getting that power down, round, into the bomb hole, up, out the other side, into the switchbacks. Over this middle section, into the second half of the lap, round, through, past us. That gap last time, 0.2. It's now going to be extended to 1.4. So Pyatt just dropping back slightly. And there's a car stuck in the middle of the track. And it looks like Alex Pyatt's had a problem. He's gone too deep into the middle section. And it's going to allow Craig Headlam to extend that lead once again. Last time around it was 1.4. That lead is now standing at 2.2, and it's Dylan Richardson who's got through in the blue and yellow, greeny sort of coloured car. But out in front, we've still got Craig Headlam with 4:20 on the master clock, so 40 seconds to go. All you've got to do, Craig, is keep it all 4 wheels down and on the middle of the track. Final 30. Final 30 seconds of this F-final. It's Craig Headlam out in front. Dylan Richardson in 3. Alex Pyatt in 4 as those two squabble over second and third. They're both just about reeling in Craig Headlam as there are 10 seconds to go on the master clock now. So they should get through and this will be your final lap. So it's Craig Headlam out in front, the man on your screen in the red car. And Dylan Richardson is absolutely throwing it down to try and get past him into the bomb hole. And he gets it all wrong on the exit. And that's just going to allow Craig to stretch his legs a little bit. And it's put Alex Pyatt back into the second spot. But it's going to be Craig Headlam who's going to round the final corner down the main straight. Your winner of your F-final, Craig Headlam. Alex Pyatt is going to cross the line to take second. Dylan Richardson is going to take third. Charlie Simmons rounds out fourth. Fifth is Evie Thames, Oliver Frost in 6, Manny Panasar 7, Ben Elliott in 8, Ryan Preston in 9, and James Pritchard in the 10.
So that's a wrap of the F-final. E-final, you are next. E-final, you are up next. Your drivers, David Scott, Gareth Stanton, James Dixon, Colin May, Chris Foster, birthday girl Hattie Thames, Chris Patterson, Cameron Wells, Kevin Hodkinson, and Andy Manning. So, E-final, just about to go out for warm-up. So E-final, gridding up your drivers. David Scott on pole, Gareth Stanton in second, James Dixon in third, Colin May 4, Chris Foster 5, Hattie Thames 6, Chris Pattinson 7, Cameron Wells 8, Kevin Hodkinson 9, and Andy Manning in 10. So, Daniel Pohl, leg 2 winner. How was that one?
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I thought it was over, to be honest. And then that move.
It was a brilliant move. Were you lining him up, or was it just unexpected that the door was open?
No, that was just my normal line. And I just magically appeared in the inside of him. So.
And how was the rest of the final? Like, the whole race, you were right on his gearbox. I don't think you touched once.
No.
So, good, clean race. What can you do in leg 3?
Well, you just got to do the same thing, pressure him, and then, try and pressure him into a mistake or go for a move again. Okay, well, we look forward to it. Thanks for making it a leg 3 showdown once again. That's what we're here for. Fantastic move. I expect to see that on RCTV News pass of a week, so we'll be looking out for that one. Any changes to the car going into final leg? No, nothing.
No, just same again.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, and thanks for joining us. Good luck for leg number 3.
Thank you.
So that's a wrap with Daniel Pohl after a superb leg 2 win. Just having a quick word, and then we'll let him get off to go and prep his car for leg number 3. So this is the E final, rocking and rolling. I'll just plug it back into venue PA. So this is E final, rocking and rolling. David Scott, Gareth Stanton, James Dixon, regulation 1, 2, 3. Then Cameron Wells is rocking around in the 4 spot, all the way up from 8th on the grid. So cracking start from him. So, E-final rocking and rolling, and it is Gareth Stanton now leading this one from David Scott and James Dixon. And it's 2.5 second lead for Stance, so he's come off well. And then someone's over in the step down, and it was your second place man. But Cameron Wells has made a move on Dixon. Dixon's over, start of the straight. Going to get it turned around, and down the straight he goes. So that's a bit of a disaster for Jim. So it is going to be Stanton, 3 seconds in front of Cameron Wells, and Hattie Thames 1 second behind that. So Gareth Stanton is your leader coming into the step down. He's got Cameron Wells for company now. So what was a 3 second lead looks a whole lot less. So it is Stanton, Cameron Wells, Hattie Thames. 0.8 was the gap last time by. And as we look through the switchbacks coming into the step down, the gap seems to be probably slightly less than 0.8, about the same. See what it is as they cross the line. Going across the line, 0.78. So gap reduces by basically nothing. So we are 3 minutes left in the E-final. So 3 minutes left in the E-final. And it is now Cameron Wells. No, Gareth Stanton leading Cameron Wells. 1.3 is the back, so gap. So Stanton through the bomb. There goes Cameron Wells. And then you've got the all-blue car of Hattie Thames. So Stance down the straight he goes with 3 minutes and 42 down. We've got 1 minute and 15 to go. Gareth Stanton lead is about 1 second over Cameron Wells. Cameron Wells keeps closing it up, then just falling back ever so slightly. Then Hattie Thames 2.7 behind that. Colin May, you run in 4th, just 7/10 behind Hattie. So keeping it nice and close. So Stanton, Cameron Wells, 0.9 was the gap last time by. Looks visibly closer on track as they come into a front side tabletop. Stanton in the purple and yellow car popping a little wheelie for us. Cameron Wells just getting a bad bobble and going to lose maybe half a tenth, 2/10 of a second. So we're coming out of a step up once again. And we're going to come round onto the straightaway. 4:30 on the master clock. We're going to cross the line at 4 minutes and 32 with 1.1 is the gap. So they're going to go this one and one more if they keep it clean. This and one more for Stance if he keeps it clean. Hattie Thames has Colin May for company now, doing a great job of holding off for third position. And 10 seconds on the master clock. They jump out the step up, down, a step up. And going to come down the straightaway now. There goes Stanton. There goes Cameron Wells. Gap between them, 1.3. Time has expired. Hattie Thames, you are done. So battle for the lead. Front two are through for an extra lap. So you've got Stanton and Cameron Wells. Oh, Cameron just going to get it sideways. Stanton got to keep it rubber side down. Cameron Wells on his roof. So Gareth Stanton coming out the step up now. 3 corners to go. There goes 1. There goes 2. Coming down across the line. Winner of the E-final, Gareth Stanton. Cameron Wells going to come home in second. Hattie Thames third. Colin May 4. David Scott 5. James Dixon in 6. Chris Patterson 7, Kevin Hodkinson 8, Andy Manning 9, and Chris Foster in 10. Next up, we have the D final. D final is next. Your drivers for the D final: Ruben Russell on pole, Rhys Trava, Rhys Ward, William Venables, Andy Woods, William Fisher, Tristram Neal, Jacob Tomlinson, Ben Stevenson, and Stephen Brown are your drivers.
Marshals, can you change over, please? That's Marshals, please. Change over. Thank you.
So D final gridding up. We've got the D, the C, the B, and A final leg number 3 should be on the line at about quarter past 5 is my guess.
Marshals, 6 minutes on the opposite side, please. Thank you.
So off and away, we've got Ruben Russell leading away from pole. Rhys Trava in second, Rhys Ward third, Venables, then Woods, Will Fisher, Tristram Neal, Jacob Tomlinson, Ben Stevenson, and Stephen Brown. Look out, it's a change of lead at the front because it's no longer Ruben Russell with the yellow wheels. It looks like it's the all-white car, number 2 X-ray car of Rhys Trava, then Rhys Ward. So Rhys Ward was your 3 car, and he still looks to be, he looks to be up to the 2 spot now. So Ruben Russell gone 1 down to 3. 2 and 3 cars of Rhys Trava and Rhys Ward. This is going to be easy to commentate. They are now in the 1st and 2nd spots. Then we've got 4 car of William Venables, cameraman extraordinaire. Oh, caution on the straightaway, caution on the straightaway. Clear. I think that might have been Venables taking a tumble. Certainly was a red and white car. Oh, someone else has crashed. That looks like Ruben Russell making an error. Coming out of the bomb hole, so that's going to drop him down a couple of spots. It was Venables having an error. That is a shame for him because he was doing well. So 5 car of Andy Woods is going to go to the 2 spots. So we've got Rhys Ward, Andy Woods, Rhys Trava, Tristram Neal, Ruben Russell William Fisher, Jacob Tomlinson, Ben Stevenson, Stephen Brown and William Venables is your running order with 1:30 down and 1 minute and 30 to go. So Reese Ward, Andy Woods, 1.5 was the gap last time by, and it looks like Reese Ward has made an error. He has. So the leader is now going to be Andy Woods, 1.1 in front of Reese Trava and Tristram Neal. 7th up to 3rd. Good run from Tristram. Then Ruben Russell recovering from his error. Someone else has made an error right in the middle of the track. But we're focusing on Andy Woods, our race leader, being chased down by 2 car of Reese Trava. So Reese coming onto the straightaway. Then comes Trish and then Ruben Russell. So the ones with colourful wheels are the easiest to spot. That's for sure. So Andy Woods, your leader. Number 5 car's lead was 1 second as they crossed the line last time by over Reese Trava. Then Tristram Neal running in the 3. All 4 of these left-hand side of the track coming down the straightaway now. About a second between each of them is the gaps. But, Reese Trava was just about to say he'd closed up to within a quarter of a second. And then he sticks it on his roof. Great marshalling though, so he only loses 1 spot to Tristram Neal. But that does mean Andy Woods now out front. So Reese Ward, you've just rejoined behind the race leader. So just so you're aware. And Andy Woods goes down the straight. He's got a straight length lead now over Tristram Neal, which is 2.04 seconds. As I look up, Andy Woods looks like he's just run wide. So that's going to allow Trish to close in ever so slightly. With 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Andy Woods is coming round in front of commentary corner, followed by Trish Neal. The gap doesn't look 2 seconds, but we'll see what it is when they cross for timing and scoring. It's 1.8, so gap has reduced ever so slightly. Reese, you are 1.7 behind that, then Ruben Russell half a second behind that. So good battle for 2nd and 3rd. But the battle for 1st looks like it's possibly opened up slightly this time round. So Andy Woods coming out the step up. There goes Tristram Neal. It looks like it closes again. So it's ebbing and flowing as they complete the lap. Andy Woods goes by and the gap is 2.0. So 2 tumps in the favour of Andy that time. Reese, you were 2 seconds behind as they crossed the line. So 4 seconds separating the top 3. Ruben Russell, you're 1.3 behind that. So Woods, Neal, Trava, Russell, Tomlinson, Stevenson, Brown, Fisher, Venables and Ward is the full running order with 50 seconds to go. So it's going to be this one and 2 more, I believe, for you, Andy. So we'll pick up Andy Woods. He's in the middle of the track. He's coming into the drop down. And then he's going to jump out the step up. So Andy Woods, Tristram Neal, gap extends to 3.3. We've got a bit of a battle on for 2nd. Coming down the straightaway now, but we'll stick with our race leader as we come into finishing times. Time's expired. You are racing to the line. So Andy Woods got 3/4 of a lap to go. He comes through the switchbacks. He's going to go up and down around the last switchback into the step down. When he jumps out the step up, 3 corners to go. Keep it rubber side down, Andy. And he comes across the line. Winner of the D final, Andy Woods. Tristram Neal going to come home in 2nd. Then we're expecting Reese Trava in 3rd. Ruben Russell finishes 4th. Jacob Tomlinson 5. Stephen Brown in 6th. Ben Stevenson 7. William Fisher finishes 8. William Venables 9. And Reese Ward finishes in the 10 spot. Next up, we have C Final. C Final, you are next.
Can you start to hand over, please? Marshall starts changeover.
So your D final is C final is gridding up. And William Skidmore is going to be a pole man from Callum Ackroyd bench, Seth Shillito Everest, Mark Anthony Jones, Tommy Dale, Stuart Mann, Liam Robinson, Harry Saunders, Eugene Galley and James Helliwell are your drivers.
Marshall 6, can you stand the opposite side of the straight, please?
So off and away they go. Will Skidmore leading away from pole. And he is leading Callum Ackroyd bench, Seth Shillito Everest and Mark Anthony Jones. Looks like regulation order. All the way back to Tommy Dale at least. And then looks like we've got Eugene Galley up to the 6th spot. Someone's rolled out from the front pack. So that's going to be unfortunate for them. But Skidmore leads 1 from 2 from 3. Then it comes 5. Then 9 and 10. So Galley and Helliwell working their way through the field nicely, running 5 and 6 at the end of lap 1. So absolutely brilliant work from those two. But it is front 4 out front. It's Skidmore, Ackroyd bench, Shillito Everest and Tommy Dale. That is your front 4. Skidmore qualifying from a relatively low heat. Certainly lower than the C heat. Oh, Galley's thrown it away. Coming onto the straightaway, so James Helliwell is going to be promoted to 5th from 10th on the grid, but he has a whole freight train of cars behind him. Tommy Dale's had a small error. So we've got a 3-car freight train out front. That is Skidmore, Callum and Seth. So Will, Callum and Seth. Oh, Skidmore's over, land on his wheels, and he's going to get away with it. So that is Skidmore champion's roll, but it's going to close it right up. Callum Ackroyd bench is now on the gearbox. 0.16 was the lead last time by the line. So 0.16 is basically nothing. And that looks like there's been a move. Was it Seth going up the inside? Yes, it was. So Seth Shillito Everest, great pass. Possibly pass of the week. Take note of that one, Cam.
I'm on it.
So making notes for RCTV News. So what have we got? We've still got Will Skidmore out front, and his gap extends to 0.6 of a second. Seth is now looking inside outside of Will Skidmore. So this battle for the lead is heating up. Gap between them certainly less than half a second as they come across the line. Let's see what it is. It's 0.5 of a second. So there goes Skidmore. There goes Seth. Seth coming over the front side tabletop now. Go both hang a right, drop into the bomb hole, then out. Skidmore just getting an awkward bounce. That's going to allow Seth to close in ever so slightly as they come through the switchbacks, then drop into the step down, step up. And then they're going to cruise left and right. Down the straightaway they go. And through turn number 1, Skidmore opens a gap up by 1/4 of a second. So he is now 3/4 of a second out in front as they've come through the switchbacks. This is lap number 7 they are completing, and he just looks to have broken Seth ever so slightly. The gap looks to have extended once again as they cross the line. It is 1.2, so another half a second in Skidmore's favour. 23.2 last time by for Skidmore. Then we've got Ackroyd bench running in 3rd, Tommy Dale 4, Anthony Jones 5, Helliwell 6, Marn 7, Robinson 8, Galley 9 and Saunders runs in the 10 spot. So Skidmore passes me once again, goes down the straight and crosses the line for 8 laps on the board. 3 minutes and 9 seconds complete. And then we've got Seth Shillito Everest, Callum Ackroyd bench, Tommy Dale, Mark Anthony Jones, James Helliwell, Liam Robinson, Stuart Mann, Eugene Galley and Harry Saunders. 3:30 to go, drivers. 3:30 gone, 1:30 to go. 3:30 gone and 1:30 to go. So it is William Skidmore leading us round. And then Seth Shillito, Everest, Callum Ackroyd, bench is your 1, 2 and 3. 1.4 is a lead, so that's held fairly steady. So Seth threw something at it, got close, but couldn't make it stick. And then Skidmore has just held the gap for the last 2 or so minutes. And as we cross the line, that is 4 minutes down. 1 to go, 4 minutes down and 1 to go. And the gap has reduced to under a second for first time in a few laps. So can Seth mount a challenge in these final few minutes, or can Will Skidmore break away once again? Coming down the straight, Seth Shillito Everest looks closer, and he is closer. 0.35 is a gap as they cross the line. You're going to go this one and one more. So it's this one and one more for our leaders. Skidmore out the bomb hole he goes. Seth Shillito Everest following through the switchbacks. He's as close as he's been now, coming down into the step down. Step up, it's a few corners and a lap to go. They are starting their final lap as they come down the straightaway now. 4:43 on the master clock. This will be your final lap. Coming into the final 10 seconds, your race leaders into the front side tabletop, drop down into the bomb hole. Seth Shillito Everest looking around the outside, coming through the switchbacks, not going to make it stick there. He's got about half a lap to go. Time has expired, you're racing to the line. Seth's going to go big, they collect each other in the air. Will Skidmore going to get away with it? 2 corners to go. Skidmore going to come across the line and win the C final. Seth Shillito Everest going to throw everything at it, but couldn't quite make it stick, going to finish in second. Callum Ackroyd bench going to finish third. Tommy Dale 4, Mark Anthony Jones 5, James Helliwell 6, Stuart Martin 7, Liam Robinson 8, Eugene Gallion 9, and Harry Saunders going to finish in 10th. B final, you are next. B final, you are up next. And then we will have leg number 3 of the A final.
Okay, drivers, the B final is next. We still need Craig Headland to go over to scrutineer when you are available. That's Craig Headland over to scrutineer when you are available. Same with Andy Woods. Thank you everyone from Marshall team over at this time.
At least I tried that. At least I tried.
And if you're on Marshall points 5 or 6, when the race starts, could you stand towards the advance, please?
So B final drivers. Harley Eldridge on pole, Thomas Phipps in second, Isaac McFadden in third, Hudson Knight 4, Aaron Nash 5, Lewis Hopkins 6, Matt Thompson in 7, Ewan Tumulty 8, Matt Druitt in 9, and Callum Triwartha in 10. Grid is set. Easy. So B final off and away. Harley Eldridge leads from pole. Great move from Isaac McFadden up into the 2 spot, sending up the inside of Thomas Phipps down into turn 2. So we've got Eldridge and McFadden coming through the switchback freight training, and it looks like Phipps has dropped another spot to Hudson Knight. So great move through the switchbacks, going side by side and getting it done. Thomas Phipps coming back, makes it stick out of the step up. So it is 1, 3, 2, 4 and 5. Lewis Hopkins runs 6, and then unfortunately Matt Thompson's dropped a couple of spots down to 9th. Probably on the left-hand side of the track. So we've got McFadden now made a move for the lead. So Eldridge dropping down to the 2 spot. Thomas Phipps running free. Looks like he's got into it, and now he's running at the pace. So McFadden 7 temps over Eldridge, 3 temps over Phipps, and it's a second back tonight. 7 temps down to Nash. So leaders coming over the front side tabletop, drumming in and out of a bomb hole. And then they go through the switchbacks for the 3rd time in this race. Going to drop down. Oh, leader's over. He rolled it. He's caught Eldridge. It's carnage. Hudson Knight going to go up to the 3 spot. Thomas Phipps going to go to the lead. So Phipps from Eldridge, from Knight, from McFadden, recovering to 4. Then Aaron Nash, that was just clumsy. He rolled it going into the step down, and they all came together coming out of it. So Thomas Phipps now has a 1.1 lead over Harley Eldridge. Then comes Hudson Knight, then a recovering, fast-moving Isaac McFadden. He went, he was, I don't know where he was in the last round, but it was certainly his best round. So his car came quick towards the end of qualifying. He's just caught Hudson Knight. He's going to have to let him go, and then he's caught him again. So that's going to be carnage. We all get away with it, but that's a 5-car freight train for 3rd. Meanwhile, we are watching the leaders as they come out the step down. Just drop back into the step down, and let's pick up the battle for 3rd. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-car freight train operating for 3rd position. Down the straight, Hudson Knight up the inside. Oh, he's going to make that stick. That was a good save. That one should be noted for your TV show. Some great clips coming out of this. I know Cam's not listening to me.
I'm listening. We saw the wall ride.
Listening but not acting.
I'll sort it.
So this is your 3rd place battle. Aaron Nash, Hudson Knight. Then Ewan Tumulty running 5th. Isaac McFadden, Lewis Hopkins, Matt Thompson and Matt Druitt. Absolute freight train of cars behind Aaron Nash. Hudson Knight's up the inside of him. So Hudson Knight is going to make that move stick out of the bomb hole. And he is going to move himself to a 3rd position. And then he's made an error in the step down. So that's going to put him back down 2 spots. McFadden, he's up the inside of McFadden. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. Wow. He likes that move at the end of a straight. He's been watching Daniel Pole. So Aaron Nash runs in 3rd. Isaac McFadden up the inside, going into the switchbacks. Nicely done. Bad bobble for Nash. But that puts Isaac back up to the 3rd spot. 3 minutes and 10 seconds down. 1 minute and 50 to go. 1 minute and 50 on the master clock. As they come down the straightaway. This is the battle for 3rd, remember. So Isaac McFadden runs 3rd. Aaron Nash 4. Hudson Knight in 5. Lewis Hopkins, Matt Thompson, Matt Druitt, and Ewan Tumulty. And your leader, meanwhile, is way out front. So Thomas Phipps is still leading from Harley Eldridge, but we'll stick with this battle for 3rd position because it's producing the best racing. Lead at the front for Thomas is 2.5, and then Harley Eldridge has 6.6 over Isaac McFadden running in 3rd position. They all come out the bomb hole into the switchbacks. You can see 4 of them battling it out for 3rd place. McFadden, Nash, Knight and Hopkins. Hopkins goes big. Not going to make that one stick. He wants to feature on Pass of the Week as well.
Would that move be legal?
No, because he cut the corner.
Most definitely cut the
corner. He nearly took Eugene's head out. And Eugene stood 6 foot back from the track. So Thomas Phipps still leading. 1.6, so the gap's reduced. So I think they should cut to the lead battle now. Coming around in front of a rostrum. Going to drop into the bomb hole. So the gap reduced by over a second on the last lap. Sorry, the lap before. So there comes Harley Eldridge. She is coming. Thomas Phipps drops it into the step down, step up. And here comes Harley Eldridge. 4 minutes and 30 on the clock. 38 on the clock as we cross the line. So I think this is going to be your final lap. Unless it's a stellar lap. So Thomas Phipps, Harley Eldridge, you will be racing to the line as they come out the bomb hole. Thomas Phipps led this one from about lap 3. Got shuffled down at the start, shuffled his way back forward. Time is going to expire as they come down onto the straightaway. Thomas Phipps to the line. Racing to the line. Thomas Phipps, winner of the B final. Harley Eldridge going to finish in 2nd. Then we've got an epic battle coming through for 3rd position. It's going to be Isaac McFadden finishing in 3rd. Hudson Knight's going to come home in 4th. Aaron Nash 5. Matthew Thompson 6. Matt Druitt 7. Lewis Hopkins 8. Ewan Tumulty 9. And Callum Truartha going to finish in the 10 spot. That's a wrap of our B final. Next up, we are going to A final, leg number 3.
If A final leg number 3 is anything like the rest, we're in for some carnage.
No, we're in for some brilliant racing.
As we get ready for the A final, perfect opportunity to thank all our sponsors for making all this possible and bringing RCTV to Robin Hood Raceway to bring RC to the world. So thank you to TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher Racing, and Team X-Ray. Roach RC in the comments saying started streaming 9 hours ago, and we know it.
It's been a brilliant 9 hours.
It has been a brilliant 9 hours. How are we feeling, Mr. Galley? Ready for bed?
I don't know who's talking about Mike Tyson, but just so you know, we can hear you on the live stream. Ben Stevenson. I don't know where the ambient mic is, but we're picking up a conversation about Mike Tyson. Just a warning, careful what you say. So A finalists warming up. So the permutations of the A final. Ben Smith has a 1 and a 2. His 1 is a 318.89. Daniel Pohl has a 1 with a 316.52, and Tommy Hall has a 2. So Tommy, if you win quicker than 316, you've won. Dan, Ben, if you win, you've won. Dan, if you win, you've won. That's my permutations. That's as far as my mental arithmetic goes.
You think?
I think. Caveated with a little asterisk, it says. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So your winner is going to be Ben Smith, Daniel Pohl, or Tommy Hall. Dan has the quickest 1. Ben has the counting scores.
Too close to pick a winner.
It's neither of our picks from this morning. So grid is set. We'll hand over to race control and get this one started. So Ben Smith off and away, Daniel Pohl straight onto the gearbox, and Tommy Hall with him. Josh Holdsworth running in 4th. Can't be a factor in the win, but the podium is still all to play for. So Ben Smith zigzagging through. Oh, Daniel Pohl runs wide, going to get away with it. His car is pushing like a boat, and that has just given Ben Smith probably, half a straight length? So as they come round, the gap is going to be 1.1. That's bigger than it was at the end of lap 1 in leg 1. Lee Martin's made a move on Holdsworth, so Lee will be looking for a good score here to make amends. Daniel Pohl's car's not looking great, so Tommy Hall right on the gearbox of him. And it's a bit of a freight train behind Daniel. We've seen that in legs 1 and 2, though. It just takes Daniel Pohl a couple of laps to get into it. And then when he does, he drops some serious lap time. But Ben Smith, 22.6, extending his gap, 1.4 for Ben. Daniel Pohl coming over the tabletop. Tommy Hall trying to look up the inside of him. So through the switchbacks they go. Ben Smith stretching his legs early doors. 1 minute down and 4 to go. 1 down and 4 to go. So down the straightaway they go. There goes Ben Smith. Full straight length is the lead, and that is a 1.5 lead. 22.2 for Daniel Pohl. 22.0 for Ben Smith. So Daniel Pohl is going to have to bring it in the remaining 3.5 minutes if he wants to win this. Tommy Hall also going to have to get a wick on, because at the minute Ben Smith checking out front as they come round to put 4 on the board. Gap looks like it's reduced. 22.8. 22.3 Daniel Pohl, 22.7 Tommy Hall. Gap 1.0 between Ben and Dan. Gap 1.0 between Dan and Tommy. Daniel Pohl up on 2 wheels through the switchbacks. He's now got the bit between his teeth. His car's looking better, and he's now coming back at Ben Smith. Can Ben Smith keep pulling away? This time by for Smith, 22.4. Dan Pohl, 22.4. Gap remains 1.0. We are at 2 minutes down and 3 to go. Ben Smith leads Daniel Pole, Tommy Hull, Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Johnny Skidmore, Archie Bowman, Josh Holdsworth and Jamie Hull, your full running order. And Ben Smith comes round in front of us. There goes Daniel Pole, Tommy Hull and Lee Martin. Front four slightly broken away. Gaps are pretty steady. That time by Ben Smith, 22.3. Daniel Pole, 22.4. Tommy Hull, 22.2. So quickest lap, Tommy Hull, but Ben Smith extending his lead as we're 6 laps down. 2 minutes and 30 on the master clock. Daniel Pole nicely through the switchbacks on that lap. Looks a little bit closer. Let's see what it is as they cross the line. And it's going to be a 22.7 to a 22.5. 5 tenths down the gap. The gap is 0.7. So that's the closest Daniel's been in this final, but Ben Smith looks like he's pulled away slightly already on this lap. So coming through the switchbacks, Dan Pole just pushing slightly wide. Ben Smith keeping it nice and neat. He's going to extend his gap this time round. Down the straightaway he goes. And it's a 21.81 from Ben Smith. Fastest lap of the day. Gap extends out to 1.7. I think that's the first sub-22 lap we've seen. And it goes to Ben Smith crucially in a final leg number 3. Comes out the step up. He's just put a second on Daniel Pole on the last lap. Daniel Pole, can he respond? This time by, it's a 22.4, 21.99. Daniel Pole, here he comes. Gap back down to 1.2. 3.5 down, 1:30 to go. This is going to be the decider. Ben Smith or Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole looks super racy on this one. Dropping down into a step up. He's closed the gap once again. Up the step up. And they're coming down the straightaway. Ben Smith goes through 22.4, 21.97. Back-to-back 21s for Daniel Pole. Bit between his teeth. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Ben Smith, though, looking comfortable out front. He knows he's got to keep it rubber side down. It's difficult to catch. It's even harder to pass. So Ben Smith, he's got a gap of 8 tenths of a second. It might not sound like much, but it's about 3/4 of a straight length. Crossing the line, it's a 22.4 and a 22.4. Gap remains 8 tenths of a second. 50 seconds on the master clock. It's going to be this one and 2 more. So Ben Smith just getting a little bobble up onto 2 wheels. Daniel Pole just pushing wide slightly as they come into the step down. 4:22 on the master clock. Up and over they go. Coming down the straightaway. Gap is 0.8. Closest it's been 0.7. This time by the line 0.88. And you cross the line. It's going to be this one and one more. Lap and 3/4. Who's going to be the winner here at Hood National? Ben Smith leads as he did last time. Up until about this point, coming through. They're going to have one more lap to go as they cross the line. Ben Smith's pulled out, I think, ever so slightly more. Can he hold on? One more lap to go. Crosses the line. 22.2 that time by for Smith. 22.9 for Daniel Pole. Gap is 1.5. Ben Smith, 3/4 of a lap to go. Comes out the bomb hole. Coming through the switchbacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nicely done. He's got half a lap to go. Time has expired. You're racing to the line. Ben Smith going to come round. Take the win in a final leg number 3. Your national winner, Ben Smith. Daniel Pole going to finish in 2nd. Tommy Hull going to bring it home in 3rd. Lee Martin finishing the leg in 4th. Luke Holdsworth 5. Johnny Skidmore going to finish in 6th position. Archie Bowman 7. Jamie Hall 8. Charlie Saunders 9. And Josh Holdsworth going to finish in the 10 spot. So that's a wrap of racing here today. Ben Smith laying it down in leg number 3 to take home the win. Daniel Pole throwing everything at it. Superb driving from both of them to bring an absolute show to the race. And just wait for the live timing to update. I will give an overall result. But thank you very much to all our racers. Thank you to our live stream sponsors. We will grab a word with Ben Smith. So, Ben, if you can make your way over, we'll grab a quick word from you. And also, big congratulations to all our racers here today. The Robin Hood Club, thank you for putting on a stellar event. And the whole BRCA team for the work that has been put in. If someone in race control wants to hit post, there we go. So, overall result to be confirmed. Your winner with 2 leg wins will be Ben Smith. 2nd position will be Daniel Pole. Tommy Hall, you round out the podium. Lee Martin, with that last leg result, you finish 4th overall. Josh Holdsworth going to finish in 5th. Johnny Skidmore 6th. Luke Holdsworth 7. Jamie Hall in 8. Archie Bowman 9. And Charlie Saunders going to round it out in 10th position. So we're joined by Ben Smith. Ben, how was that one?
It's hard. It was hard. I was like, when you were reading out the lap times, I was like, this is really good. And I just couldn't shake him. And he drove a fantastic race. And we got into the 21s, which is
21.8. You pulled that from nowhere, and then he went back to back 21.9s.
I was thinking, maybe I've got him, and then he's just 2 21s, and I'm like, oh no. But yeah, he drove a fantastic race as well. Yeah.
As did yourself.
Yeah,
Lights to flag victory.
Pretty happy. I have to say, he did do me a kipper in leg 2. To be fair, it was a great move. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Ben, and congratulations to all the A finalists. Superb racing, and see you at the next one.
Yes, see you soon.
So that's Ben signing off, and we are here at RC Racing TV. We'll sign off. Big thank you to all those that joined us. Dare I say, I think we've got more than ETS leg 2.
I think we did, yeah.
So thank you everyone for joining us online. Big thank you to our sponsors, TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kairosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Team Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher X-Ray, and the BRCA for putting on this fantastic meeting. Over and out. We will see you at the next round, 21st of June at Southport.
Yes. Of course, thank you very much to Tom Cockrell as well, and my fantastic cameraman Stuart Colby. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cam.
And Tony, thank you very much. And I will be over very shortly. Thank you very much, everybody. And we will see you in Southport.
Sunny Southport.